All right. Welcome back to the live show. You know what time it is. It is currently 6:54 p.m. And of course, today's date is the 6th of August 2025. Welcome back to the live show. We are back. It is your boy, Genesis, and you are currently tuned into the Genesis show. This evening, we're going to talk about immigration, okay? And we're going to watch this immigration hearing. Uh, it's the House Homeland Security Committee. House Homeland Security Committee holds hearing entitled "Returning Parole to Its Proper Purpose." Okay, so everybody, thank you for tuning into the live show. It's about 1 hour 38 minutes. So if you are here, thank you for being here. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. Don't forget, God is the greatest. God is the greatest. And America is the greatest nation on the face of the earth. All right. Like I always mention, it is America first, which is country first before party. That's right, but it is country first before party. So you are an American first before you are a a Republican or a Democrat. Okay, so everybody, don't forget that. Be nice in the comment section. All right, like I mentioned before, this is the House Homeland Security Committee holds hearing entitled "Returning Parole to Its Proper Purpose." All right, this is about the border. This is about immigration. So a lot of people don't have time to actually catch these hearings live. So I tend to kind of like recap what has been said before so people can sort of kind of like uh, get to know what's going on in the country. So, with that being said, thank you for tuning in and sit back, enjoy the show. You're tuned into the Genesis show. Here we go.
Committee on Homeland Security, Subcommittee on Oversight, Investigations, Accountability, and the Subcommittee on Border Security and Enforcement will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any time, any point. The purpose of today's hearing is to examine the consequences of the Biden administration's abuse of immigration parole and how Congress and the Trump administration can work to address those consequences. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Good afternoon again. Welcome to the Subcommittee on Oversight, Investigations, Accountability, and the Subcommittee on Border Security and Enforcement's joint hearing on returning immigration parole to its proper statutory purpose. First, I would like to thank our witnesses for being here today. This hearing was originally planned for April 8th. However, due to last-minute and unforeseen circumstances, it had to be postponed until today. And we appreciate our witnesses' understanding and grateful you can be here to talk about this important matter. On the note of witnesses, unfortunately, due to a flight cancellation, one of our witnesses, Charles Marino, will not be able to join us today. I would like to welcome the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, who will serve on the Oversight, Investigations, and Accountability Subcommittee for the 119th Congress, and we look forward to working with you. We are here today because Congress must find a legislative answer to prevent the future abuse of parole, whether that means changing the standard for parole, expediting removal of paroles, or eliminating parole access to welfare benefits. We must act so that another administration cannot repeat or even worse, expand what occurred during the Biden-Harris time period. From February 21 to February 2025, under the Biden-Harris administration, U.S. Customs and Border Protection encountered more than 11 million illegal aliens nationwide. According to our witnesses today, nearly 3 million individuals who had no legal reason to be in the United States were allowed through an unlawful mass parole program were paroled into and by an overwhelmed Border Patrol. We don't know how many people actually entered through these various unlawful mass parole programs because the Biden-Harris administration refused to give us numbers and data, and that's even after former Chairman Green issued a subpoena for the data. Why are they hiding the numbers? Because parole was out of control, and it would have been a political disaster if the American people knew how bad it was. And they abused this authority in support of an open-ended borders agenda. Congress created immigration parole to provide temporary entry into small numbers of aliens on a case-by-case basis. Started 60 years ago, and it was designed to be for a significant public benefit, this case-by-case temporary pause in normal processing, or a urgent humanitarian reason. Presidents and cabinet-level officers in the past have used it to enable essential witnesses to cross the border, testify at criminal hearings, or allow illegals with dire medical conditions to receive aid in American hospitals. One former senior ICE official has said that he paroled just 2 individuals in his entire career. No administration abused parole to such a degree and with such flagrant disregard for congressional limitation as compared to the Biden-Harris administration. While that administration, and then at the time Secretary Mayorkas, refused to provide Congress with clear information, their playbook was clear. The administration exceedingly expanded existing parole programs, such as the Cuban Family Reunification Program, to an amount that strained DHS screening and vetting capabilities. Second, the Biden-Harris administration reintroduced ineffective parole programs that the first Trump administration ended, like the Central American Minors Program. The Trump administration ended these because they served no purpose other than promoting greater illegal immigration and encouraging the exploitation of unaccompanied minors. Third, the Biden-Harris administration just invented new parole programs to release individuals from Afghanistan, Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Colombia, Haiti into the interior, slapping parole on an inadmissible aliens file. Releasing them into the interior doesn't magically make one less inadmissible. It just means you're not following the laws intended. The parole vetting was so inadequate that one DHS Inspector General report found that 3 Afghan parolees had derogatory information related to felonies in the United States, and at least one had an indication of terrorism-related activity. An additional Afghan national who received parole through Operation Allies Welcome was arrested in my home state, in Oklahoma City, for plotting an election day terrorist attack for ISIS. While Republican members of this committee and millions nationwide recognize the national security threat of providing parole to poorly vetted immigrants, the Biden-Harris administration surged, making it even easier for more individuals to apply for parole through a CB1 application. We even found that during the administration that cartels hijacked that CB1 app to create appointments for would-be parole, for a fee, of course, so that the administration parole program was helping cartels pocket more dollars from desperate individuals. The Biden-Harris administration also raised the legal requirement for granting parole, allowing entry to individuals if they could find a sponsor who could financially support them once within the United States. Even though the law requires parole to be granted only on a case-by-case basis for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit. By law, that is what it stated before it was upended. Even when an internal DHS report indicated that thousands of potential parole sponsors were filing out fraudulent applications and supporting their financial statements with illegal income, the Biden-Harris administration continued accepting applications after just a month-long pause in their review of the program, and that did not last. If this wasn't bad enough, the DHS Inspector General published a report this month stating that during the Biden-Harris administration, DHS did not have a process to address parole expiration. Furthermore, DHS did not prioritize taking enforcement action for paroles who remained in the United States after their parole had expired, usually a 1-year or a 2-year time period. The report concluded that DHS had no assurances that paroles were lawfully present in the United States after their parole expired. When you apply these findings to the estimated millions of parolees let into the country during the Biden-Harris administration, it's very troubling that the administration flagrantly abused parole, and it has serious consequences that continues for the American people. While illegal immigration itself is a huge financial strain on the American taxpayer, parolees are especially expensive because they are eventually eligible for federal welfare benefits. One analysis found that beginning in January of 2026, that's 6 months away, the Biden-Harris parole calamity will cost about $3 billion a year in welfare benefits per 1 million parolees. $3 billion a year for just 1 million. And we know that we believe 3 million. So as the time period ticks on, we're looking at 9 billion, that's a state budget. That's an entire state budget. That's just the quantifiable cost. American citizens face serious national security and public safety costs and a lack of screening and vetting these parolees. The stories are becoming too many to count. Parolees have been charged and convicted of serious crimes, including terrorism, murder, rape, and sexual assault of children. Thankfully, the Trump administration has made it clear that inadmissible aliens hiding behind the fig leaf of parole can no longer hide under the protection of temporary parole and remain in the country. On March 21st of this year, President Trump announced his administration would revoke the parole status for 532,000. That includes the program for Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, Venezuelans, more commonly known as the CHNV program. By returning parole to its proper purpose, the Trump administration can announce to the world and prospective immigrants that parole status cannot be gifted unlawfully and cheaply. More needs to be done. We're here today to determine how we can begin to undo these devastating impacts that illegal paroling did for untold numbers of inadmissible aliens into America and what that impact will be on our states and local communities. We must protect the taxpayer. We must protect the American people. We must protect our sovereignty. We need to further limit and clarify executive parole authority to prevent future abuses. I now recognize Ranking Member for the Subcommittee for Oversight, Investigations, and Accountability, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Thanadar, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I want to welcome the gentleman from Louisiana, Representative Carter. Thank you for joining the committee. We are honored to have you and honored to have your expertise. We're supposedly here today to examine the use of parole. Let's cut to the chase. President Trump has already ended all parole programs. Yet another cruel step in his immigration agenda. President Trump and Republicans are only interested in cruelty, chaos, and deflection. Republicans are really using this hearing to distract from the recent passage of their one big, ugly bill that is going to cut Medicaid and SNAP while increasing the national debt by trillions of dollars. Because Republicans don't want to face the future they created, where millions of Americans lose health care and food assistance, they prefer to live in the past and perpetuate false claims about President Biden's use of parole programs. Since Republicans seem to enjoy history so much, let's go back to 1956. That's when President Eisenhower first used parole to help 30,000 Hungarians come to the US after a failed revolt against communism. Parole has been used by every Republican and Democratic administration since it is a valuable tool to help those in urgent humanitarian situations. Parole programs also reduce illegal border crossing, increase the US workforce, and grow our economy. Given the benefits, the public might be asking why Trump is terminating parole programs. Is it simply because he is on a revenge and a retribution tour? Is it because he hasn't done enough already to shatter the economy? Or is it because he needs to turn parolees into undocumented migrants that cosplay Christie can then shackle and deport to a prison in El Salvador for a photo op? Trump and Noam are not focused on just violent criminals. They're arresting and deporting hard-working immigrants who wash dishes, pick crops, and construct homes. This administration is so desperate to achieve its goal of 3,000 arrests a day, it is targeting US citizens and lawful residents exercising their First Amendment rights, all while ignoring court orders. It is my Republican colleagues want to investigate immigration abuses. There is no need to relitigate false claims from the past. President Trump's daily actions are a continual assault on the Constitution that warrant congressional oversight. The American people are waiting for Republicans to stand up to the Mad King. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member. I now recognize the Chairman for the Subcommittee on Border Security and Enforcement, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Michael Guest, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This afternoon, our hearing will provide a critical opportunity to investigate how the Biden-Harris administration systematically weakened our national border security and at the same time intentionally facilitated the influx of millions of inadmissible aliens into the United States through the unlawful use of mass parole. As members of the legislative branch, it is our duty to determine how and why the Biden-Harris administration abused its authority to grant parole meant to be applied only on a case-by-case basis for urgent humanitarian needs or significant public benefit to justify the mass release of between 2 and 3 million inadmissible aliens into our country. However, the Biden-Harris mass parole programs, though stopped by the Trump administration, continue to impose significant financial costs on the American public and generate increased public safety threats. During his time in office, former President Biden's open policies incentivized illegal immigration, signaling to the world that our borders were open. In response, people from around the world flooded across our borders and overran our communities. This resulted in historic, never-before-seen apprehension numbers. To combat the bad optics of the growing border crisis and to try to cover up the true scale of illegal immigrants entering the United States, the Biden-Harris administration created multiple mass parole programs to hide the truth from the American people and to quickly release individuals into the interior. These programs were deliberately designed to conceal and downplay the true scope of our border crisis. One of the ways the former administration misled the public was through the conversion of a little-known program originally designed to schedule cargo inspections into one of the most abused programs in our nation's history. The CBP-1 app was used in a manner never authorized by Congress to create a fast-track pathway for parole into the interior of the country. The implementation of the CB1 mass parole program resulted in nearly 1 million illegal aliens entering this country. This committee found that the individual who applied for entry into the U.S. using the CBP-1 app were ultimately released into the interior at least 95% of the time. Additionally, more than 500,000 other inadmissible aliens were granted parole under the mass parole program for Cubans, Haitian, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans. The Trump administration has wisely ended both of these programs by executive order, but the fallout remains. Earlier this year, DHS Office of Inspector General released a review of specific Biden-Harris administration parole programs, confirming that the previous administration had no plan to remove aliens whose parole had expired. That meant that there are potentially hundreds of thousands of inadmissible aliens who may still be at large in a country long after their parole has expired. To make matters worse, many of these aliens and those who sponsored their entry were not properly vetted. Both the CHNV program and the CBP-1 appointments had to be paused due to suspected rampant fraud. The consequences of these reckless and unlawful parole programs have been devastating, and the American public has paid the price. One horrifying example is the brutal murder of 22-year-old Laken Riley, an Augusta University student, at the hands of an illegal alien from Venezuela who was paroled into the country by the Biden-Harris administration. More recently, an Afghan national who was paroled into the United States in 2021 was arrested for plotting an attack in the name of ISIS on Election Day 2024. This arrest and Laken's tragic death should be a wake-up call to lawmakers that we must be serious about preventing future abuse of our immigration law. In closing, Congress has a responsibility to examine what steps should be taken to mitigate the ongoing financial and public safety threats enabled by the previous administration's abuse of parole. There is no scenario in which paroling millions of inadmissible aliens in the country is consistent with current law. We must never allow this to happen again. We must work together to ensure that future administrations can never again jeopardize our nation's safety and sovereignty. We must implement legislative solutions that will guarantee American security for generations to come. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Guest. I now recognize a ranking member for the Subcommittee on Border Security and Enforcement, the gentleman from California, Mr. Lou Correa, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. Concur, words just said, need legislation to guarantee, to support American security and American prosperity too. Gonna ask, what happened? What's going on, folks? President Trump got elected, said he was gonna deport criminals, those that have been in the country less than 2 years, and those with orders of deportation. Last I looked, 70% of the individuals being deported right now don't fit any of those categories. They're essentially hardworking individuals, many individuals that have been in this country 25, 30 years. My district, just a couple of weeks ago, man, been here 25 years, not a ticket to his name, not a traffic ticket, was apprehended by ICE. It's a gardener. 3 children, all serving in the U.S. Marine Corps. Let me repeat, man held by ICE, 25 years in this country, not a ticket to his name, not a traffic ticket, apprehended. He has 3 children in the U.S. Marine Corps. Now, I don't know about you, but we make movies about people like that. We give people like that a tour of the White House. Patriots. He raised 3 patriots that were ready to make the ultimate sacrifice for this country. What do you say to those 3 Marines? Spirit the Corps, keep up the good attitude, everything's gonna be okay tomorrow. A lot of people in that situation. I know the president understands that this policy is hurting this nation economically. Just a couple of weeks ago, he came out and said, I'm going to suspend the deportation of those that work at farms, those that work in hospitality industry. 2 days later, he said, I was just kidding, never mind, we're going to continue to sweep them up. You know, each one of us represents a different part of the country, a different state. I'll tell you a little bit about California, and I've said this before, so please excuse me for repeating myself. It's important to note, California, a big portion of our workforce is undocumented. As a state, we've done everything we can to document those workers, driver's licenses, other things that we need to do. As a result, today, California is the 4th largest economy in the world. And if we deregulate a little bit, we could be number 3 in the world. Number 1 nationally on agriculture. 50 to 70% of those workers are undocumented. And we feed a lot of parts of this country and the rest of the world. We're also number 1 in manufacturing in Southern California. It's not Pittsburgh, it's not Michigan, it's Southern California. Manufacturing sector of the United States, center of manufacturing in the US. Guess what? A lot of those workers are what? Undocumented. I thought we were supposed to do some nearshoring to bring back a lot of those jobs from other parts of the world. That's what we were supposed to be doing. Let's talk about venture capital. Guess what state and union has about 60 to 70% of the venture capital today? California. Talk about high tech, Silicon Valley. A lot of those workers are, guess what? Visa holders, overstayed visa, India, China, Europe. We attract the best and brightest. We have the best biotech in the world right now. We invent the best medicines in the world right now in California. As a result of that, folks, we pay $100 billion more in taxes to the federal government than we get back. I hear statements, burden. Well, no. We are a net donor to the federal government. And now the federal government is going to tell us how to run the economy of the state of California. Is that what I'm hearing today? Stop for a minute and I'll talk about undocumented. Let's talk about American citizens. I live in Orange County, not LA, Orange County. We have the National Guard downtown, okay? Almost had the Marines there. Sheriff Barnes, who's been in this committee testifying, okay, has told me, I didn't call for backup. Local police, I didn't call for backup. Why are they here? They're messing things up, work that we've done for public safety for the last 30 years. And when they leave, we got a mess to fix. We didn't call for them. Go downtown Santa Ana right now where I live. It's peaceful. Why is the National Guard there? American citizens, right now, American citizens afraid of going out on the streets. Parents telling their kids, take your birth certificate. Take a passport. Are you kidding me? Is this America or is this a communist country? American citizens. Just 2 weeks ago, female attorney, American-born citizen, walking down the park. There was a raid going on. Turned around, they took her into, arrested her. Never been so frightened in her life. She said, masked man grabbed me, put me in a van with no windows, took me in a holding cell that I had no idea where I was going. A few hours later, she was let go. Why? Was she profiled? Thought you weren't supposed to be doing that. Okay, Home Depot. Heard another story. An off-duty police officer walking into Home Depot. They were about to grab him. He turned around and said, back off, I got a concealed weapon. Can you imagine what we almost had? Almost had a shootout there because you have masked individuals, and I have no idea who they are. I have no idea what training they have, about to grab somebody without even a warning. These are our streets in the United States of America. What are we coming to? You know, the other day, President Trump was meeting with President Bukele, said, quote, the president, homegrowns are next. You got to build about 5 more of these places. This place is not big enough. So we're sending American citizens now to foreign prisons? Forget about green card holders. I'll tell you, I've told them, do not leave the country. You will not be let in. What are we coming to, folks? What is going on? California is the fourth largest economy in the world. Our ag industry is getting devastated. I won't even talk about the trade that the ports of LA, Long Beach, the biggest ports we have in this country. I think their trade is down 30, 40%. This hearing is about parole, but I think the bigger issue is of our immigration policy. My colleague just said we need to legislate, protect American security. We've also needed immigration reform for a long time. And it's not only California. I've got some articles here talking about the Wisconsin dairy farmers. 70% of the workforce is undocumented. So you get rid of those workers, and I guess our milk will be less expensive, I would imagine, if you can get it at all. Another one here. Immigrants contribute greatly to the Social Security's trust fund solvency. They pay into Social Security, never get a dime back. Labor and immigration reform. Many dairy farmers struggle to recruit and retain native workers despite higher wages and benefits. But I guess we're going to take our graduate students and now tell them to go milk the cows and take care of the cows. That's what we're saying. This is an interesting one, a little bit off point. Irish tourist jailed by ICE for months after overstaying the U.S., his visa, by 3 days. By the way, tourism is a big industry in my district. They're down 20 to 30%. Dairy farms are vulnerable to Trump's mass deportation threats. The industry hopes to get a pass. All you have to do is read the newspapers every day. I'm not quite sure where we got off on this track. We're supposed to deport criminals. And I can tell you back home, I've talked to people who believed the president when he said he was going after these three sets. Criminals, overstays, those here with less than 2 years. And now, going after hard workers. Our economy is going to suffer. Inflation, shortages. Maybe the president doesn't know what's going on. He needs to know that ICE is doing more than maybe he knows we're doing. Look forward to hearing the testimony from our witnesses today. Mr. Chair, take over the gavel.
Gentleman yields. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. I'm pleased to have a panel of expert witnesses before us today on this very important topic. I ask that our witnesses please rise and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States of the House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you. I would now like to formally introduce our witnesses. Mr. Ken Cuccinelli is a senior fellow at the Center for Renewing America. Dr. Stephen Camarata is the Director of Research at the Center for Immigration Studies. Dr. David Beer is the Director of Immigration Studies at the Cato Institute. I thank the witnesses for being here today. I now recognize Mr. Ken Cuccinelli for 5 minutes of his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and ranking members and members of the committee. I will try not to repeat some of the data some of you have already talked about. I would go straight to the statute that provides legal authority for the granting of parole. There's only one statute. It's INA Section 212D5A. And particularly, it says the Secretary of Homeland Security may, in his discretion, parole into the United States temporarily under such conditions as he may prescribe, only on a case-by-case basis for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit. 4 conditions. 4 conditions. This is a change in 1996 in the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act, which was passed on an overwhelmingly bipartisan basis on a voice vote in the Senate, and by approximately a 10-to-1 margin in the House. This was the first time the case-by-case requirement was included in the parole statute. So the example of President Eisenhower from 1956 was executed under the 1952 version of the parole statute, which did not include the case-by-case language. Congress intentionally narrowed the parole authority in 1996 to require decisions on parole to be on a case-by-case basis, only on a case-by-case basis, to quote the statute. That is the most significant change in this statute in the 1996 amendments. And again, it passed on an overwhelmingly bipartisan basis. Despite that rather obvious limitation, the Biden administration created a series of new immigration admission arrangements without congressional approval, essentially making its own law, using the parole authority, sometimes explicitly and sometimes implicitly. The 2 words were used together in some of these statements already made today, parole programs. Well, parole program is an oxymoron. Parole is intended to be exercised on a case-by-case basis. You said so as an institution almost 30 years ago. The restrictions added to the parole authority in 1996 have never been fully litigated. Such a case was in process at the transition from the Biden administration to the Trump administration, but the case was withdrawn by the Trump administration and the district court ruling was vacated and dismissed. So we'll have our discussion here today, but there is not a high court ruling to point to interpreting the application of the case-by-case language. Normally, basic statutory interpretation, you go to the plain language of the statute unless it's in some way unclear. Well, only on a case-by-case basis strikes me as extremely clear. But if Congress truly wants case-by-case to be applied one case at a time, then clearly even more explicit restrictions should be put in place. My suggestion would be to pick a number low enough that any competent Secretary of Homeland Security would want to be particular with each parole slot. I would suggest something around 3,000 a year. At that level, there would be no point in setting up so-called but misnamed programmatic parole arrangements, as they would reach annual limits so fast they wouldn't be useful for those purposes. America is reaping the financial and security costs of former President Biden's unprecedented and illegal importation of millions of illegal aliens. 2.5 to 3 million, it depends how you'd like to count them, using the parole power. And we will literally be paying those prices for decades to come. I know parole reform, as noted, I think it was by Congressman Correa, that parole reform is just but one of the immigration tasks you have before you and that require Congress attention if it's ever to be set on a proper long-term footing. But I'm happy to join you today and address this subject and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Cuccinelli. That was excellent. You hit your time mark. You're seasoned in this. Appreciate that. I want to now recognize Dr. Camerata for 5 minutes for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the subcommittee for having me here today. I'm Steve Camerata, Director of Research at the Center for Immigration Studies. As many of you pointed out, the Immigration and Nationality Act gives the Secretary of Homeland Security discretion to grant parole on a case-by-case basis for a limited number of people for a limited time to individual aliens for urgent humanitarian reasons or because that would create a significant benefit. It's not a program to be used en masse, and yet published data indicates that the Biden administration released nearly 2.9 million people into the United States using parole. It's very hard to see how parole granted on this scale could have been done on a case-by-case basis. Now, my testimony will focus specifically on the fiscal implications of this. Prior research is very clear that educational attainment at arrival is a key determinant of immigrants' fiscal impact because it not only determines what types of jobs they'll do, but also their likely income and their tax payments and use of social services. Census Bureau data indicates that 1 out of every 4 recent immigrants from the top parolee-sending countries lack a high school diploma, compared to just 6% for the U.S.-born. Also, new adult parolees are significantly less likely to have a college degree than the U.S.-born. As a result, the average wages of newly arrived immigrant men from these top parole-sending countries is only 44% that of U.S.-born men. Further, half of households headed by new immigrants from the top parolee countries access at least one welfare program. That's nearly twice the rate of the U.S.-born. Now, the budget reconciliation legislation that just passed states that parolees will no longer be, quote unquote, qualified aliens after 1 year of residence. Qualified aliens have to live in the United States for 5 years to be directly eligible for many welfare programs. But my analysis of Census Bureau data showing high welfare use is confined to parolee countries who have lived in the United States for less than 5 years. So the designation of qualified alien is not the reason for the heavy use of welfare programs. So the removal of that designation isn't going to make much difference. The reason so many parolees use means-tested programs is, first, many are poor and have low income. Second, they can receive benefits on behalf of U.S.-born children. Third, all low-income residents of the United States can access some programs regardless of legal status. And finally, some states give benefits to otherwise ineligible aliens. In addition to traditional welfare, 40% of households headed by recent immigrants, again, from the top parolee-sending countries, are poor enough to receive cash payments from the Earned Income Tax Credit. Parolees have work authorization and Social Security numbers, for the most part, so they can get the EITC. Again, the big, beautiful bill doesn't change any of this. Now, to be sure, immigrants from top parolee-sending countries with work authorization most certainly do pay some taxes. However, on average, parolee-headed households have only 47% of the federal tax liability of U.S.-born households. Now, having said this, the low average tax payment or high use of welfare by parolees should not be seen as some kind of moral failing on their part. Instead, the fiscal drain they create simply reflects the realities of the modern American job market, our progressive system of taxation, coupled with an extensive social safety net. It should also be pointed out that immigrant men from the main parolee-sending countries have relatively high rates of work. But that does not preclude use of welfare in any way, nor does it mean their average tax contributions will be large. Now, to be sure, by working and consuming in the United States, parolees do make the U.S. economy bigger. But it is a common mistake to confuse this with their tax contributions. Almost all of the increased economic activity they create goes to the parolees themselves in the form of wages, as it should, since they're the ones doing the work. In conclusion, the decision by the prior administration to grant parole on a massive scale will have significant negative fiscal impact for years to come, given all we know about the educational attainment of parolees. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Camarada. I now recognize Mr. Beer for 5 minutes for his opening statement.
Chairman, ranking members, and distinguished members of the subcommittees, thank you for the opportunity to testify. For nearly half a century, the Cato Institute has produced original research showing that people, whatever their ancestry, background, or birthplace, benefit the United States. Sadly, the U.S. immigration system is outdated, approving just 3% of immigrants seeking legal permanent residence last year. This fact has made temporary statuses like parole even more important as a way for legal entry. Since 1952, when Congress created the parole category, administrations have invoked this authority at least 126 times. Millions have entered legally as parolees and have contributed greatly to our country for decades. The parole processes created under the last administration were no different. The Congressional Budget Office estimates indicate that recent parolees will lower U.S. debt by more than $500 billion over the course of a decade. The current administration admits these recent parole processes were lawful and case by case, and that they reduced illegal immigration, but it terminated them anyway. Tore up promises to 1.5 million legal immigrants, stripping them of status with no warning. This chaos typifies the administration's mass deportation policy, which consists of 3 basic pillars. 1, strip people of legal status and U.S. citizenship. 2, arrest based on convenience and profiling, not threats. And 3, deport without due process. First pillar, parolees, temporary protected status holders, thousands of international students, and even some green card holders who haven't committed any crimes are having their status stripped away. They are even attempting to take away U.S. citizenship from many U.S.-born babies and threatening to do the same to many naturalized citizens. In some cases, they are taking away people's status explicitly to retaliate against their free speech. Millions losing their status isn't fixing illegal immigration, but that's not their goal. Their goal is to increase targets for deportation, paid for by us, the taxpayer. Second pillar, target based on convenience, not threat. ICE isn't prioritizing the worst of the worst. Parolees were and are continuously vetted. They aren't threats, they're just convenient targets. That's why ICE is rounding up those who are complying with the asylum process, attending court hearings, and not committing any crimes. 2/3 of those detained by ICE this year have no criminal conviction. None. Just 7% have a violent conviction. ICE agents themselves are sounding the alarm. Quantity over quality, said one agent, deprioritizing the real threats. Indeed, the White House has explicitly ordered them to stop focusing on serious criminals and conduct indiscriminate, random roundups at bus stops, parking lots, at Home Depot, and even churches. ICE is arresting over 10 times as many non-criminals on the streets as even under the first Trump administration in 2017. But you can't see someone's legal status. So this means blatant illegal profiling in violation of the Fourth Amendment. As one court has already found, they are detaining U.S. citizens for street interrogations and then wrongfully arresting them if they refuse to talk. Third pillar, after detaining without reasonable basis, they're deporting without due process. In March, the administration grabbed more than 50 people who entered America legally, never violated any law. It threw them on a plane and sent them to a foreign torture prison without a trial or so much as a hearing and in violation of a court order. The Supreme Court has already found these expulsions were unconstitutional, but DHS, it disagrees. The president is violating court orders, openly flouting U.S. law, and violating the First, Fourth, Fifth, Sixth, Eighth, 10th, and 14th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution. President Trump can certainly make America poorer, weaker, and less safe with his feckless, chaotic deportation crusade, but he cannot ignore the Constitution. The Constitution is our wall of defense against tyranny. It's the one wall we all should agree needs to be higher. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beer. Members will be recognized by order of seniority for their 5 minutes of questioning. Additional rounds of questioning may be called after all members have been recognized. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Dr. Camaruta, you talked about the cost. I appreciate that. Dr. Camarada, what do you think is the total cost? And the last statement is forgetting that we are debt loading upon American children right now, and every expense that we are incurring is taken from the next generation of U.S. citizens. So what is that true cost that the one big beautiful bill that did address some things is not addressing, specifically the earned income tax credit? And under 3 million illegals that came through under this process, what do you think that cost is per individual multiplied by 3 million specific to the earned income tax credit?
Yeah, so it has to run into the few billions. About 40%, based on the calculations the Census Bureau has done, of recent arrivals from those countries are eligible, have income low enough. And we would assume, since they have work authorization and have valid Social Security numbers, they can get that. And so that number has to run into the billions, maybe 2-3 billion in the value of the earned income tax credit. But we don't have a specific number.
Thank you. Dr. Cuccinelli, you have explained a lot about the process. You've got a lot of years of experience. We've heard from senior officials like the current CBP chief, Rodney Scott, that when he was at Border Patrol, he paroled only a handful of individuals during his entire career. How many people historically have been paroled into the country every year?
Prior to the Biden administration, you would be talking in the thousands as a general matter.
Thus your pronouncement of 3,000 as a good...
Yes, and it also, again, it makes irrelevant programmatic parole, but it also makes the leadership actually value the slots so that you really do look for real, indisputable humanitarian benefit, indisputable significant or humanitarian reasons, indisputable public benefit. And I would note, when I hear an example like Congressman Correa's example of the father of 3 Marines, that's a very sympathetic case. And I would respectfully suggest that you preserve parole for those cases. When you use it willy-nilly for 2-3 million people whom you barely vet, if at all, you don't end up with that quality of story 2 and 3 million times. So if you want to just bring in those good cases, I'll call them, then you need to restrict the availability of parole to the secretary and to every administration so that they're forced to use it for quality cases.
Let me shift gears relative to what happens once parole is provided, that designation. What happens to that individual in terms of the time period? They're then told some are told to show up to an ICE agent to be able to be given a notice to appear in an immigration court. But many of these ICE officers are so backed up by our understanding, it may be as long as 10 years. Again, some of these are 1 year, 2 year, in terms of the time period that should be allowable, can turn into many multiplied past that. That notice to appear, if it goes to the nth degree,
right.
How long does it take for these people to otherwise be processed, then final adjudication?
So Congressman Correa's other comment about how this needs to fit into the bigger immigration reform question falls right into your question here. So one thing that no one has talked about is how all of these otherwise illegal entrants clog the system for people who are playing by the rules, who have played by the rules all along. America is the most generous immigration country in the world. And that's the legal portion of what we do. And that is clogged up. That's where that 10-year backup number comes from. And the estimates, again, are different. Presumably, some of the money from the bill that just passed will be used to get more judges, more lawyers, et cetera, and to move those cases faster. But in the Biden administration, hey, come see us at the ICE office, they knew very well that a large portion of those folks would never show up, and in fact, they didn't. And so now we need to go find them just to end their parole and put them back in the status they were previously in and deport them where appropriate.
As it's commonly said, notice to appear turns into notice to disappear. I now recognize Ranking Member Thanadar for 5 minutes for questions he may have.
Thank you, Chair. We have a video.
Along Sunset and Western Avenue, there's cell phone video that you just saw. It captured the raids occurring at this Home Depot property. Also,
hands behind your back. Hands behind your back.
If you don't my hands, go ahead, put them behind my back.
Smashing the rear window of this white pickup truck, and just moments later.
Yo, hey, he's bleeding, bro. He's bleeding from his head. Look.
Lining this area as children were playing.
Looks like ICE is out of control. The video we just watched is shocking. Armed and masked men with guns are roaming American streets, chasing down, tackling, and arresting people. We've seen federal officers raid Home Depot parking lots, swarm the fields where our crops are being harvested, and march across MacArthur Park in Los Angeles like a hostile military through a battlefield. Mr. Beer, based on your research and expertise, who do ICE and other federal officers appear to be targeting? And on what basis are they targeting people?
Well, it's obvious that they're engaged in illegal profiling. We know from reports that White House Deputy Chief Stephen Miller ordered that they stop developing target lists of criminals and to go out to the streets and just start arresting people. Tom Homan, again, White House czar on immigration, says they're doing profiling. They're going out. They're saying, you're a day laborer. We're going to detain you, even in absence of any reason to believe that you are in violation of any law.
Mr. Beer, Donald Trump claimed that he wanted to deport the worst of the worst criminals. If that is the case, why?
Out and they're profiling people and they're arresting them. And that is resulting in all of the arrests that we're seeing in the conflict and chaos in the streets.
Thank you, Mr. Beer. It's not just that Donald Trump's agents are unconstitutionally and immorally profiling people based on the color of their skin. It's also that no one really knows whether they are encountering a federal officer or a thug. We have seen videos over and over again showing supposed federal officers with their faces covered by masks, scarves, and fabric. Mr. Beer, does it concern you that masked officers are patrolling communities, refusing to identify themselves and arresting people on the street? Does this make our country safer?
Absolutely not. It makes the situation less safe for both the officer and the person that they're interacting with in the public, because they don't know, the person in the public doesn't know whether they're an officer or not. They could be a criminal, they could be another person, and that leads to more conflict. I have a long list of cases around the country of people who posed as ICE officers to commit crimes just this year, just in the last year. This is happening. And so there are good reasons for people to be careful when someone shows up with a mask and says, do what I tell you to do.
Thank you, Mr. Beard. Thank you for your testimony. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Representative Guest for his 5 minutes question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cuccinelli, you mentioned in both your opening statement and your written testimony the applicable law that must be applied by DHS, by the Secretary, when parole is considered. The IRA, passed with overwhelming bipartisan support, 1996, signed into law by then President Bill Clinton, a Democrat. Again, easily passed the House, easily passed the Senate. And as I look at that law, it seems to me to set forth both the process and the standard. The process being that it must be applied on a case-by-case basis. Is there any part of the IRA that allows the law to be applied in a situation of mass parole? Can the Secretary just decide, I'm not going to follow the case by case, I'm just going to set forth these categories of people, and if you fall into this broad category of individuals, then I'm automatically going to assume that the process portion of that has been met?
No is the answer.
And it's clearly no, correct? It's not even close. There's no ambiguity as to what the statute says.
This is the only statute that contains any aspect of the parole authority. There aren't multiple statutes to look at, as we sometimes see in the immigration space. This is it.
And so the first part it says forth is the process, and then the standard says it must be on the basis of urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit. Are there any more standards that the Secretary can choose to apply?
No.
So you mentioned there, and some of the questioning by Chairman Bruckheen, you mentioned somewhat in your written statement too, that historically, prior to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Secretary Mayorkas coming into office and abusing this parole system, that historically, on an annual basis, the number of individuals who were granted parole were in the low thousands. Is that what I heard from you, Mr. Cuccinelli?
You did. There have been exceptions, but they tend to reach back before 1996.
You even mentioned a range in your written statement of 3,000 to 5,000. Can you expand on where that came from?
That's my suggestion as to how to bring this system under control. If you are going to have administrations that sometimes will simply not abide by the plain language of the statute Congress passed, then you need to put in harder, more objective limitations in place. If the alternative is complete unfettered discretion, which is how the Biden administration operated, or zero, there are reasons both of those are bad. So thus my suggestion in the 3,000 to 5,000 range of putting a hard cap on an annual basis on the Secretary of Homeland Security and how many people they can let in using this parole authority.
And so when you say 3,000 to 5,000, that's annually, correct? That's yes. 3,000 to 5,000 a year. I did some rough math. I took into account, said that there were 3 million people that came in and were paroled during that 4-year period. Divided by the number of days over 4 years, and at 3 million, that's over 2,000 individuals a day.
A day.
Each and every day, Monday through Friday, Saturday and Sunday, Christmas, New Year's, July 4th, that were paroled in the country. And then given the administration just the benefit of the doubt at 2.5 million. I did that math. That's 1,700 individuals a day each and every day for 4 years. And so what you're telling me is that we should be shooting for a range of somewhere between 3 and 5. And let's just double that number just for argument's sake. Maybe we say 10. Maybe we say 20,000 is a good number. But we, in a given week, we're doing over 14,000 individuals in a given week. And so, Mr. Kuchel, just let me ask you, as my time draws near, based on what you know about the law, the standards and the process that must be met, did Secretary Mayorkas, did the Department of Homeland Security, under the prior administration, did they abide by the law, or did they abuse the law that was given to them by Congress?
They rather obviously abused the law.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Representative Correa for his 5 minutes of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Cuccinelli, we're going to see if this gentleman can get parole in place as father of these 3 American Marines. You mentioned we are our most generous nation. We are, but we also benefit tremendously from immigrants in any way possible. Einstein, well, all of us here are immigrants to this country. We made this country strong. But, Mr. Beardum, we hear a lot about the costs. We hear a lot about the cost benefits. I've been hearing this argument 30, 40 years. The costs, are there any benefits to immigrants working in this country?
Of course, there are huge benefits to immigration. Look, without immigrants coming into the United States right now, our labor force would be in decline, and that would have devastating
It'd be another
consequences.
Japan.
Say that again?
We would be another Japan.
Yeah, and look, you can survive. Japan hasn't gone away, but they're poorer as a consequence. And so if you want to have a vibrant society, you want to have as many people contributing to it as possible. That's what the Founding Fathers understood from the beginning, is that people are the ultimate resource. They are a benefit to the country. There are economies of scale that happen when you have more people that come in, and those people end up doing more specialized labor, which improves living standards for everyone in the United States.
You know, I think about people trying to get into this country to work, and the draw. I don't think it's as much welfare as it is a good job. And you know, I think I would propose that the easy way to solve a lot of this is penalize the employers. I mean, put them in jail, come down on them hard. Once you stop hiring folks, guess what? That job magnet goes away, right? I mean, you know, the last 2 or 3 years, you had people from Central America walking across the border, but it would take them $8,000 to $10,000 paying somebody to get them to the border, maybe across. So my proposition is, it's the jobs. This is why people come. This is why my grandfather came to build the railroads in 1900. It was a job. Go ahead, Mr. Beard.
Look at the immigration system. We have a guest worker program for lesser skill agricultural jobs, but only if they're seasonal and temporary. We have one for non-agricultural jobs that has a low cap. That's also only if it's seasonal or temporary. You look at all of the people who've come in over the last few years. Where did they go? They went into the year-round permanent jobs in agriculture, in manufacturing, in poultry processing, in other areas where there is no visa. There's no way for them to come legally. So yes, we need a legal way. Parole is one of those ways. We're hearing from the committee they don't like parole. I don't know why they don't like parole, but they don't like parole. So we'll call it something else. Call it a visa. Let them apply at a consulate. Let them come in legally. Let them contribute to this country. They don't need welfare, as you said. So let them contribute. I don't get it. What's the problem? We can solve this with a legal path.
I'm happy to work with my colleagues across the aisle to look at this cost benefit. I always ask myself, what's the value of being energy independent in terms of national defense? Everybody here wants to be energy independent. What's the value of being food independent on an international basis? Do you want to import your food, be dependent on somebody else, or you good exporting it? And those are the issues I think we have to look at strategically. Where do you want to go as a country? But let's be honest about this cost benefits. I mentioned some of the articles, Wisconsin, other parts. I just saw a map. The southern states of this country, heavily reliant on ag immigrant workforce, undocumented. So all I'm saying is let's just be honest and let that drive policy. Facts. Go ahead.
Well, you're absolutely right. And if you come back to this issue of parole, we keep hearing again and again how they were otherwise inadmissible or otherwise illegal. Look, everyone is otherwise illegal except for their status. So these people have status, they're already here, they're already contributing to this country. Why would we rip up their status, create all this economic turmoil?
If they have criminal record?
No criminal record. They're vetted.
But if they do, then you're not in. But if you're a hard-working person, then you're in.
Exactly.
Possible. Mr. Chairman, in the last seconds, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a number of articles describing contributions of immigrants to Social Security, American ag, the dairy industry, the labor force in general. These articles essentially highlight how these industries are dependent on undocumented economic labor force.
Without objection, so ordered. The gentleman yields. I now recognize Representative Strong for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to first thank our witnesses for being here today for their contributions to this critical discussion. Mr. Cuccinelli, according to the Department of Homeland Security, nonprofit organizations occasionally serve as sponsors on parole applications. How frequently do nonprofit organizations serve in this role, and what are the implications of their involvement?
I don't have exact numbers, but it is very common. They also do it. It isn't a one-off. So you have organizations that are being sponsors for large numbers of people. And I would just point out, this concept of sponsorship is as old as the American immigration system, but the fact of the matter is, in our adult lifetimes, sponsors have not, repeat, not been held accountable to what are the supposed requirements of sponsors. And that has just never happened under any administration. So it's easy for the nonprofits or any individual to do this. We have individuals sponsoring scores of people as well, dozens, I should say, that'd be the high end, which they could never financially fulfill the obligations if they were called on to do so for everyone they're sponsoring. So this whole system is broken, and thus it's very easy for a nonprofit to step in there as one part of its agenda to bring larger numbers of folks into the U.S.
Thank you. I'm glad to see that this administration is placing national security first and is taking the necessary actions to restore integrity and accountability to our immigration system. Mr. Cuccinelli, can you discuss the role that state and local law enforcement play in supporting ICE with parole removal orders, as well as any challenges that they see?
So first of all, this is all more work for all of them to do if they're willing to do it. Making the news all the time are the states and localities that refuse to cooperate with ICE. And under the 10th Amendment, the federal government can't simply demand local or state cooperation. Now, as your annual budget comes up September 30th, you can write it into the law. This was litigated in the first Trump administration, and without specific budget requirements tying cooperation to the cutting off of funding, then the federal government doesn't have a tool to compel this cooperation. For those that do cooperate, we famously we're seeing it in Florida, and we can go all around the country at the localities in many of your states that are cooperating. Yes, it's easier, believe it or not, to target the criminals because they pop onto your radar. They pop onto your radar. They may be 2.5%, 3%, 4%, 5% of the total population, and I've heard complaints that they're only 30% of those being deported. I would point out that they're 10 times their proportion in the population of illegal aliens being focused on. So that security and safety element is a priority numerically and proportionally.
Thank you. Switching gears a little bit, Mr. Camarota, you and I both know that America deserves an immigration system that prioritizes their interest in public safety above all else. Can you further expand on the physical burdens placed on American taxpayers when parolees begin receiving welfare benefits? And are there types of financial benefits that parolees qualify for that other illegal aliens do not?
Yeah, so especially with that qualified alien provision that now apparently, as I read the big beautiful bill, is not going to apply. But the thing you have to keep in mind is that probably played some role, but what's driving the high use of public services is the low educational attainment of parolees and their low income, the presence of US-born children, which isn't changing with the law, the fact that some states give them benefits, some programs are allowed to be used like WIC and free school lunch and emergency Medicaid and Medicaid for pregnant women. So there are these other factors. In other words, if you had to, the bottom line is people who come to America, even those who work, and as I point out, they have relatively high rates of work. If they have very modest levels of education, they make extensive use of the social safety net. And it's not because they're lazy. It's not because they all came to get welfare. It's just the reality of modern America. You have to be very selective or you're going to get kicked in the teeth in fiscal costs. That's just how it is when it comes to immigration.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Carter for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Like many Americans, I'm deeply troubled by the cruel and profoundly un-American mass deportation agenda being undertaken by the Donald Trump administration and his allies. These harsh policies are not about public safety or border security. We've seen children torn from their parents, flagrant disregard of basic due process protections, and individuals targeted for exercising their First Amendment rights. Congress must do what we can to uphold the values of our founding fathers and the rights of all people in the United States. We need immigration policies rooted in dignity, fairness, and most importantly, due process, not cruelty and authoritarianism. Despite campaign promises, the vast majority of those detained or deported under this administration, have had no criminal record. Many of these individuals have lived here for years, raised families here, and contributed to our communities. In New Orleans, my hometown and district, just weeks ago, Madonna Kashanian, an Iranian woman who's lived in the United States for almost 5 decades with no criminal record, was gardening outside her home when ICE agents detained her. I'd like to commend my friend and colleague, Majority Leader, Congressman Steve Scalise, who worked with me to get her released. Yeah, I said Majority Leader Steve Scalise, who worked to have her released. Congressman Scalise said, and I quote, "She's been a great member of this community. She's done a lot for the people, and her life work is what she should be judged on." This was said by a Republican, by your leader. I agree with this sentiment, and I hope that my Republican colleagues that see this and know that they should too treat every human being seeking a better life in this country the same way. Steve Scalise, Majority Leader, Republican, said that we have to have a better process, that we shouldn't be snatching people who are people that are here that hadn't broken any laws, that had been here for many years. Let's keep this going. It sounds like we're on the right track. I would ask my colleagues on this committee and in the Republican conference to likewise follow the lead of their leader who said this and acted, more importantly, and she's been released as a part of that. She now has due process. That's all we're asking that people have is due process. Have an opportunity to defend yourself. If you are, in fact, someone that's been breaking laws and are habitual, that's another story. But if you've been here and you tried to go through the process, you should not be singled out. Mr. Beer, how has the Trump administration's immigration enforcement practice, such as denying access to legal counsel and expedited deportations without hearings, undermined basic due process and constitutional protections?
Look, this administration went to the Supreme Court with the proposition that they could grab anyone off the streets, put them on a plane with no hearing, no warning, and fly them to a foreign prison and put them there indefinitely and pay for it with U.S. tax dollars. They went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that. You got to go back and give people due process. That's a good win. Unfortunately, they have tried to evade that ruling in every conceivable possible way, using other authorities to fly people to other countries.
We have a constitution for a reason.
We have a
rule of law for a reason.
We have a constitution.
The founders of our constitution were keenly aware that this day might come.
Yes, they were. Absolutely, they were. The problem we're facing is there's a lack of consequences when an administration or agents of the administration violate the Constitution. They can violate it with impunity, and as long as they can, they will.
I got about 36 seconds. I want to get a few more questions. And what does it mean for civil liberties in a democratic society when the Trump administration targets individuals for immigration enforcement based on political speech and activism, not because of anything else, just because they don't like what you said? This is America, right?
This is America, and in America, you don't need a passport to speak freely. And that is what it's coming to. If you can get a phone call from ICE to prove that you are a citizen and then therefore you have the right to say certain things critical of the government, we have degraded free speech for every single person.
Lastly, and I'm already over my time, so thank you, Mr. Chairman. ICE agents wearing masks without identifying badges or identification. We've seen people abuse this already. What risk do we have? And I'd ask each of the members to kind of chime in very briefly. When we have armed guards that don't wear any identification, that don't show a badge, that hide their faces, understand the argument that we have to protect the agents. But should there not be some duty to identify yourself as a duly appointed ICE agent to make sure that nefarious actors are not misusing this role to do things that are further illegal than we've already seen happen? Real quickly.
Yeah, we've already seen, as I said before, a huge number of cases around the country where people have impersonated ICE agents using masks, and it's a real problem in the country.
I assume they're doing it because they have a fear that they could be targeted. Certainly, there are violent groups that have targeted ICE, and that's
so why don't all police officers do that?
I don't know that they're being
not
targeted.
being targeted.
Yeah, there's not.
You don't think police officers are being targeted? I beg to differ.
When was the last time a congressman
We see police officers, we see police officers being targeted on the street of America every single day.
Gentlemen's
they don't cover their
time
faces
has
because
expired.
they understand they have to protect and serve. My time is you.
When
Thank you, sir. Your time is up too.
When they are
your time is up too, sir. Your time, sir. Your time is up. Reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time.
Your time is up,
Reclaiming my time.
When they're threatened,
you have
they
no
should
time,
protect
sir.
themselves. It's
Sir,
irresponsible
you have
not
no
to protect your own office.
You are not going to overspeak me, sir. When you're
Well,
asking
you're doing
questions-
it to me, so
well,
I'll
you're
do
not
it
a
to
member
you.
of Congress.
God bless
Gentlemen, if you
America.
both suspend. Chair now recognizes Representative Crane for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Mr. Cuccinelli, would you like to finish your thoughts?
Your
Since it's
first
my time.
responsibility leading a law enforcement agency is the protection of your agents. That's first, because if you can't do it's like the first rule of first aid. You have to take care of yourself before you can take care of the person next to you. We all get that instruction on the plane flight every day, right? And that applies at an agency level as well. I cannot remember a time in my adult lifetime where one specific law enforcement agency was so personally targeted as ICE agents are being targeted today, including by members of this body. By members of this body who are willing to put at risk law enforcement officers that work for the federal government they are part of. And so, they have body cams. The people who go out on each, I'll call it a mission, are identified, meaning you can go back and figure out what agents were on that when they misbehave. I am not going to sit here and say police officers in any department never misbehave. They do. They're human beings and they make mistakes. And they do things wrong intentionally sometimes. I'm not going to say ICE agents do that. That didn't happen while I was a deputy secretary. And if you're not willing to protect your own agents, whether it's the Capitol Police or whether it's ICE, then you have no business sending them out on the street. That's immoral.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to Dr. Camarota. On January 16th, 2025, the Center for Immigration Studies posted the Beyond the Border podcast, episode 187, titled Why Legal Immigration Numbers Matter. You and my colleague, Representative Chip Roy, provided a detailed assessment of how U.S. Census Bureau data shows that President Trump handed Joe Biden a border that was under control. In fact, the data shows that international migrant crossings were at a 20-year low in Trump's final year in office. Joe Biden changed course in 2022 and increased the number of international immigrants to an all-time high. My question is this: would you agree the Biden admin failed to utilize their authority to detect, repel, detain, and deport illegal immigrants, and without the use of illegal parole, the U.S. Census data wouldn't have detected an increase?
Right. So in that data, just during the Biden administration, the foreign-born, that's all immigrants, grew by over 8 million, and more than 5 million, or about 2/3 of that increase in the data, and it misses people, is new illegal immigrants. And yes, the decision not to detain people, not to use expedited removal, to end the Remain in Mexico policy, to end the cooperation agreements we had with the Central American countries, and so on, caused a surge in illegal immigration. Most experts think illegal immigration, at least there was people coming and going in big numbers all the time, but it was roughly stable in the previous decade. But under President Biden, it grew 5 or 6 million. Now remember, some people went home, some got legalized, and that's a pretty conservative estimate.
Would you agree Democrats benefited from paroling illegal immigrants through increased population counted in the census and added seats for congressional representation?
Well, I have a very detailed study of that. Obviously, it didn't matter for 2020. It is true that as a general proposition that the arrival of immigrants in Democratic leading states tend to help Democrats. Also, the other big thing it does, it creates districts with relatively few citizens because the district lines are drawn based on total population. And those districts with relatively few American citizens do vote overwhelmingly Democratic, but that doesn't mean the illegals are voting or that the non-citizens are voting. It's just the people who live around them are very much Democratic. But it does increase Democratic representation, while the districts that are overwhelmingly comprised of American citizens tend to vote overwhelmingly Republican. So yes, there is a political dimension here. I'm not going to comment on the Democrats' motives, but that does happen.
Thank you. Mr. Cuccinelli, according to the Department of Homeland Security, until Joe Biden, parole was rarely used. Between 2014 and 2020, parole was used sparingly to admit between 11,000 and 54,000 immigrants each year. DHS data shows that Biden admin unlawfully expanded 2 parole programs that brought over 1 million illegals into the country under the auspice of legal process. The Cuban, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, or CHNV parole system ballooned illegal parole numbers in conjunction with the use of the CBP One app. Between the 2 programs, an estimated 531,000 and 936,000 illegals were paroled into the U.S. just by registering for an asylum hearing. Additionally, DOJ data states that between 2021 and 2024, the number of absentee removal orders increased from under 50,000 prior to Biden to well over 200,000 under the Biden mass parole program, meaning that the parolees weren't returning to their hearings, just vanishing into the U.S. My question, do you believe former DHS Secretary Mayorkas was derelict in the oversight of DHS for agencies' unlawful use of the parole process?
Well, I would use the word derelict if this was unintentional. And then the answer would be yes.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter to the record. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into.
Representative Carter, if we may, just trying to make sure I'm balancing everyone's time, and I gave you an extra minute. I'm trying to be careful.
I just want to introduce this to the record. I have no comment.
Ms. Johnson, would you yield? I'm about to recognize you. Would you yield for giving him the opportunity to do so?
I don't think I have to yield my time.
Just to enter into the record? I shouldn't take away from her minutes. I'll be a moment.
I'll
Thank you,
allow
Mr.
it.
Chairman. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter a legal opinion from jail that found Mr. Cuccinelli did not lawfully serve in his position as Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security, as he stated. Thank you.
Without objection, so ordered. Ms. Johnson, you're now recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to respond to a couple of the comments. The gentleman that was implying that illegal immigration benefited Democratic states is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of. I live in Texas. I don't think anyone can state that there's a state out there that has more immigrants in it than the state of Texas, and it's very Republican. It's very red, and I also resent the hell out of the comment. I'm a duly elected member of Congress by citizens of my district, and to imply that Democrats are not elected by citizens of this country is outrageous and offensive, and you should be ashamed of yourselves. Next, Mr. Chairman, recipients of humanitarian parole programs, they don't want to leave their countries. They're here because they are fleeing harm and persecution. And we are the United States of America. We're supposed to be a beacon of refuge, a place that says, give me your poor, your tired, your huddled masses. We're here, but we're neglecting these very words by virtue of this committee hearing and what's happening in this Congress. In May, the administration announced the termination of temporary protected status for our Afghan allies, the brave Afghans who put their lives on the line to support our U.S. troops. You give all this sanctimony about protecting our lines of enforcers of ICE, but what about the troops? What about the people who put their lives on the line in foreign countries and we had to solicit assistance from brave people in this country who risked their lives to make sure that our troops were safe and that our mission could be handled? And we said to them, if you help us, we will be there for you, but not anymore. So now, the U.S. is home to over 200,000 Afghan allies. President of the nonprofit Afghan evac and military vet Sean Van Dever said, we made a promise to our Afghan allies, and fulfilling that promise is not just a policy. It's about integrity. It's about honor and honoring the commitment. Thousands of troops are rallying behind our Afghan allies because they know the countless American lives there were saved because of them and their bravery. They bled and died for our country, and how are we repaying them? By sending them back with a death sentence. I find that to be morally outrageous. It is wrong. What is happening? What is happening? All you who've served bravely in our military, who love to parade pomp and circumstance about the role and honor of our U.S. military, and here we have citizens of another country who will be killed and executed because they helped our men and women who bravely serve. That is not the America that we all know we should be. And I think to the other point, you're complaining about ICE and masks. I think it's wrong that ICE agents are masking themselves, hiding themselves, not properly identifying themselves. And the question is not, do you not support the men who serve in law enforcement in this country, because we all do? But maybe you should be questioning the mission. Why is there so much pushback? Why is there so much outrage of how they're handling their mission? Why are we not questioning that? I think we are. That the way they're doing it, by running up on people, by coming and attacking people who are in this country legally. This country said, yes, you have temporary protected status. Yes, you can come here. You've come the right way. And now we're saying, within very short notice, get the hell out. That is not fair. That is not right. That's putting these people who come here to fulfill their American dream, the tired, the poor, the huddled masses, come here and you can be free. It's just so wrong. And I think what we're seeing here is an outrage by the American people. And it's the leadership of this administration that is sending these agents into dangerous, harmful activities that are causing such a public outcry. Mr. Breyer, I have a question. Can you please explain the consequences for the lives of these Afghans and what's going to happen to them when America breaks its promise to them and sends them back to be executed in Afghanistan for helping the United States of America?
Yeah, so about 70,000 Afghans were paroled into the United States. They came legally during the evacuation. I guess the opposition to that would be that we should have left them all there to be killed. I prefer that we did what we did. Some bad actors were part of that group. We identified those people, and that's appropriate. That's what vetting should do. But the vast majority of the people that we evacuated were people that we should be protecting, and we should allow them to stay here permanently with a permanent status. We shouldn't have a temporary protected status. We should allow them to stay permanently, and there's legislation to do that.
Right, because the
The
next...
gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Knott for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, one of the great frustrations here is the conflation of legal immigration and illegal immigration. And the Democratic Party has made a habit of painting it with one swoop. Republicans are against all immigrants, and that could not be further from the truth. And as someone who worked over the last decade prosecuting illegal immigrant criminals, I can tell you I have zero problems with them wearing masks. We have organized crime, we have violent crime, we have international criminal operations that are here in this country, the likes of which few citizens can conceive of. And they perform counter surveillance, they are sophisticated, they're ruthless, and the level of violence that they operate in is a level that most Americans cannot conceive of. So I find it offensive that we are calling out our officers for protecting themselves. No, I will not. No, I will not. And this idea that we can bring as many people into this country from anywhere in the world, no matter where they come from, no matter what they believe, no matter what culture they hail from, without consequence, and truly that it will only benefit this country is just laughable. It's just laughable. We have 40 million illegal immigrants in this country. And we just have to ask ourselves, to Ms. Johnson, how many of the world's poor can we bring in here in addition to the legal immigrants? Before the American economy, before Americans are harmed. We can't even take care of our own poor. And the thought that we could bring in millions and millions of illegals and then not have a detrimental effect in our country, I find it offensive. How many millions of low-skilled, illiterate individuals should we bring into the United States while our own children fall behind, while our own children are lagging in schools? Dozens of countries from around the world sanction extreme persecution for religious or political differences. Should we bring millions of those people into the United States? In many countries, you can be executed because you are a Christian, because you are a homosexual, because you disagree on a political matter. Should we bring 10, 20, 30, 50 million of those people into the country? This whole premise is absolutely outrageous, and the American people know that unchecked immigration on an illegal basis will bring this country to its knees. So conflating the two, illegal immigration, open borders, unchecked migration, mass migration into this country is only harmful. We could not be more robust in our favor for legal immigration. It is illegal immigration that we should be fighting against. The Democrats have not shifted 1 centimeter since November. They only advocate for open borders and unchecked illegal immigration, and I find it astounding. Now, Mr. Cuccinelli, there was a lengthy discussion earlier that said that the ICE officers who are bravely trying to eradicate some of these criminals and get them out of the country are only operating on the basis of race. Again, I've worked with them. I think that is a grotesque overstatement, but I'll let you respond to it.
So when I was the deputy secretary and overseeing ICE, any operation, they didn't just wake up one day and say, who are we going to get today? Investigation, research, and preparation goes into every field operation that you see and don't see.
Right.
People are not winging it. They're prepared, they're professionals. They do this for a variety of reasons. One, to preserve the safety of everyone going out, including the people they're going to encounter, by the way. You bring enough force to maintain the peace so that no one is tempted to be violent. That's part of the preparation, as you well know. They execute on that plan, and all the allegations here about, oh, they're just after this or that on that one sole thing, they just hitting people at Home Depot, that is just the biggest pile of horse manure I've heard in a long time.
Gentlemen yield?
Nope.
So the comment was made, maybe it's the mission. I think she's right. That's not a reason that's not a reason that law enforcement officers shouldn't be enforcing the law. You're Congress. If you don't like their mission, change the law. They are executing the law properly, and the whole question of masks, the fact that people in the federal government don't approve of ICE agents protecting themselves under situations, and let's be really clear here, they're not threatening ICE agents. They're threatening their families.
American citizens being arrested.
10 seconds.
Families are being threatened.
And I will say, just in closing, Mr. Chairman, that there were roughly almost 3 million people granted temporary protective status. If each one of those people were given an hour, that's 330 years of government time to vet those people. I think it's laughable to assume that those people were properly vetted before they were brought into this country. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired and he yields.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Thayer, you are recognized.
Mr. Chair, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to enter a statement for the record from the AFL-CIO that speaks to immigrants being vital members of the workforce.
Without objection, so ordered. I want to thank the witnesses for your time, your testimony, and the members for the questions and the dialogue. The members of the subcommittee may have some additional questions for the witnesses. We ask the witnesses to respond to these in writing. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7E, the hearing record will be held open for 10 days. Without objection, the subcommittee now stands adjourned.
So why Indiana?
Pardon me?
Why Indiana for this latest detention center?
Why not? I mean, bottom line is the state should play a role in this administration's efforts to remove public safety threats from this nation as quick as possible, illegal alien public safety threats and national security threats. States are playing a role. I'm happy for their participation and coordination and efforts.
How quickly could we see it up and running?
I don't have exact deadline on it. I know it's we're looking at about 1,000-bed facility, and I just said in another interview, I'd like to see more. I'd like to see bigger facilities that hold 4,000 or 5,000 people. Just creates more efficiencies. Near an airstrip, move people in and out quicker, bigger population, but 1,000 beds help. I've said from day one, we need 100,000 beds. That's what we asked for in the big, beautiful bill, and we got it. 100,000 beds will create more efficiencies and allow ICE agents to arrest more bad people on the street. And with us hiring at a massive rate, more boots on the ground, meaning we're arresting more criminals, which means we need more beds. Everybody arrests needs a bed. They're going to be in custody for several days, several weeks, several months, depending on the specific case. But the more beds we have, the more success we're going to see.
Do you have a cost estimate yet?
Mr. Homan, is the administration considering any federal action in Portland where we see Antifa besieged one of the buildings there for over a month now and assaulting and attacking journalists on the ground?
We'll see about that. I'm going to Portland.
Mr. Homan, Scripps News has learned that there was a major medical incident at Alligator Alcatraz.
Major what?
Major medical incident at Alligator Alcatraz.
What was it?
What could you tell us about that?
I can tell you I went to Alligator Alcatraz 2 days ago, and I'm sick and tired of false stories about Alligator Alcatraz. Someone asked me the other day that the priest wasn't allowed in to get masked. Wrong. They got the records there. They showed me records. Clergy had been allowed on there. And I walked through the medical facility there. Not one person was in the trauma unit at all. I talked to the head medical person, shared with me, what they're getting. Some people don't, a stomach ache or nothing serious has happened there. And if something serious is happening, they got a helicopter right there to take people to the nearest trauma center. So what I saw was a well-run facility. And the reason I went down there is because I get asked these questions all the time about the terrible, terrible Alligator Alcatraz. I went down there, and what I found out is there's a lot of fake stories out there about medical attention, about religious freedom and having clergy there. I went down there. I looked at it. I looked at the books. So it's simply a false story.
Can you say a word about Slammer after the IndyCar rejected it? Can you say a word about reassigning FEMA?
Look, I don't name the facilities, but I'll say this: the work of ICE, the men and women of ICE are trying to do their job with integrity and honor. I don't want these names to detract from that. So not naming the facilities, but I wasn't involved in that, but I want people to focus on the hard work and the dangerous work the men and women at ICE are doing. And they're doing the integrity of honor, and I want us to stick to that. And so I don't want the names taking over the great work they're doing. This is serious work and it's dangerous work, so I want to stick with that.
Can you give a reaction to the judge considering halting operations at Alligator Alcatraz over environmental concerns?
I don't understand what environmental concerns are because I was down there. So all, they take waste out of there every day. They're not having any impact. They haven't put 1 foot of concrete down that wasn't already there. I mean, the airport was already there. Runway was already there. They're moving waste in and out every day. They're moving, sewage water in and out every day. So I don't see any environmental impact. Again, if the judge will make that ruling, go down there and look at it yourself. I'm sick and tired of the radical judges trying to shut down everything we're doing. It's ridiculous. I thought the Supreme Court was pretty clear last month about these radical judges trying to, stop the Trump administration from implementing our agenda that American people voted for.
Immigration advocates, though, say that
deportees to be sent to Rwanda.
I missed the question.
When can we expect the first deportees to be sent to Rwanda?
Working on it.
Immigration advocates argue this, that detainees at Alligator Alcatraz are in inhumane conditions, including flooded facilities, spoiled food, sweltering heat, and they have limited access to their attorneys.
Bunch of crap. I was there. I walked through detainee facilities. I walked through the medical facilities. I walked through the cafeteria. I had them show me, what did you feed these people today? I saw the lunch what they fed them. They ate better yesterday than I am eating today. Bottom line, that's God's honor. And I looked at what they're giving them for dinner. I did it just so I can push back on the fake media stories here. I went down there, I saw the meals. I'd sit down and have one of those meals. And I went through I didn't see any flooding. I went through the facilities where they're being detained, the air conditioning, the level of comfort. I was wearing a suit and I wasn't sweating. So again, fake stories.
TPS for Ukrainian people, Mr. Homan. TPS for Ukrainian people. President Trump told that he gonna extend TPS status and you for Ukrainian people. Are you going to do that?
That's the Secretary of Homeland. That's Christy Noem's calling that.
Two questions for you.
Sir, can I just ask about FEMA? So there's reports that you're going to be reassigning FEMA agents to work on ICE detentions. Would that be a temporary thing, or are you talking about that?
I have not heard that. You're the first one to say that to me, so I'm not aware of that.
And are you still, Mr. Homan, are you still targeting this 3,000 arrests a day a target, or how should we think about your capacity to arrest with these?
Look, I think the Department of Justice, 3,000 arrests, people say, what a ridiculous number. Do the math. We'd have to arrest 7,000 people every day for the remainder of this administration just to remove the people Joe Biden released in the country. 3,000, in my opinion, is not a target. It's not my target. But, everybody says 3,000 is a ridiculous, goal. I'll say, look at the numbers. We'd have to arrest more than twice many of that just to remove the people that Biden let in. That's not counting the 12, 15 million already here. So I don't think anybody's working on a goal of 3,000. I think I look at the numbers every day, and I think the men and women are doing a great job. I hope we get over 3,000 a day when we bring these additional resources on, additional beds, additional transportation contracts. Because again, and despite what some of you are all saying, most people arrested aren't criminals. Again, crap, wrong. I look at the numbers every morning. The first thing I do is look at the numbers. The numbers I looked at this morning, 70% of everybody ICE arrested is a criminal. For some of y'all say, well, they're not criminal enough. Just a DUI. 10,000 people a year die from DUI. Bottom line is 70% of everybody ICE arrested is a criminal. Who's the other 30% they're arresting? So when you write the stories, why don't we just be honest and tell the whole story? Many of them are national security threats that don't have criminal history, because most national security threats lay low. They don't want to encounter law enforcement while they're here. For instance, over 300 Iranian nationals. Probably not criminals, don't have a criminal history, but they're national security. And they need to be arrested and taken off the streets. Who are the other ones? Many of them are final orders. These are people who had due process at great taxpayer expense, and a federal judge ordered them removed. And our job, under statute, is to remove them. So we find them, we remove them. May not be criminals, but they have the due process. The reason we're doing that, because if we don't, we send a message to the whole world. It's okay to cross the border illegally. It's a crime, but don't worry about it. Show up in court or not show up in court and get a final order removal from a federal judge, but don't worry about it. As long as you don't commit another crime, no one's looking for you. If that's the message we send to the whole world, You're never going to fix this issue. There are millions of people standing in line doing things the right way, taking their tests, doing their background investigation, paying their fees. They're sitting in the back seat. Well, we had 10.5 million illegal aliens come to the border, who a vast majority of them were asylum cheaters. You can call them asylum seekers all you want. I guess that's an accurate term. But look at the immigration court data. 9 out of 10 people who claim asylum at the border end up with an order removal. They cheated the system ahead of thousands of people in the world who really do need our protection. They really do need asylum, protect them from their home government. They're sitting in the back seat. What the Trump administration is doing, we're enforcing laws enacted by Congress. President Trump's keeping his promise. And look at the crime rates already. Every public safety threat ICE takes off the street makes this country safer. Every national security threat we take off the street makes this country safer. Every illegal alien with a final deportation order that we remove sends a strong message to the whole world. It's not okay to enter this country illegally. It is a crime. It is not okay to be here illegally. And if you're here illegally, you got a problem. You should be looking over your shoulder. It's not okay to be here illegally. Like it wouldn't be okay for me to be in any other country illegally. We're enforcing immigration law. That's what the American people put President Trump in the Oval Office for. President Trump's success on the border is unprecedented. We've got the most secure border in the history of the nation today. I've worked with 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. No one has come close to the success of the Trump administration on border security. And I looked at the numbers this morning. Again, over 300,000 repatriations since January when President Trump came in office. Do the math. That's historic, especially when 70% of those are public safety threats and national security threats. No one does it better than the man sitting in the White House here, Donald Trump. And I'm proud every day when I wake up. I'm proud to work for this president because he's making this country safe again every day, and you all see the numbers.
Mr. Homan, what is the cost? What are the cost estimates for?
Your government is so successful in taking migrants to Rwanda. What gives you confidence that you will be successful, and how do you see this process?
What gives us confidence we'll be successful? Look at the numbers. You've never seen numbers this good.
I think UK government was not successful in sending migrants to Rwanda. UK government.
They're not the United States of America. They don't have President Trump running the show.
Mr. Homan, a question on farm workers. The president said in his interview with CNBC that he wants to work with farmers to help them with their labor needs. So we're sending back migrant farm workers back to their countries and then with a pass back in legally. What does that mean? Because the administration has been a little inconsistent in describing the case for migrant farm workers. So is that a system in place right now? Because the president said that's what was happening, that migrants are being sent back to their home countries and then being given a pass to come back here to work on the farms.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to get ahead of the president. I don't think there's been any formal policy that's been signed or pushed out to agencies. Until we have a final plan, I'm not going to comment on it because I'm not involved in the discussions right now, so I'm not going to get ahead of the president. We'll see where it goes. I know the president made a statement that farmers may need help, and I know him and others are talking about it, and we'll see what comes out of it. I don't want to get ahead of the president.
Are there still operations happening at farms and agriculture facilities?
We do operations. The worksite operations are based on, again, a prioritization. We're trying to prioritize worksite enforcement based on criminal activity. Like the warrant we served in Los Angeles that started all the riots. People said that, oh, ICE do another racial profiling operation, which was total garbage. We were serving criminal warrants at a facility that was involved with money laundering, tax evasion, and trafficking. That's why we were there. So we try to prioritize our worksite enforcement on criminal cases. Those we have information of labor, forced labor trafficking. Those we have information on tax evasion. So that's what we're doing. We prioritize everything we do. So if there's a hotel that we know there's criminal sex trafficking or criminal labor trafficking, or someone's being abused, someone's at danger, we're going to investigate.
Mr. Homan, what are the cost estimates? Mr. Homan, what are the cost estimates for this detention center in Indiana? Who came up with the name, and also how much is this going to look like Alligator Alcatraz?
I don't know who came up with the name, and I don't know the details. But I'll say this again: 1,000 beds come in very handy, and I'm glad the states are stepping up to help us do this. Every bed we bring on, we fill pretty quickly. I mean, we don't have less than several hundred beds this morning. We'll fill them by tomorrow morning. So the more beds we bring on, and look, I'll say it again, I am happy that governors are stepping up wanting to help with this, because Interior enforcement's their responsibility too. They saw what happened to the crime rates. They see what happened to all the U.S. citizens that were attacked by people not supposed to be here. They read all the stories on the young women raped and murdered by members of criminal cartels that were released in this country by administration. They're angry too, and they're happy that President Trump's taking action to not only secure the border at the highest level ever, but to make this country safe again. I'm glad governors are stepping up, but I'll say it again. I would like to see bigger facilities that be more efficient, holding several thousand people. But 1,000-bed facility is a great help because we need those 1,000 beds. We need them today. So the quicker they bring it on, the better.
What about the administration's next move if the judge does order to halt operations at Alligator Alcatraz?
Well, we'll do what we always do. We'll litigate it, we'll appeal it, and we'll win. I mean, bottom line is, why would you stop operations at a facility that has no issues as far as I'm concerned? Matter of fact, what that facility reminded me yesterday, it's facilities I walked through, will our FEMA employees go and set up their base camps? Facilities just as good as what we send our FEMA employees to, if not better. There was no issues with Alligator Alcatraz, and I can say that comfortably because I was there. I was just there the day before yesterday. I saw it. I walked through it. I walked through every square foot of that facility. Again, the detention facility, where they prepare the food, the medical facility. I got a briefing on all the SOPs on if a hurricane comes, what's the plans for, evacuation? I mean, where do you put the most significant criminals compared to the lesser criminals? They got it covered, and I think it's a good facility. I didn't see a single issue, and I was there all day.
Tom, can you update us on the hiring process? How many more ICE agents you need, and are you getting a tick in people applying?
We have no problem recruiting. We got record numbers. Border Patrol has a record number of people wanting to become part of the Border Patrol. Overwhelming number. ICE the same way. I've shared this a couple weeks ago. I actually used to have a LinkedIn account, and I had to shut it down because I had thousands and thousands of people reaching out to me with whether they're just got out of the military, whether they're police officers in counties and cities, or retired ICE agents, retired border agents, your average Americans. I mean, I love them all for wanting to come part, but it shut me down. So there's no lack of men and women that want to come and join this administration because they've seen the great things this administration is doing.
Is the administration at all concerned that ICE is recruiting techniques?
The what was?
The age cap limit for officers to join ICE. It's no longer 37. It could be people older than 40 now.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. Yeah. I'm 63 and I'd love to put a badge and gun on and go out there and do these things. I mean, bottom line is you got a lot of patriots, and I think the age limits are decades old, and we need to look at that. But just because if someone comes in and they're 55, maybe they can't carry a badge and gun, they can certainly do administrative duties and help ICE. They can do targeting, they can do intelligence things, then don't put them on the street with a badge and gun. So we'll welcome a lot of people to come, not just do law enforcement work, but do the other work that doesn't require a badge and gun. And when they do that work, that means the badge and gun that's doing that work can leave that work and go on the street and let the new guy sit there and do the job that doesn't require a badge and gun.
Are there any plans to protect people here under DACA from deportation?
President Trump is he's been clear on that, and you don't see, again, the prioritization speaks for itself. Public safety threats and national security threats. So that's what prioritization is. No one's prioritizing DACA. And like under the first Trump administration, he came up with a plan to fix DACA, and who shut it down? Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer. It wasn't President Trump. One more question.
Okay. Can you give us an estimate of how many people are using the CPB Home app to self-deport?
I haven't looked at that recently. Last time I looked, it was about 7,000. Last number, and that was weeks ago. It was 7,000, but I think there have been several studies done. Over 1 million illegal aliens have left this country on their own. I think they're seeing a couple things. Number one, they want the ability to come back on their legal program. And then we said it before, if you get formally deported and we have to go find you and go through that whole process, there's a statutory bar on you ever coming back. Anywhere from 5 years to 20 years, depending on a specific case, sometimes never coming back. So I think the message the Secretary's been sending is, if you're in the country legally, go on your own and leave opportunities for the future. And and you get your affairs in order, contact ICE. They'll get your plane home. Once you get there, they'll give you $1,000 to help get you started. But that's the right way to do it, and I hope more people do it.
Hey, Tom, real quick, Illinois Congresswoman Delia Ramirez this week has said she, born in Chicago to Guatemalan parents, said she's more proud to be a Guatemalan. I'll give you the exact quote. I'm a proud Guatemalan before I'm an American. Congressman Andy Ogles has said she should be deported over this. Should she face any consequences as a sitting Congress member?
I think what she said was disgusting, right? I mean, she's a sitting U.S. Congresswoman, citizen of this country. She's serving at the privilege of her state. Her voters put her in there. So I think her commitment should be to her state and the people that put her in that position. That should be her constituency. And I think what she said there was, in a veiled way, supporting illegal aliens from Guatemala that are here. And it's a veiled shot at ICE. That's pretty serious what she's doing, right? But what she needs to know is ICE is deporting thousands of nationals of Guatemala every week. And we're going to continue that until every illegal alien from Guatemala is removed from this country. That's what the people voted for, and that's what we're going to do. It's unfortunate she said that. I wish she, it's ridiculous.
Mr. Tom, I have a question for the Lebanese.
Pardon?
For the Lebanese, that they are in the country, that they have temporary protected status in the country, and they are Lebanese and they are in the country. Should the community in the U.S. prepare for stricter ICE enforcement for possible deportation if they are under temporary protected status?
I'm not going to get ahead of Secretary on that. TPS is her decision, not mine.
Can you extend the veranda? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. You know this gentleman, one of the truly great legends of our time, my book. Before we begin, I'd like to say a few words about the shooting at Fort Stewart in Georgia. As you know, 5 people were seriously wounded and 2 very, very seriously hurt around 11 o'clock this morning. The shooter is now in custody, and the Army Criminal Investigation Division is on site to ensure that the perpetrator of this atrocity, which is exactly what it is, will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. The entire nation is praying for the victims and their families, and hopefully they'll fully recover, and we can put this chapter behind, but we're not going to forget what happened. We're going to take very good care of this person that did this, horrible person. This afternoon, we're pleased to welcome to the White House one of the great and most esteemed business leaders and geniuses and innovators anywhere in the world, Apple CEO Tim Cook. It's an amazing job. Thanks as well to Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent and Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick for being here, wherever you may be. Oh, there you are. Hello, fellas. I missed you. Today, Apple is announcing that it will invest $600 billion, that's with a B, in the United States over the next 4 years. That's $100 billion more than they were originally going to invest. And this is the largest investment Apple has ever made in America and anywhere else. And it's just an honor to have you. As you know, Apple's been an investor in other countries a little bit. I won't say which ones, but a couple. And they're coming home. $600 billion. It's the biggest there is. The company is also unveiling its ambitious new American manufacturing program, which will bring factories and assembly lines across our country all roaring to life. Areas that were not doing so well are doing very well. We have about $17 trillion coming into the United States, which is more than ever before. That's never even come close. There's never been anything like it. Even you, that's even a lot of money for you. But we have commitments of more than $17 trillion. That was as of a couple of weeks ago. These investments will directly create more than 20,000 brand new American jobs and many thousands more at the Apple suppliers like Corning, Broadcom, Texas Instruments, and Samsung, who all deal in that world. As part of this historic commitment, Apple will massively increase spending on its domestic supply chain for the iPhone and will build the largest and most sophisticated smart glass production line in the world in Harrodsburg, Kentucky, which is a great, actually, I did very well there. I like it because I see I did very well there. I did very well in Kentucky, but it's a great place. You're going to be very happy. I thought maybe while we're up, I'll interrupt my own speech by you might show them a little bit about the product that you're going to be doing in Kentucky, Tim.
Absolutely. Do you mind if I step over?
Yes, please.
This box was made in the U.S., California, and this glass comes off the Corning line. It's engraved for President Trump. It's a unique unit of one. It was designed by a U.S. Marine Corps corporal, a former one, that works at Apple now.
That's good. He's done well.
Designed it for you. And the base comes from Utah and is 24 karat gold. And it sits, I'll take the liberty of setting it up.
Wow.
Well, let's see. There we go. Congratulations,
Thank you
Mr.
very much.
President.
It's
Thank you so
fantastic.
much.
The great people of Kentucky. You're going to find it a great place to do business, too. It's fantastic. Isn't that nice? We're doing these things now in the United States instead of other countries, faraway countries. But this is a significant step toward the ultimate goal of ensuring that iPhones sold in the United States of America also are made in America. With the mass infusion of capital it's announcing today, Apple will also build a 250,000 square foot server manufacturing facility in Houston and invest billions of dollars to construct data centers across the country from North Carolina to Iowa to Oregon. That's big stuff. Apple will also open state-of-the-art manufacturing economy. It's going to be a manufacturing academy in Detroit, and that's a great place to do. Well, you know, big things are happening in Michigan and Detroit. They're coming in because of what we've done with the, I call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill. I added one word, great. But we have probably the biggest, most comprehensive piece of legislation ever passed. It's going to mean unbelievable numbers of jobs and no jobs on, think of this, whether it's tips or overtime or Social Security, no tax. So no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. And it's just a small bit of it. For Apple and others businesses, we're talking about the deductions and all of the things. And actually for people, they go out and buy a car, first time it's ever been done. We talk about deductions for companies, but they're going to be able to deduct interest when they borrow money to buy a car, if it's made in America. It has to be made in America. So it is amazing. And one of the reasons I think I can say that Apple's coming here is the legislation we just passed with this kind of investment. Apple will also open other facilities, rare earth magnets from Texas, and build, oh, I love that you're doing this. I love that. I love that. And build a brand new rare earth recycling line in Mountain Pass, California. I know that area. That's where they have a lot of truly rare earth. That's fantastic. I love that. And Apple will help develop and manufacture semiconductors and semiconductor equipment in Texas, Utah, Arizona, and New York. For years, Americans have watched as many of our leading tech giants built their factories overseas and exported American jobs abroad. But under the Trump administration, we're doing everything possible to make this the best place on earth to build a factory or grow businesses. I'm allowing them to build electric producing plants with their factory, because otherwise they'd have to hook into the grid. And I think it's one of the biggest things we've done, where you can build, Tim, your own electricity. You become your own electric manufacturer, and that goes along with the plant. So you become a utility. So congratulations, now you're in the utility. I hope they don't value your company based on utility, but that's okay. You're going to be making your own electricity, and as you probably know, for much of this and many of the things that we're doing, especially the AI, they would need actually double the electricity that the country now produces for everything. So it's massive electric, and they're going to be able to make their own, and they're getting very fast approvals. Lee Zeldin is doing a fantastic job, including with a 100% expensing on the one big, beautiful bill. In return, we're asking our businesses to invest in America, and they're coming in at levels that we've never seen before. So I don't know when it shows up, but there are a lot of factories and a lot of plants that are either under construction or soon will be starting construction. So can't tell you exactly when, but I want to be around in about a year from now and 2 years from now, because we're going to see an explosion, I think, like this country has never seen before. Never. Today's announcement is one of the largest commitments in what has become among the greatest investment booms in our nation's history, and we've got the hottest country anywhere in the world. You know, I told you the story that, and Tim, I'll tell you, but I went to the Middle East, and I was with Qatar, I was with UAE and the King of Saudi Arabia, all great leaders. And then I went to NATO and saw many great leaders, and we just finished that about 4 weeks ago. Virtually everyone said, in effect, that we were a dead country 1 year ago. America, this was a dead country. We were dying, we were dead. And now you've got the hottest country anywhere in the world. This would have never happened except for certain people. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. NVIDIA is investing $500 billion to go along with Apple, $600 billion. $600 billion. Micron, great company, is investing $200 billion. IBM is investing more than $150 billion. SoftBank is investing substantially more than $100 billion. TSMC is investing $200 billion. Johnson & Johnson, $55 billion. Merck, Stellantis, and General Motors are putting many, many billions in. They haven't determined the final number. And many other countries are investing tens of billions of dollars, and I'm not going to give you the whole list because the list is too long to read. But it's hundreds of billions and even trillions. I mean, it's trillions of dollars is being invested right now. Last week, it was announced that our economy grew at 3% in the second quarter, and consumer confidence is surging. Blue-collar wages are rising rapidly. Costs are way down. You know, I listen to these horrendous frauds on CNN and various other fake news networks, and they say costs are up. No, costs are down. Gasoline is down. It's going to soon, I believe, be less than $2 a gallon. It's around $2.40 right now. Many places, other than California, where they tax you out of business, but and a couple of others. But gasoline is way down. The price of groceries are down. How about eggs? When I first came here, my first week, the press hit me very hard on eggs. Eggs had quadrupled or something. I said, I didn't know about it. Give me a chance. I've just been here for 4 days. Well, eggs are down. Everything's down. Price is down. The only thing that's up is stock prices. That's really up, and that's through the roof. The stock market has been hitting all-time records, all-time highs. Last week it was announced that our economy grew at levels that we haven't seen in a long time, but the real levels of growth are going to be judged in a year from now when you start seeing some of these incredible plants, because we have car plants opening. They're coming in from Canada, from Mexico, and from all over the world. And they're coming in because they like the way the election worked out, but they also like the fact that they don't want to pay tariffs. And the tariffs, I think, will be we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. I won't be so specific other than to say, because we don't even know what the final number is. We just made a deal, as you know, with the EU, where they're paying hundreds of billions of dollars. Japan paying hundreds of billions of dollars. and numerous other countries paying hundreds of billions of dollars, and we're not even completed there. And as you know, they found 25 billion 3 weeks ago. They said we have a surplus of $25 billion. And they said, where did this come from? I said, check the tariffs. And they checked. They said, you're right, that's where it came from. And we've really just started. This is just in its infancy. So we have a great country. We have a country that is going to be very rich. It's a country that we're very proud of, but it's going to be very rich. And it's companies like Apple, they're coming home. They're all coming home. And we want them to come home. They have to come home. We're going to treat them really well. We're going to be putting a very large tariff on chips and semiconductors. But the good news for companies like Apple is if you're building in the United States or have committed to build, without question committed to build in the United States, there will be no charge. In other words, we're not going to be charging. So a lot of countries, a lot of companies are leaving various other places and they're coming to the United States. So in other words, we'll be putting a tariff on of approximately 100% on chips and semiconductors. But if you're building in the United States of America, there's no charge, even though you're building and you're not producing yet in terms of the big numbers of jobs and all of the things that you're building. If you're building, there will be no charge. So I just want everyone to know that. And I didn't even tell you that inside. We discussed the concept, but I didn't. So it's a big factor. So 100% tariff on all chips and semiconductors coming into the United States. But if you've made a commitment to build, or if you're in the process of building, as many are, there is no tariff. Okay? If for some reason you say you're building and you don't build, then we go back and we add it up, it accumulates, and we charge you at a later date. You have to pay, and that's a guarantee. So that's a big statement, and I think the chip companies are all coming back home. They're all coming back. You know, we started with Intel, and gradually Intel was just taken over the coals. They were taken to the cleaners, frankly, and moved to other places, in particular Taiwan. But I think a lot of those companies are coming back, and they're coming back very rapidly. So that's a big statement. 100% tariff. I want to thank you very much. Tim, would you like to say a few words about your company, please?
It's okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. President, thank you very much for having me here today. You've been a great advocate for American innovation and manufacturing. I'm grateful for your leadership and your commitment. That's a commitment we share at Apple because American innovation is central to everything we do. Our products are designed here, we're hiring and growing here, and we support 450,000 jobs with thousands of suppliers and partners in all 50 states. Earlier this year, we made our largest ever spending commitment, $500 billion to the U.S. over the next 4 years. That's already yielding results. Earlier this year, we broke ground on a new factory in Houston to make advanced AI servers. And just last month, the very first test unit rolled off that factory's line, proudly made in America. President Trump shared some kind words about that work, but he also asked us to think about what more we could commit to doing. And Mr. President, we took that challenge very seriously. I'm glad to be here with you today, and I'm very proud to say that today we're committing an additional $100 billion to the United States, bringing our total U.S. investment to $600 billion over the next 4 years. As a part of this, we're launching Apple's American Manufacturing Program. It will spur even more production right here in America for critical components used in Apple products all around the world. And we're thrilled to announce that we've already signed new agreements with 10 companies across America to do just that. First, with today's announcements, I'm proud to say that Apple is leading the creation of an end-to-end silicon supply chain right here in America, from design to equipment to wafer production to fabrication to packaging. In Texas, we're working with manufacturers like Texas Instruments, Global Wafers America, and Applied Materials. We're working with Amcor in Arizona and Broadcom and Global Foundries in New York. Thanks to President Trump's vision, and with his help in his first term, we also led the way to bring TSMC to Arizona by committing to be their first and largest customer. Today, they're producing tens of millions of chips for Apple using one of the most advanced process technologies in America today. We're going to keep working with our suppliers to move even more of this incredibly advanced work to America. And this year alone, American manufacturers are on track to make 19 billion chips for Apple in 24 factories across 12 different states. Second, we're committed to buying American-made advanced rare earth magnets developed by MP Materials, which will become part of Apple's devices shipped around the world. MP is the only fully integrated rare earth producer in the United States, and with this partnership, they'll be significantly expanding their flagship facility in Fort Worth, Texas. We're also thrilled to work together on a cutting-edge rare earth recycling line in Mountain Pass, California. And third, in Kentucky, we've worked with our partners at Corning to build the world's largest and most advanced smartphone glass production line. And I'm pleased to announce that very soon, this is for the first time ever, every single new iPhone and every single new Apple Watch sold anywhere in the world will contain cover glass made in Kentucky. In addition to the American manufacturing program, we're also significantly growing our investments in AI, including expanding data center capacity in North Carolina, in Nevada, in Iowa, in Arizona, and Oregon. So we're going to keep making investments right here in America. We're going to keep hiring in America. And we're going to keep building technologies at the heart of our products right here in America. Because we're a proud American company, and we believe deeply in the promise of this great nation.
Oh, yeah. The tariffs.
Thank you all, and thank you, President Trump, for for putting American innovation and American jobs front and center. Thank you, sir.
Great honor.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
Yo. Y'all remember when Apple wasn't staying in the United States? Now they love the United States. That's what happens when you have a commander-in-chief like this, man. This is why I voted for Trump. Because you cannot not make a deal with the legend, with the OG, with the 45th, now the 47th president of the United States. It can't happen. Look, it just cannot happen. You can talk all you want, but at the end of the day, you're going to come back to the table and sign on the dotted line. Okay? You're going to make a deal. There's nothing else you're going to do. You're going to have to make a deal. Here we go.
What a job he's done. What a job. Incredible. I want to thank you very much. And thank you, JD, for helping along. Good job. Really good job. Any questions, please?
Mr. President,
yes.
You promised on the campaign trail to bring forth a manufacturing renaissance. You just mentioned $17 trillion in your first 7 months or so. Right. Can you talk about how an investment like this, all the other ones that you laid out, will positively impact the millions of Americans that trusted you with their vote?
Thank you very much. It changes our country. I mean, our country is a very different country than it was 6 months ago. And people like Tim are coming. We had Micron in yesterday. We had all of the big, great companies that you read about, you don't know about, but you read about. Many of them were making products outside of our country. Foolishly, we lost them. If we had the right person sitting in that seat, that would have never happened 20 and 30 years ago. When you look at the chip business, it would have never left our shores. We had 100% of chips originally, and then we slowly got something. But we have the greatest companies in the world coming into our country, and that means jobs, and it means wealth, and wealth means security for our people. Okay? Brian?
Yes, sir. Congratulations on this investment, President Trump. And
thank you.
Great example of putting America first. What does the labor force look like to fill these jobs that you have? Do we have enough skilled American workers to fill these?
Well, we do have a lot of workers, and we have a lot of workers that hadn't been looking for work because they were disincentivized, frankly. And people like Tim have tremendous schools and training centers that they build along with a lot of their big plants where they train people on whether it's glass, like in Kentucky, or computers, or whatever they might be doing. It's a complex world, and they train people, and they do a great job. So it's a whole new workforce. Now, we have a lot of them in energy because, you know, they've always liked energy. As you know, coal has opened up and opened up big. We brought it back and brought it back in a very large way. You know, China's right now building 58 coal-fired plants, 58 big ones. And here we were saying we don't take coal. We have more coal than anybody else in the world. We have more oil and gas than anybody else in the world. But we have tremendous energy jobs, and the energy, as you know, we're booming with energy. And that's why the gasoline prices are down. The costs are down. I just hope when they watch these shows, I watch this, I won't use names because I just make them better known, that nobody knows who they are. But I watch this group of people on CNN and MSDNC too, the same thing, where they say, well, costs have gone up. Costs haven't gone up, they've gone down. I'm telling you, the thing that's gone up is stock prices, and success of our country. Our country is really, really doing well, successful. Yes, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. President, have Putin and Zelensky agreed to a summit yet? And where and when would that be?
Well, there's a very good prospect that they will. And we haven't determined where, but we had some very good talks with President Putin today. And there's a very good chance that we could be ending the round, ending the end of that road. That road was long and continues to be long, but there's a good chance that there will be a meeting very soon.
How close do you think you are to a deal?
Excuse me?
How close do you think you are to some kind of deal?
Well, I don't want to say. I've been disappointed before with this one. You know, we've solved 5 wars, plus add to that Iran, where we wiped out their nuclear capacity for weapons. They would have had a weapon within 2 months, maybe less, and that was totally obliterated. It turned out it was a total obliteration, and the pilots and the people that did that job are really, we have the greatest armed forces in the world, but that was really something. In fact, there's a model of the plane right there. So, you got to bring that up, Susie. We have to see that. Look at this. This was just given to me. You know, we ordered brand new B-2 bombers. This is a plane that over a period of 36 hours of constant flying. Look at this. So this is the brand new one they just ordered. Similar, but actually quite different. It's new and enhanced. It's an amazing machine. It went 36 hours. We had 52 tankers up in the air loading up our planes because this was surrounded by F-22s and F-35s, and it was flawless, Tim. Even you would say it was flawless. And every one of those bombs hit their target. And then we had Tomahawks shot in from a submarine 300 miles away, and they hit every single Tomahawk hit its target. It was amazing. And that was a big threat. That was a nuclear threat. And here's the new one that we just ordered, a large number of them. I'll put it up.
Mr. President, what was the breakthrough today? Did Vladimir Putin make some kind of concession that he hasn't been willing to make before?
I don't call it a breakthrough. I mean, we've been working on this a long time. There are thousands of young people dying, mostly soldiers, but also, you know, missiles being hit into Kiev and other places. But in terms of soldiers, I think Russia's lost over 20,000 since the beginning of the year. 20,000. And I guess the estimate for Ukraine is about 9,000. It's a terrible situation. We want to get it stopped. You know, we don't have American soldiers there, but I feel I have an obligation to get it stopped. This was not my war. This war would have never started, not even a chance. And it didn't start for 4 years. It went 4 years and didn't start. But this is Biden's war. This was on his watch. And, you know, it's funny. We had no land was taken from Trump. It was taken from Bush. It was taken from Biden, the whole thing.
Shout out to Cool Eric 95. Cool Eric 95. Thank you for the super chat. He says, Trumpito forever. Trumpito forever. All right now.
thing they would take from Biden if it weren't for us. But it was, and it was taken by Obama. Take a look at what was taken with all of the land that was taken. Nothing was taken by Russia from us. Not 1 ounce of land was taken. I'm here to get the thing over with. It would have never started if I were president, and we're here to get it stopped and get the death stopped. Yeah, please.
President, in the past, you said you would know if he was passing you along. What gives you any confidence that he is or isn't doing that this time around?
Can't answer the question yet. I'll tell you in a matter of weeks, maybe less. But we've made a lot of progress. And as you know, we put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia. But so I don't know if that had anything to do with it. But we've had very productive talks today. Yes, ma'am?
President Trump, on federalizing D.C., are you considering taking over the D.C. police? Is that an option on the table?
We're considering it, yeah, because the crime is ridiculous. I could show you a chart comparing D.C. to other locations, and you're not going to want to see what it looks like. It was just up on television, actually. They were showing it. Now, we want to have a great, safe capital, and we're going to have it. And that includes cleanliness and it includes other things. We have a capital that's very unsafe. You know, we just almost lost a young man, beautiful, handsome guy that got the hell knocked out of him the night before last. And I'm going to call him now. We wanted to give him a little recovery time. We just put a call into him. They're calling back in a little while. But he went through a bad situation, to put it mildly, and there's too much of it. We're gonna do something about it. So whether you call it federalized or what, and that also includes the graffiti that you see, the papers all over the place, the roads that are in bad shape, the medians that are falling down, the median in between roads that's falling down. We're going to beautify the city. We're going to make it beautiful. And what a shame. The rate of crime, the rate of muggings, killings, and everything else, we're not going to let it. And that includes bringing in the National Guard, maybe very quickly, too.
And do you want Congress to look at overturning the D.C. Home Rule Act?
We're going to look at that. In fact, the lawyers are already studying it. We have to run D.C. This has to be the best-run place in the country, not the worst-run place in the country. And it has so much potential.
Facts.
And we're going to take care of it. You're going to be safe. You're going to be safe walking down streets. You're not going to get mugged.
Mr. President, if you do reach a deal with Ukraine and Russia, would you drop the additional tariffs on India?
Well, we'll determine that later. But right now they're paying a 50% tariff. Okay.
Yeah, please. One for Mr. Cook as well.
Yeah, please. Sure.
The president wants a made in the USA iPhone. What are the chances that you can actually make that happen?
Well, if you look at the bulk of it, we're doing a lot of the semiconductors here. We're doing the glass here. We're doing the Face ID module here. And so there's a ton of it. And we're doing these for products sold elsewhere in the world. And so there's a lot of content in there from the United States.
But what about the whole thing?
We're very proud of it.
Can you make the whole thing
is
here?
just the final assembly that you're focused on. And that will be elsewhere for a while.
He makes many of the components here, and we've been talking about it, and the whole thing is set up at other places, and it's been there for a long time. So in terms of cost and all, but I think we may incentivize him enough that one day he'll be bringing that. But he brings most of the stuff. Look, he's not making this kind of an investment anywhere in the world, not even close. He's coming back. I mean, Apple's coming back to America. Thank you.
Mr. President, Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional sanctions?
It's only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
you're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste of
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. You were the driving force behind Operation Warp Speed, these mRNA vaccines that are the gold standard.
Right.
Now your health secretary is pulling back all the funding for research. He's saying that the risks outweigh the benefits, which puts him at odds with
Research
the
on
entire
what?
medical community and with you. What is going on?
Research on what?
into mRNA vaccines?
Well, we're going to look at that. We're talking about it, and they're doing a very good job. And, you know, that is a pass. Operation Warp Speed was, whether you're Republican or Democrat, considered one of the most incredible things ever done in this country. The efficiency, the way it was done, the distribution, everything about it has been amazing. But, you know, that was now a long time ago, and we're on to other things. But we are speaking about it. We have meetings about it tomorrow at 12 o'clock, and we'll determine. We're looking for other answers to other problems, to other sicknesses and diseases, and I think we're doing really well. Yes, ma'am, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said many times that you want to stop wars in the Middle East. Now Prime Minister Netanyahu is contemplating reoccupying Gaza entirely. Is he defying you, sir, or are you giving him a green light?
Well, we have stopped wars in the Middle East by stopping Iran from having a nuclear weapon, and they're you know, they can say they're going to start all over again, but that's a very dangerous thing for them to do, because we'll be back. As soon as they start, we'll be back. And I think they understand that. They're just words. But no, we've stopped a lot of wars in the Middle East. If you think about what we did with Iran, Iran was the perpetrator of hate, a very evil place, and I think it's going to be a lot different in the coming years.
Mr. President, on the India penalties, do you have any similar plans to enact more tariffs on China as it relates
Could
to
happen.
their?
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I'm just seeing Cool Eric 95. Cool Eric 95 say, I can tell you don't agree with me, and that's okay. But you have my utmost and sincere respect for the way you responded. God bless you and your family. Shout out to Cool Eric 95. This is how we talk to each other, okay? With respect, okay? Whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, don't forget you are American first. It is country before party. Don't forget that. All right, here we go.
Could happen. Depends on how we do. Could happen. Brian?
Yes, I've got an entertainment-based question for you. A few weeks ago, Stephen Colbert announced that he was leaving his show. Howard Stern announced that he and Sirius XM Radio are parting ways. Do you think the hate Trump business model that's been in the entertainment business is going out of business because it's not popular with the American people?
Well, it hasn't worked, and it hasn't worked really for a long time, and I would say pretty much from the beginning. Colbert has no talent. I mean, I could take anybody here. I could go outside in the beautiful streets and pick up a couple of people that do just as well or better. They get higher ratings than he did. He's got no talent. Fallon has no talent. Kimmel has no talent. They're next. They're going to be going. I hear they're going to be going. I don't know, but I would imagine because they get, you know, Colbert has better ratings than Kimmel or Fallon. You know that. Howard Stern, it's a name I haven't heard. I used to do a show. We used to have fun. But I haven't heard that name in a long time. What happened? He got terminated?
Yeah, they're going to separate ways because I think what they're offering salary-wise is real low than what he's getting.
You know when he went down?
Whenever you want.
You know when he went down? No, before. When he endorsed Hillary Clinton, he lost his audience. People said, give me a break. He went down when he endorsed Hillary Clinton.
Mr. President,
Have you talked to Governor Cuomo? Started interviewing Fed candidates yet?
Yeah, we've started the interviewing process. Scott and I and Howard, a lot of people, JD, we have some great candidates. It's probably down to 3. He doesn't want the job. He said, do you like this job better?
Yes, sir.
I mean, he was a candidate, but I don't think he'll take it. I really don't think he'd take it, actually.
Are there any candidates from Wall Street, Mr. President?
Yeah, essentially we're all from Wall Street, aren't we? You know, when you get right down to it, the term Wall Street. Yeah, please.
Yep, you made your tax cuts permanent. You mentioned that the tariffs are bringing in a ton of external revenue. You've opened up markets, the EU, Japan, South Korea, many others, to American goods like we've never seen before. How much growth can we expect in the economy now that this model of yours is sort of beginning to really take off?
Well, I think the growth is going to be unprecedented. I think we're going to have growth that's unbelievable. Now, remember, we're building and just starting to build a lot of these incredible plants. We talked about the electric facilities that we're building, the generating plants, electric generating plants are massive. and they're going to be great, and they're going to sell excess electricity into our grid. So we're going to be having much more electricity than we ever had, and those plants are going to be taken care of individually. I know Tim is building one in one of his big factories, but especially for AI because it needs so much electricity. So I appreciate the question very much, and I think the growth is going to be unprecedented.
Mr. President, did you have a phone call with Andrew Cuomo? Did you speak to Andrew Cuomo?
I haven't. No, I haven't.
Mr. President, have you been briefed on what Ghislaine Maxwell told Todd Blanche?
No, I haven't. Have
you
not.
don't know whether you
I don't
came
know.
up in the
I know Todd
conversation
is a
or
very respected person all over the country, all over the world legally, so I don't know.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Will the new Fed governor be temporary?
We're probably going to go with a temp and then a permanent, I think.
Are the two?
So the temp is going to be named, I'd say, over the next 2-3 days, and then we're going to go permanent.
Are the two Kevins the leading contenders for the permanent spot for the chair?
Well, the two Kevins? The two Kevins are absolutely, yeah. They're both very good.
Mr. President.
The two Kevins, very good.
Mr. President, is Vice President Vance hosting a gathering this evening to talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation?
Is he working on what?
Is he hosting some kind of gathering of top advisors this evening to talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation?
I don't know. I could ask you that question. I don't know of it, but I think here's the man right here.
I saw it reported today, and it's completely fake news. We're not meeting to talk about the Epstein situation, and I think the reporter who reported it needs to get better sources.
Look, the whole thing is a hoax. It's put out by the Democrats because we've had the most successful 6 months in the history of our country, and that's just a way of trying to divert attention to something that's total bullshit. Okay? Yeah, please.
A new Gallup poll says that Elon Musk is the most unpopular public figure in the country right now. I'm wondering, do you miss having him around the White House, or is that poll accurate?
I don't know if the poll's accurate. I think he's a good person. I think he had a bad moment, really bad moment, but he's a good person. I believe that.
President Trump, are you keeping that 10 to 12 day deadline? China facing potential.
Now, look, we got to give it to Trump, man, for saying good things about Elon, despite what Elon said about him. I'm surprised, man. I think Trump may have just changed, Like the Trump we all know would have gone bonkers on Elon, but is being kind, is being nice to Elon. And people, come on, man, y'all, look, give this man his flowers, okay? He's a kind-hearted person. Give him his flowers because there's no way someone will call you a PDF file and you're still nice to them. Come on, y'all.
Secondary sanctions for Russian oil. Them having that tariff or sanction rather or not hinges on what going forward?
It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China, yes.
Are you keeping that 10 to 12 day deadline that you had given Russia after today's talks?
Yeah, we're pretty much getting close to it right now, but we're having very serious talks right now about getting out of Ukraine, getting it settled, getting it ended. Should have never started, would have never started. If I were president, it would have never started. I want to thank Tim Cook. He's a great, great man, a visionary, a businessman, just about every quality you can have other than athlete.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go down the memory lane. Okay, here we go.
Pointless and purposeless. That's the focus of tonight's angle. Things are so bad for the Democrats that they're just not showing up for work is considered a victory for them in Texas.
There's folks saying that we walked out. And I think everyone behind me will say, we're standing up. And as Texans would say, we're standing tall.
For the second day in a row, Lone Star Democrats, starring in their own badly produced reality show, broke a quorum, merely delaying the inevitable, which is Republican redistricting. And Jasmine has a warning.
One thing that they should know, when it comes to a black woman and a Latina, that's right, they're about to get a little spice, okay? And that's exactly what they got. So right now we are fighting for our rights in this country. We are fighting for democracy. And I just want y'all to know that I'm standing 10 toes down with my homie.
Did she say with my homie? This is like a bad high school audition, okay? And look, they're playing you. They know and we know this is totally pointless exercise. Texas Republicans will pick up seats in 2026 because that's what the process allows, including in the state where a number of Democrats are now holed up.
I find it really ironic that they went to Illinois, which is the partisan gerrymandering capital of America. And as David pointed out, Democrats have 14 of the 17 seats, even though Republicans got 47% of the House vote in the last election. And anybody can go Google this and look at the map. It's crazy. The Illinois map is bad on its face.
Yeah, all looks like a bunch of amoebas, right? The hypocrisy meter is in full tilt mode right now, and J.B. Pritzker, he knows it.
It is possible to redistrict. It's not something that I want to do. It's not something that any of us want to have to do. We're hoping that this will be successful, that the fact that there's no quorum in Texas will be successful. But once again, we're fighting for democracy. There are no rules anymore, apparently. And so we're going to have to play by the set of rules that are being set out in front of us, which, frankly, none of us believes is the right way to operate.
Try to diagram that sentence, okay? Well, look, Democrats have been at this for a while.
If you look at what's going on with the redistricting, or whatever you want to call it, the Democrats have done it long before we started. They've done it all over the place. They did it in New York. They did it in a lot of different states.
Different states, yeah, again, like in Illinois. Here's what the 15th district of that state looks like. And check out how Maryland's 3rd district looked in the last decade. Oh, you see that little red thing? That should have been blown up there, but it's like an amoeba under a microscope. But Hakeem Jeffries thinks everyone out there is as stupid as he is.
We have to make clear to the people of Texas what's taking place, because it's unacceptable, unconscionable, and un-American. It's an all-hands-on-deck moment, and all options should be on the table to protect the people of Texas.
Democracy subverters. Well, they know they don't have a legal leg to stand on, so again, they do what they did in the 2016 campaign right up until this last election. If you don't vote for Biden, democracy will die. If you don't support Kamala, there'll never be another election.
We plan to stay as long as it takes. You just heard that the special session lasts till August 19th. That's the very least time that we expect to be out here. We left fully knowing that we were taking great risks, but it's important to us to save our democracy in our state and also our nation.
Stick with us to save democracy as we subvert democracy by abandoning the state capitol. Now, you know they're desperate when they start dragging out the old party dinosaurs as if they have a shred of credibility left.
If somehow, some way, Republicans are able to hold on to the House in next year, you put in a bunch of partisan hacks who are not supposed to be in the House, and then put at risk the possibility that that body would not certify who the next president was.
So he's already undermining faith in the next presidential election, right? Well, look, Holder and his ilk only defend democracy when democracy results in progressive policies. Otherwise, they're happy to jettison democratic rules and norms to win by any means necessary.
They expect Democrats to kind of be the nice guys that we are. They expect us to take the punch and say thank you. Well, I am here to tell you, not only are we going to punch back, but we're about to beat you down. That's right. Yeah. We are going to win.
Down. Beat who down?
Or win. Well, remember when Michelle Obama said, when they go low, we're going to go high? Well, I guess that's out the window. Check out what Ms. Jones has to say.
I will liken this to the Holocaust. People are like, well, how did the Holocaust happen? How was somebody in a position to kill all them people? Well, good people remain silent. Or good people didn't realize that what happens to them can very soon happen to me or somebody I love.
Don Lemon's sitting there. I mean, he can't be that stupid, sitting there and allowing that to be said. The Holocaust? I thought words mattered. No. They're happy to throw a match onto kerosene. It's like they're hoping for civil unrest.
I want to encourage California and New York and Maryland and Washington State to say, you know what, our gloves are off. If war is war, and Democrats, if y'all are going to do it in Texas, we're going to do it here, and this is a national war. And Democrats are no longer going to sit by handcuffed. This is an all-out war, and everything is on the table.
An all-out war, everything's on. But no, what's happening in Texas is democracy. And it terrifies Democrats because they're losing ground and they don't know what to do to regain it. Meanwhile, Trump just keeps on chugging.
We have an opportunity in Texas to pick up 5 seats. We have a really good governor, and we have good people in Texas. And I won Texas. I got the highest vote in the history of Texas, as you probably know. And we are entitled to 5 more seats.
He's right. Voters elected these majorities. Republicans are playing by the rules. The Democrats just don't like the outcome. So they run, they rant, they play the victim. And Texas AG Ken Paxton, he's not playing around.
We got a Supreme Court ruling saying we could arrest these people. So that's an option. Second, we threw out an opinion talking about this quo warranto where we could potentially take some of these people that are out and take them out of office, remove them from office. It's never been tried. We're in the process of working through how that process would work, but we think it's a possibility that some of these members might be removed from office.
And Senator John Cornyn, running against Paxton in the state primary and eager to appear very MAGA, he may ask the FBI for help in getting these state reps back into their seats. Now, I'm not sure how either of those tactics is realistic or wise, but those measures are ramping up what already is a very, very, very controversial situation. But it seems that when the Democrats are digging, just sit back and watch the dirt collapse around them.
Every single time Democrats come out and say things like it's all out war, this guy's a Naxis, these guys are Gestapo, whatever. Look, relax, okay? Relax. All of these things are just making you guys look bad. Focus on what you're going to do for the American people. What do you have in store for the American people? What are your policies? It's not Trump is the bad guy. That's all you have. It's all out war. We're gonna beat you down. Beat who down? A Republican is the president of the United States. Republicans have the majority in Congress. So what are you talking about? Who do you want to beat down? You already lost both ways. Grow up and go find a leader and get policies that would affect the American ordinary people who go to work every day, busting their back to feed their families. That's what you need to go figure out. Not, this is all our war. For who, bro?
And tonight, an update on an Ingram Angle exclusive. A Trump administration source telling the Angle that a criminal investigation of Adam Schiff is underway, conducted by U.S. Attorney's Office in Maryland for possible charges involving mortgage fraud. Now, this follows the story we broke last month when the Federal Housing Finance Agency sent a criminal referral to the DOJ alleging that Schiff, in multiple instances, falsified bank documents and property records to acquire more favorable loan terms. In a 2011 affidavit signed by the then California congressman, he certified that a property in Montgomery County, Maryland, is his primary residence. He also owns a condo in Burbank, California, which he's also claimed is his primary residence, and said so in 2023 during his campaign for Senate.
I think just about every member of Congress has a residence in their state and a residence back in D.C. since we're in session much of the week. And people make a family decision where they're going to have their kids. But our principal residence, our primary residence is in California. It always has been and always will be.
Ruh-roh. Well, Senator Schiff has not responded to us about these allegations, But we were able to find a
man.
statement that his campaign spokesperson gave to CNN back in 2023. She said that the Burbank condo is his primary residence, but Adams' California and Maryland addresses have been listed as primary residences for loan purposes because they're both occupied throughout the year and to distinguish them from a vacation property. Well, the law does not work that way. Let me just say that, but nice try. Look, it's anyone's guess what happens next, but we're going to stay on this story. But, of course, as Schiff liked to say during Russiagate, just talking about that, no one is above the law.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here.
Like, see, this is what I'm talking about. Like, Democrat, all you guys resort to is violence, okay? Look at this child in the comment section. It says, you love what? And where do you leave, Madhouse? Like, why would you want to know where I stay? Like, what rational adult who has family would want to know where another adult stay? Where do you stay? Children. All right, here we go. Jesse.
Everybody stop what you're doing. There's a man on the top of the White House.
Mr. President, what are you doing up there?
Come down and talk to us.
What are you building?
It's another way to spend my money for the country. Anything I do is financed.
Oh, God.
Just like my salary is contributed. Nobody ever mentions that.
He's probably checking to see if there's a sloped roof. You can't be too careful. Builder Trump is the best Trump. He's taking a big, beautiful look at his big, beautiful renovations. And once that big, beautiful ballroom gets erected, he's probably not going to want to leave.
I got the highest vote in the history of Texas, a record that they say won't be beaten unless I run again.
Are you going to run again? The
No,
Constitution.
probably not.
Okay.
Probably not.
Probably doing a lot of work there. Before he was on the roof, he called into CNBC and told them to fact check him, and they did.
Here we go. So you did get the highest number of votes in Texas, so that's true. But when you're talking
then you don't have to say anything more, Joe.
I got to say this.
No, don't say anything more.
No,
Don't qualify it by saying,
No, I'm
I
not
got
gonna,
the highest number of votes
You did.
in the
You
history
did. I'm moving
of
on.
Texas.
I'm moving on.
The media is being whipped into shape, but not the Democrats. Trump says they're a lost cause.
The Democrat Party is self-destructing. I mean, when you have low IQ people like Crockett, I wonder if she's in a relationship to the late, great Davy Crockett. She's a very low IQ person. Somebody said the other day she's one of the leaders of the party. I said, you got to be kidding. The Democrats are lost. They have Trump derangement syndrome so bad that they can't walk, they can't talk, they don't know where they're going.
Democrats can't walk or talk, but they think they can throw a punch.
We are not only going to punch you back, but we are going to knock you out.
We are ready to fight fire with fire. No butter knife to the gunfight. We are ready to bring the fire, bring the heat.
This is not the Democratic Party.
What are you even saying, yo? We're ready to bring the fire. We're ready to bring the knife to the gunfight. What are you saying? What are you going to do for your voters? The people voting for you, your district, what are you going to do for those people? That's what you should be talking about. Not, we're going to bring the fire. We're going to bring the full, like, man, this is just washed out, man. This is washed out. This is washed out.
Of your grandfather, right? Which would bring a pencil to a knife fight. We're bringing a knife to a knife fight.
This is an all-out war, and everything is on the table.
The fight's in Texas. And Democrats took a private plane to Chicago, checked into the hotel, ordered room service, and FaceTimed CNN from their foxhole 1,000 miles away. Democrats are like a boxer. Talked a lot of trash during the weigh-in, and when the bell rings, they just dance around and they never let their hands go. Jazzy, not to be confused with Davy Crockett, says that's called spice.
I am standing here with one of my faves right here, honey. Yes. Listen, and guess what? Neither one of us are in Texas. You know why? Because we know that it is time to stand up, rise up, and fight back against these fools that think that we're weak. One thing that they should know, when it comes to a black woman and a Latina, that's right, they're about to get a little spice, okay?
Jelly says it's time to fight, and then she left. The real Davy Crockett died fighting for Texas at the Alamo. That's real bravery. The real Davy Crockett gave his life so Jazzy can paint resist on her fingernails, then flee north and hide behind J.B. back ribs.
Right.
But after Democrats crossed state lines, they said they're not actually on the run.
You know, the press, y'all been getting something wrong. I've been seeing a lot of headlines that say that these Texas legislators are fleeing. These Texas legislators ain't fleeing. These Texas legislators are fighting.
Well, if a man can be a woman, then fleeing is the new fighting. But Texas voters, when they look at these legislators, they see deserters. They want Democrats to fight for them, not for their own political power. You know they're out of ammo when they compare gerrymandering to gas chambers.
People are like, well, how did the Holocaust happen? How was somebody in a position to kill all them people? Well, good people remain silent. Or good people didn't realize that what happens to them can very soon happen to me or somebody I love.
Girl, sit down.
The Democrats have compared a lot of things to the Holocaust, but this is the first time I think they've ever equated redistricting to genocide. It's kind of how they think. When you lose your job, learn to code. When they lose their job, it's a human atrocity. These jobs aren't even that important. The Texas legislature only meets once every 2 years. All these people have second jobs. Every day they don't show up to work, Texas is going to slap them with a $500 fine. But Democrats are pulling a Hunter. They say they won't pay.
That is not a law. It's a House rule. And these House rules are written by Republicans and passed by Republicans. They are subservient to state law and the state constitution and the U.S. Constitution. So I think we have a lot to say about what we think of these fines, but nobody's scared.
Texas Democrats say the only way you get them out is in handcuffs.
Tried to arrest you? Would you resist that attempt?
No, if law enforcement arrests me, I will go peacefully.
Democrats are dying to get arrested, trust me, so they can say Abbott's a slave catcher. They're going to poke their head out of the Hyatt, they're going to get arrested, they're going to get flown home, and then the bill's going to get passed. Just so they can tell their base, see, I'm a fighter. I got arrested for Texas. Trump says they can either do it the easy way or the hard way.
I think they've abandoned the state. Nobody's seen anything like it, even though they've done it twice before. And in a certain way, it almost looks like they've abandoned the state. It looks very bad. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Should the FBI get involved? Should the FBI get involved?
Well, they may have to. You can't just sit it out. You have to go back. You have to fight it out. That's what elections are all about.
The media is admitting Trump's right again.
I think it's a bad look for a party that claims to be always trying to protect the democracy is to hole up in a state that gerrymanders, the state of Illinois.
Democrats rigged the game, and now they're whining that Republicans are winning by the very rules they wrote. Just like they're whining about Pam Bondi investigating Comey, Clapper, and Brennan. Sorry, these are the new rules. Not every Democrat's happy about how this is going down. Mayor Johnson says, JB back, don't forget about your boys in Chicago.
As much as I appreciate Illinois helping out people from Texas, the South Side and the West Side could use that same level of energy.
JB back's given free hotel rooms to migrants and now fleabagging Texans. But the guys on the South Side, they can't even get a good rate at the Holiday Inn. Obama's wingman, he's telling Texas Democrats to just hole up in the Windy City forever. And if they don't, Republicans will steal the next election.
If you want to play with fire, and that's what we're doing here, you put in a bunch of partisan hacks who are not supposed to be in the House, who are there because of gerrymandering and a whole range of other things that Republicans are doing, and then put at risk the possibility that that body would not certify who the next president was. That's why this is a national problem.
How dare Mr. Fast and Furious cast doubt on the integrity of an election? That hasn't even happened yet. Kathy Hochul, whose egregious redistricting attempt got slapped down by a state judge, says anything's allowed if you're fighting for democracy.
If we refuse to fight for our democracy, then we're doomed to lose it. We don't want our democracy lost. And
This is washed
I'm
out.
sick and tired of fighting these battles with my hands tied behind my back.
Washed out.
And nothing says fight for our democracy than another impeachment.
I will not stop, and I promise you, this president is going to, he's going to be brought down. Yeah. He's going to be brought down. He has to be brought down. And I don't mean physically. I'm talking about politically. We will bring him down. He will be impeached again.
Every time the ponytail smacks Trump with his cane, the president grows taller.
Donald Trump benefits so much from Trump derangement syndrome, so much. And that's the ultimate irony of the media's Trump derangement syndrome. They're helping the very person they're trying to destroy.
This deranged behavior and ludicrous attacks on the president have turned him into a political giant, walking on the roof of the White House, gazing down at the Democrats who look very small.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you for tuning into the live show. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Dr. Luke the GOAT is in the house. Yes, sir. Full squad in the house. The gang is in the house. Dr. Luke, you better get ready because these folks out here, they're coming. They're coming out here. They're attacking tonight. They're all out for war. But Busky got the buckets. Okay. He got the buckets. All right, here we go. Shout out to Terry Vinans. God bless you. All right. More tears.
Welcome to Hannity, and tonight coming up, a former ABC journalist finally telling the truth about his anti-Trump colleagues at the corrupt legacy media mob, plus a Democratic congresswoman from Illinois just identified herself as a proud Guatemalan while going on a tirade against this country. A congresswoman. Anyway, later. Also, President Trump gave the White House press corps a little show from the roof of the West Wing today. Take a look at this.
Mr. President, what are you doing up there? Taking a little walk. What are you looking at? Talk to us. Can you help?
He talks to them every second of every day. Anyway, he's not Joe. So what was the president doing on the roof? We'll tell you about that straight ahead. We'll get an update on the Doge employee violently attacked. Let's say at a rather famous name. First, more pointless hysteria from Texas Democrats. They're still, quote, live action role playing as refugees after fleeing their state in a luxurious private jet, just like, the oligarchy tour to Illinois, all in an effort to block a quorum and delay what is inevitable. That is the Texas congressional lines. They will be redrawn as is permitted by state and federal law in 2019. And an opinion by Chief Justice Roberts, political redistricting is beyond the reach of the federal courts. And according to a Texas state directive, quote, there are no constitutional or statutory provisions that address congressional redistricting. The directive continues, quote, the issue may be taken up in a subsequent special session of the legislature. So let me be clear one more time. Congressional lines in Texas, they will be redrawn. The only question tonight is how long state Democrats continue to drag this show out. And now arrest warrants have already been issued for the legislators who are abdicating their duties. Senator Cornyn is asking the FBI to bring these lawmakers back. Now the Texas governor, Greg Abbott, who was on the show last night, asking the state Supreme Court to remove at least one of the Democratic lawmakers from office for, quote, abandoning their position. But regardless of how all this plays out, it is important to take a step back. This is information you will not get from the state-run legacy media mob. Time to remember one very, very important, pertinent fact that they won't tell you. Democrats across the country are up in arms over so-called gerrymandering in the state of Texas. This is the exact same practice not only carried out by Democrats in deep blue states for decades, but it has been mastered by Democrats. Matter of fact, let's look at the numbers. The numbers don't lie. Let's start with Gavin Newsom's socialist utopia of California. Republicans, they won 39% of the House vote, meaning for Congress, but they only got 17% of the seats. In Connecticut, look at this. Republicans won 40% of the House vote. 0 seats. Illinois, where Texas Democrats are now camping out. They have perhaps the most gerrymandered map in the nation. Take a look at that. In 2024, Republicans, they won a very respectable 47% of the statewide House vote. They only have 18% of the seats. In Maryland, Republicans got 35% of the statewide House vote, but just a single seat. Only one. In Massachusetts, Republicans didn't even field candidates because the gerrymandering there is so extreme that they know they have no chance of winning. Nevada, Republicans won the statewide House vote by a whopping 10 points. They walked away with a single House seat. That's it. In the state of New Jersey, Republicans got 45% of the House vote. They walked away with only 27% of the seats. New Mexico, Republicans, again, 45% statewide House vote. They won 0 seats. In the state of New York, New Yorkers, partisan gerrymandering eliminated 3 GOP seats, leaving Republicans with less than a third of congressional districts, despite winning 42% of the vote. In Oregon, Republicans also won 42% of the statewide House vote. They got 1 seat. That's it. Washington State, despite winning 42% statewide House vote, Republicans walked away with less than half, 20% of the seats. Based on our own analysis, without gerrymandering, Republicans at least would have won 229 seats in Congress in 2024, but ended up with only 2020. And that is a conservative estimate. Now, the Democrats, they're complaining about Texas for doing exactly what they have been doing and engaged in for years. And they're not just complaining, per usual. The hysteria is, well, it's through the roof and rather entertaining. One Texas Democrat comparing redistricting in her state to the Holocaust. Okay, take a look.
The problem with black folks after integration is we got comfortable. At least during segregation, we knew that they would lynch us, that they would kill us, that we didn't have civil rights, and that the only people we could depend on was ourselves. And then integration happened and everybody thought they accept us. They don't accept us. They are showing us who they are. We should believe them. And we better have the courage to stand up. Otherwise, we will fall for anything. And in this country, we will be defeated, deported. I mean, we will lose all of our rights. And if you think it can't happen, it can. And I will liken this to the Holocaust. People are like, well, how did the Holocaust happen? How was somebody in a position to kill all them people? Well, good people remain silent.
Now, you shouldn't be shocked. Nazi analogies are the Democrats' new go-to, ready-for-all-occasions smear and slander. But there's more. On X, another Democrat heaping praise.
It is because of talks like that, people like that who talk like that. That's why the Democrat lost Congress. That's why they're losing the election back and forth, because that doesn't even make any sense. You are a citizen of the United States. Who is going to deport you? What are you saying? Grow up, man.
On our favorite Congresswoman, Jasmine Crockett, for comparing Trump to Hitler because of redistricting in Texas. Take a look.
They understand that we have a Timu Hitler in the White House right now that thinks that he is going to become the dictator of the United States.
We will not allow a bully to punch us in our face and then say thank you and I'm sorry, but instead we are not only going to punch you back, but we are going to knock you out.
Threatening violence from the Peace and Love Party that's against insurrection. Anyway, over in the Senate, another unhinged Democrat said that this was an existential threat to democracy. Well, the only threat that we know about to democracy, that came in the efforts of the deep state to try and prevent Donald Trump from winning.
The people are tired. The people are tired of this types of rhetoric. People just want to hear solutions. Nobody's ready for all of this. It's washed out. Everybody's tired. People just want better lifestyle, affordability. Okay, that's what people want. Lower taxes, safe borders. All right, that's what people want. People want lower mortgage rates. That's what the people want. Safe streets. That's what people want. People want to have money in their pockets. Nobody cares about all of this back and forth that you were talking about. Just tell the people how you're going to help them.
3 presidential elections. Take a look.
The debate now among Democrats is, how do you answer the following question? Is Donald Trump an existential threat to democracy in his second term? Or is Donald Trump's second term, oh, a fly on me, is Donald Trump's second term bad, but like his first term, survivable if we just wait it out? Right? And I just want you to know from your senator, as someone who sits in that room on your behalf, I am in camp number 1. He is an existential threat to democracy.
And I would argue you are unqualified to be in the U.S. Senate. Now, let's not forget about Democrat Al Green. He's now again calling for Donald Trump's impeachment for the 100th time. Oh, we better win the midterms. Big time. Take a look.
There are no circumstances that will prevent me from continuing to challenge the bigotry emanating from the presidency in policy. I will not stop, and I promise you, this president is going to, he's going to be brought down. He's going to be brought down. He has to be brought down. And I don't mean physically. I'm talking about politically. We will bring him down. He will be impeached again.
Impeached again. Anyway, last but not least, radical leftist, chief conspiracy theorist over at MSDNC, good old Rachel Maddow, has entered into this fray. According to Maddow, we live in a dictatorship because you elected Donald Trump and not Kamala Harris. Take a look.
We do now live in a country that has an authoritarian leader in charge. We have a consolidating dictatorship in our country. And it sounds melodramatic to say it, I know. But just go with that for a minute, right?
Enders, yo. Oh, man. Enders, yo, you are the wildest, bro. Oh, my goodness. Ooh.
All right, so when's Maddow, all her friends, and the legacy media mob, when will they correct all of their Russia hoax, lies, all the conspiracy theories that they themselves peddled? And by the way, the thing about dictatorships, you're actually not allowed to criticize the dictator. Rachel Maddow probably would know that, but is choosing to lie to her viewers. Rachel Maddow, you know what? Par for the course. Now, Democrats all across the country are right now lying to Americans yet again. They lied about the borders. They lied about Joe's cognitive state. They lie.
As always.
My hope is, and I hear this from everyone everywhere, the Democrats fight back with everything they have. Fight fire with fire.
Only if they move forward to dismantling the protocols that are well established would the state of California move forward in kind, fighting, yes, fire with fire.
Republicans are willing to rewrite these rules to give themselves an advantage, then they're leaving us no choice. We must do the same.
We need to stop him from cheating, from lying, and from stealing the election. And if they're doing something to add their congressional seats, we need to look at our ways of doing that right now.
This is not the Democratic Party of your grandfather, which would bring a pencil to the knife fight. This is a new Democratic Party. We're bringing a knife to a knife fight, and we are going to fight fire with fire.
All right, fight fire with fire.
They
same
all
talking
say
points,
the same thing.
All empty threats. You want to know why? The truth is, there is next to nothing Democrats can do to counter Republican redistricting plans because they themselves have already heavily gerrymandered their own deep blue states.
Facts. It's like this Democrat congressman and women, they give them the same script with the governors and they say, this is how you're going to say it. This is what you're going to say. And everybody says the same thing. Unbelievable. They say the same thing. Everybody.
Millions of immigrants who came here legally in the great industrial wave of the early 1900s. All the way to the 1950s, they were eager to be Americans, to be part of the melting pot. They spoke English in public. But man, a lot has changed.
I want to finish by saying a few words in Spanish because I am a Guatemalan with much pride before I am an American.
Here to weigh in, Border Czar Tom Homan. Tom, that's Illinois Congresswoman Delia Ramirez. She tried to clean up her remarks, of course, then blamed white supremacy for the criticism of those remarks. Your reaction, especially given the great patriotism of our immigrants throughout the last 100 years?
Well, wow. Wow. I mean, she's a U.S. citizen, serving as a member of Congress, had the privilege of the U.S. citizens in her state that voted for her to represent them. So her first obligation is to that state and to the citizens that put her in that position. So shame on her. I'm okay, she's proud of her heritage, but one thing she needs to know, that was the shot at ICE. I truly believe it was. She's supporting the illegal alien citizens of Guatemala in this country, and a veiled shot at ICE because she don't like what we're doing. But I hate to disappoint her because we're arresting thousands of illegal aliens from Guatemala every week, and we're going to continue to do so until every last one of them are removed from this country.
Well, we know that there is an ongoing child sex trafficking operation to arrest the predators who have been destroying innocents across this country, traffic people into the United States. And over the last just month, I mean, I saw 47 predators arrested, and among those, a slew of illegal immigrants. So maybe we should focus on getting them out of the country before we declare all of our, pride first in another country.
In addition to that, the Attorney General of Guatemala has reached out to me, hoping to return those children that we found. We've already found over 13,000 of those missing children. The Attorney General of Guatemala wants to work with us to get those children home to their families. So we are working.
I got to say a big shout out to Robert. Robert, thank you for the super chat. He says, God bless. Thank you. He's watching on the other side. God bless you, Robert. Thank you for the super chat. Here we go.
With the government of Guatemala, and we'll do everything we can to save every one of those children. Again, we found 13,000 of them. Some were safe. Some were involved with sex slavery. Some were in forced labor. But President Trump made a commitment to American people. We're not going to rest until we find every single one of these children.
The left is going crazy, Tom, over the new Speedway Slammer in Alabama, which is another holding place similar to Florida's Alligator Alcatraz. They're going nuts over this. And, of course, we have other facilities we hope are going to open up across the United States to help facilitate the moving of people out of the country. What can you tell us tonight?
Well, we're not going to stop till we get 100,000 beds. That was in Indiana. Look, we're not going to stop till we get 100,000 beds. We need 100,000 beds because everybody we arrest needs the bed. And that's where due process happens, right? That's where they see an immigration judge. That's when they have their hearings. So we need 100,000 beds to put people in those beds because everybody needs a bed. And they may be in that bed for several days. They may be in that bed for several months. But that's exactly what we need to have the biggest deportation operation in the history of this nation. I looked at the numbers this morning. We already got over like 300,000 removals. And considering 4 months of that was Joe Biden who wasn't doing anything, it's historic already. But with the big, beautiful bill, with more boots on the ground, more detention beds, more transportation contracts, you watch what happens in the coming year, Laura. It's going to be incredible.
We got to move them out, clear them out, and begin again with legal immigrants who want to be here and do the right thing. Tom, thank you for everything you're doing out there.
This is what a border czar does. Okay, it comes out, it talks about the border, it talks about what they're doing, how they're doing it, and the progress. Okay, who was the last border czar? It's hard to remember. Okay. It's hard to remember who the last border czar was, okay? Somebody tell me who the last border czar was. Because I don't think the last border czar ever went to the border. Did the last border czar ever went to the border? I don't think so. Or maybe. Check me on
Back to the big story of the day. Texas state lawmakers are set to reconvene Friday. The House, it remains frozen, failing to meet a quorum for the second day as Democrats have fled in order to block redistricting. This all started because Democrats are looking to defend current districts like this, Texas 35. That district was ruled unconstitutional, drawn with discriminatory intent until ultimately deemed allowed by the Supreme Court. With threats against their cling to power, though, Democrats are screaming all-out war.
This is unconstitutional. This is about standing up for people's voting rights and standing up for black and brown people who are going to be iced out.
Would the state of California move forward in kind, fighting, yes, fire with fire?
This is not the Democratic Party of your grandfather, which would bring a pencil to the knife fight. This is a new Democratic
of Texas. Governor, great to have you here on the show. You heard the reaction there from some of your fellow governors. What do you say?
Some very rich hypocrisy on their part. There are no states more gerrymandered than California and Illinois and New York. In Illinois, I think they may have maybe 3 congressional seats for Republicans, despite the fact that Trump won more than 40% of the vote there. Same thing applies in states like California and New York. I don't think those states can gerrymander any more than they have. What Texas is doing, actually, we're drawing districts to provide every voter in the state the opportunity to cast a vote for the party and candidate of their choice. 4 of the 5 districts we're drawing, they're going to be Hispanic districts. They happen to be Hispanic Republican districts. One is going to restore the Barbara Jordan district in Harris County, Texas. And so what Democrats are really concerned about, if you look under the hood, is the fact that Hispanics and even black voters are voting more for Republicans than they have for Democrats in the past. The results of President Trump's electoral victory prove that. You have a map up, and it's a map of districts. But the fact of the matter is, if you look at the map of the presidential election, you'll see all across the border counties, President Trump won those counties, which are heavily Hispanic counties. Hispanics now vote Republican, and Democrats are losing it because of that.
Let's talk about the Democrats who have fled the state of Texas for a moment, Governor. On Sunday, you suggested they could, citing an attorney general opinion, be arrested and replaced for abandoning their office. Earlier today, I spoke to Representative Oliverson here in Texas, and he made me aware, which I was not aware, that some of the Democrats who are not showing up for a quorum are actually still here in the state. So is it the case that you could actually arrest those representatives and bring them back to Austin to establish a quorum?
So that is correct. And Will, as we're talking right now, Texas Department of Public Safety officers are on the streets looking for those Democrat House members to arrest them and to take them to the Texas Capitol. And
great good news, y'all. Y'all, have you seen, you guys have to see this, man. Have you seen the new Levi Jean ad by Beyonce? You know, the talented Beyonce, the most Grammy awarded woman in history. I think so. So yeah, Beyonce's very talented, right? You guys need to go watch that Levi ad. It is, to me, okay, this is my personal opinion. It is Sydney Sweeney or Sweeney Sydney. Part 2. Okay. Oh man, this just it just keeps getting better. It keeps on getting better every time. Every time.
hold them there until a quorum is reached.
All right, and then, and that may, I'm not sure how many, can you tell me how many different representatives that we're talking about are in the state of Texas? I believe you're 6 short right now of a quorum. Would that number bring you to a quorum?
So that's a fact that we don't know yet. We don't know which Democrats remain in the state who are not yet identified. We don't know exactly how many are out of state. But know this also, Will, and that is the Texas Department of Public Safety is also working with officials in other states to find ways in which we can try to arrest the Texas Democrat members in other states and bring them back to the state of Texas.
Well, that was my next question I was going to ask you, Governor. Of course, Texas DPS would have limited powers to arrest anyone out of state. Most of these Democrats have fled the state for that express purpose. Representative Oliverson has said that both you and Attorney General Ken Paxton, though, have looked into whether or not they're funding these trips or fundraising off of these trips, which would amount to bribery. Would that open up the potential for you to go retrieve some of these representatives who have fled the state?
It opens up several opportunities. One, bribery in Texas is a felony. Felony is the type of offense that we can issue papers to have these Democrats brought back. Another thing, though, that the Democrats don't seem to know, and that is taking or receiving a payment like they have to escape or not take a vote subjects them to forfeiture of their seat. That's going to be one of the legal grounds you're going to see asserted here immediately to seek the vacation or elimination or abandonment of these House seats by the Democrats. So we will remove them from office and call for elections to replace them.
But what kind of timeline? You said immediately. My understanding is that is a legal process. It would have to be established by a judge. At least that's the opinion of the Attorney General, I believe, established in 2021. And that would require a judge to discern abandonment. So that seems like that could take some time.
So when I say immediately, I'm talking about when all the paperwork is going to be filed with the courts, which is going to be immediately. Secondly, there will be requests for immediate responses from these courts, knowing that they're dealing with an immediate timeline. You're a lawyer, you know you can go into court and you can get a quick resolution for matters that have a short timetable. That's exactly what we're dealing with right here.
There's a lot of different elements to democracy. I'm just not sure when it became an acceptable element of democracy to flee the process in protest or deprive the democratically elected representatives of a majority vote. But several times now we've seen this play out in the state of Texas. So we'll be following along.
All right, that was Governor Abbott of Texas. All right. All right, this is going to be absolutely funny for sure. Everybody knows Gutfeld is funny.
At a home in the UK, an exterminator captured a 22-inch rat. When rats of that size are captured here in Manhattan, of course, New Yorkers, we are required to throw them back. A nuclear power plant in Minnesota will now notify local residents by cell phone instead of sirens if there's an emergency. Here is a sample text message. And a survey revealed 40% of people would end a relationship if they learned their partner was hiding debt. Another 40% said that's another great reason to hide debt. And Trump is planning to use the National Guard to help ICE with paperwork. After hearing the National Guard will be doing paperwork, Tim Walz tried to re-enlist. Lawyers in Ireland are blaming mass migration for their housing crisis, even though most of the mass is from one person. And the House Ethics Committee has rebuked AOC for listing her fiancé as both her husband and not her husband on various federal documents. It could be worse. She could list him as her husband and her brother. Elizabeth Warren has thrown her support behind Zohran Mamdani. This after initially claiming she had her reservations. And finally, our very own Greg Gutfeld will be appearing on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon on Thursday. And Greg is so excited that he's bringing his own chair. Can't wait for that one. Okay, to the monologue. Do you remember ex-ABC reporter Terry Moran? Well, he was axed in June for calling the president a world-class hater on social media, which sounds like something a 15-year-old girl would say during a catfight on Snapchat. Or Greg would say to Jesse in a commercial break. And that was after this happened a few months before.
Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You know, you're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay. But I picked you, Terry, but you're not being very nice.
Never heard of him? Well, that's the same thing Greg says about Epstein. And now the disgraced reporter admits the media is biased against Trump, writing, quote, Were we biased? Yes. ABC News has the same problem many leading cultural institutions do in America, a lack of viewpoint diversity. Moran also claimed ABC had very few pro-Trump voices, leading to deafness in the newsroom. So translation, they reported the news if it fit their caricature of Trump as an evil fascist. But it isn't just Trump. The media has always been biased against Republicans. They attacked George Bush with relentless negative coverage. Trust me, I remember. I call Dan Rather on his birthday every year and ask, read any good fake documents this week? But at least Moran was being honest and was able to give this post-mortem. But the Democrats suffer from the same deafness, yet refuse to admit it. Last month, the DNC ran a post-mortem on their failed 24 campaign, but made no mention of decisions made by Biden or Kamala. None. That's like a coroner saying that Abe Lincoln died of lead poisoning. And now, after months of humiliating losses to Trump, the DNC chair thinks that they're the ones in the driver's seat. And from early indications, they took driver's ed with Ted Kennedy. I wonder, are they on the wrong side of the issues right now?
They're on the wrong side of the issues right now. Donald Trump is sitting at 37% approval. The Americans have buyer's remorse, people who voted for Donald Trump. They are certainly headed towards a certain election loss next year if this trend continues. And so the only thing they can do, of course, is rig the system, is to cheat, to do a mid-cycle redistricting in states to steal more seats, which is essentially what they're doing in Texas.
Yes, the Democrats think that the GOP is delusional, not the Dems, who believe they have high hopes of a blue wave in the midterms, although as one polling expert notes, that might look more like a blue trickle. Blue trickle, that sounds a little like a Smurf with a prostate problem. Because if they continue to ignore Trump's success, they have about as much hope as Joe Maki at an Indigo Girls concert. Instead, the party is elevating voices that make you want to reach for your earmuffs.
The Supreme Court has paved the way for half the stuff that we see that's going on. Listen, Donald Trump is a piece of okay, we know that. Yes, he is. He is.
But that's a voice that Dems have chosen to carry their torch, along with their other new darling, Zohran Mamdani, the radical rapping socialist hell-bent on turning New York City into a Soviet's paradise. This guy's so far down the socialist rabbit hole, even Bernie Sanders is like, dude, tone it down a little bit. And for one Dem leader, rent freezes and bread lines are the future of the party.
Is this what the party should look like, the Democratic Party moving forward?
You bet. When someone stands up and says, I will lead this city by making it more affordable, and here are my plans, real plans, plans to deliver on childcare, plans to deliver on housing, plans to deliver, we're going to experiment, we're going to try things on groceries. That is the Democratic message.
And she didn't stop there. She even did the media rounds to defend her guy.
What Zohran is saying is, I want people to be able to afford to live in New York City. That's what keeps it a vibrant city. That's what makes people want to live
Nobody
here.
disagrees with that, Senator, but raising taxes in order to do it? Why is that the answer?
Oh, dear. Are you worried that billionaires are going to go hungry?
No, I'm worried that they're going to leave and spend their money elsewhere.
You know, they've threatened to do that over and over and over.
And they have. They've left.
So, yeah, Warren and progressive Dems seem to want to light the party on fire. Forget the fact that most voters don't want a steep descent into socialism. Americans want a secure border. They want low inflation, things Trump has delivered. But because of the Dems' seething bias, these victories are ignored like the coupons that Greg gets from the big and tall shop. So you'd think the Dems would change course, considering even their own party has had enough. A recent poll found that more than 1 in 3 Dems think their party is weak and ineffective, and the other 2/3 couldn't even take part in the poll because they were suffering from cramps. And while the Dems are beating themselves up like Jussie Smollett, the same poll found Republicans have a positive view of their party. Worse, the Dems are reportedly planning to spend tens of millions of dollars on content creators. And if that sounds familiar, it's because they tried it in 2024 before their party crashed and burned. So the media and the Democrats have one thing in common, a blistering hatred for Trump that alienates half the country. And while the media admits their bias, it continues to eat the Dems alive. which means it's just a matter of time before they're all sitting down to enjoy a healthy serving of crow. Welcome tonight's guest. She has $2.3 million in her swear jar. Co-host of
this now pattern of people who participated actively in the machine of corruption and cover-up all of a sudden sort of coming to confessional after just to make a buck, right? He was disgraced, and rightly so, fired, and then now is sending out Substacks. So I don't think he needs any more oxygen, especially because what he's saying is the obvious. We all knew it this whole time. The reality is we needed someone then to actually speak up. And speaking of speaking up, so Liz Warren sort of floats down to New York City and tries to weigh in at this national level on our city's politics. And I find it so amusing that she went to CNBC, a financial network, and tried to talk about her academic, lofty principles. And they're like, yeah, actually, this city saw 1 million people flee before 2020, taking with it $14 billion in 1 year alone. So those that are left carrying the mantle, there's either a slim majority of those billionaires who will foot the bill, or the rest of these hardworking New Yorkers who can't afford anything that, by the way, all voted for Cuomo. So she and Mamdani are two clowns, and hopefully, however, they're not going to be successful here.
Michael, Greg texted me earlier today and told me you're still homeless and wanted me to ask you if they have news at the shelters.
There's not a lot of news at the shelters. Okay. We're usually using yesterday's newspaper, but for like more business affairs. That's what you got to do. This guy, I never knew who he was before.
Terry Moran?
Right? And now I don't know him now. So I figure, like I timed that out beautifully, right? Because that was Trump. He's like, I don't know who you are. I gave you the big deal of a lifetime, and now you're going to take a big crap on me, and I need yesterday's newspaper. Bang. So long. I'm with you. The thing that's making me laugh about all of this is this Elizabeth Warren showing up in New York to talk about. It's like she's like the socialist Batman, She's at home and she sees the communist light go off in the distance, and she's like, I've gotta go and spend other people's money. She gets her collar popped, she starts shaking, her little starter earrings start trembling, and and you can't run away from her. She'll track you down. Then that Indian pops in, and she's like, there's a rich person somewhere having fun. I should go over there and preach socialism and take his money and put it in my pocket. It's bad when Bernie didn't show up.
It was pretty bad. And also the CNBC host, Kat, he didn't seem like he was buying it at all. And then but what's interesting is like the energy on the Democratic Party, you can take your pick. Is it Jasmine Crockett? Elizabeth Warren is trying to draft onto Mamdani? Is it AOC? It's certainly not Kamala Harris.
Aw. You guys remember her. Yeah, I mean, and it's just, she couldn't wait to say it either. She like really thought she ate with that, right? Like, oh dear, billionaires gonna go hungry. As if that's the problem, right? As if the only people who will have their lives changed would be billionaires. And as if billionaires wouldn't leave. A lot of rich people have left New York already. If I didn't have this job, I would not live here. Would you? If you didn't work here, would you live in Manhattan?
If I didn't have this job? No, probably not.
Yeah, no, that's the only reason that I'm still here. So
I mean, I do love this city, and that's why this all breaks my heart.
I work here, and I still don't live here.
Yeah. So I love this city. I've always wanted to live here ever since I was little and knew that this place existed. This was where I wanted to be. Right. But I will say that it's not been the same since COVID. I think that a lot of what made it special were those smaller restaurants that were just, now it's entire blocks are either there's nothing there, or it's like Dunkin' Donuts, Starbucks. It's all these chains because these small businesses
Don't forget the pot shops.
They couldn't survive.
Yeah.
And that's the last thing we need is something else making it even more difficult for the small businesses that have survived to survive something else.
Zooming out, bigger picture if you want. I mean,
everything with
bigger picture, right, Tyrus? Are the Democrats still deaf? And Terry Moran says that they were deaf to the rest of the country. Do they still have that problem?
Terry Moran is a squeaker.
Okay.
You know what a squeaker is? Anyone who read the book Animal House, Squeaker was the fat pig who was castrated, that every time Napoleon would do something, he'd run out and he'd push the narrative. And that's what the media is. They're squeakers. They run out and they're there for Team Democrat, and they go out and all their news and all their cycles is based on a narrative. So what happened was eventually they got tired of that squeaker and they cut him loose, and now he's looking for his balls again. And I'm trying to tell him in the nicest way, once you cut them, they don't grow back, bro.
Even on Substack.
Yeah, even on Substack. It's just, the thing is like, you want to get behind whenever you have a Native American and an African American come together. You know, as an African American myself, you want to support that. You know, my great grandmother had the good hair, so we had the Native American gene somewhere in our family. But then when you see the pictures, you're like, what in the like?
It doesn't really fit your image.
I'm light skinned, but damn, like this. He has heat burn from the camera.
All right, here we go.
First, pointless and purposeless. That's the focus of tonight's angle. Considered a victory for them in Texas.
There's folks saying that we walked out.
No.
I think everyone behind me will say we're standing up, and as Texans would say, we're standing tall.
For the second day in a row, Lone
This
Star
isn't it.
Democrats, starring in their own.
Tim Scott, here we go.
Republicans are taking on the lawlessness of Texas Democrats on the run. The GOP is ready to vote on redrawing the state's congressional map. Governor Abbott is now suing those Democrats who fled the state to try to block the vote. He says they abandoned their office and the people who voted for them. And developing now the Democrat plan to stay out of Texas until Republicans kill the plan to redistrict. So are they moving out forever? I'm Harris Faulkner. This is the Faulkner Focus. Now a look at the list of those Democrats who were no-shows for Tuesday's House session. It's long, 54 names, including the caucus chair, Jean Wu. Governor Abbott filed an emergency petition yesterday to remove Wu from his position. He calls him the ringleader of the derelict Democrats. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton was with me, as you know, yesterday, and he has an ultimatum. Starting this Friday, any rogue lawmakers refusing to return to the House will be held accountable for vacating their office. If you don't show up to work, you get fired. AG Paxton, again in focus yesterday.
This is the third time I've seen it in my political career. I haven't seen the Democrats ever leave on any other issue, whether it was abortion, whatever we talked about, they would stay and fight. This is the only issue that they've ever cared enough about to leave. And as ironic as it is, going to Illinois, probably the most gerrymandered state in the country, it's so hypocritical. It's incredible.
DNC Chair Ken Martin on Fox this morning was defending Democrats after visiting with them in Illinois yesterday.
This isn't just some sort of stunt. I mean, this requires everyone at this point, not just Texas Dems, but people throughout this country. Governor Newsom, Governor Hochul, Governor Pritzker, other governors, members of Congress, and other elected officials who are standing up right now against this illegal power grab.
Look, this is a moment in Texas, obviously, but nationally as well in politics. Senator Tim Scott of the great state of South Carolina is on set with me today. He'll join in just a moment. Senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy, though, with more on what the White House is weighing in with. Peter.
Harris, we had a chance to ask President Trump himself what he thinks about new Democratic plans to counter Republicans with new maps of their own.
Redrawing their congressional map would get you 5 safe red seats. Means that California, New York, Illinois, and Maryland are all going to redraw their maps to add safe.
Well, they'll do it anyway.
Is it worth it?
Yeah, they'll do it anyway. Why? If we stop over there, they would have done it anyway.
Eric Holder was one of Barack Obama's attorney generals. He's been working on redistricting for years. His group's website warns about maps being redrawn unfairly by election deniers. And Barack Obama himself is now saying we can't lose focus on what matters. Right now, Republicans in Texas are trying to gerrymander district lines to unfairly win 5 seats in next year's midterm elections. This is a power grab that undermines our democracy. But there is one president at a time, and the current one wants to do whatever is necessary to let Texas move forward with this new map that adds the 5 safe red seats.
Do you want the federal government and the FBI to help locate and arrest these Texas Democrats who have left the state?
Well, I think they've abandoned the state. Nobody's seen anything like it, even though they've done it twice before. And in a certain way, it almost looks like they've abandoned the state. It looks very bad. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Should the FBI get involved? Should the FBI get involved?
Well, they may have to.
Vice President Vance is off to Indiana tomorrow to talk to Republicans there about possibly making a new map. Harris?
Peter, thank you very much. Republican Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, also the chairman of the NRCC. Good to see you right now.
Thank you very much.
And always, look, this is now a larger scope issue. But I want to drill down just for a moment on Texas. Where are they in all of this, and why is this moment so contentious?
Well, they're on solid grounds where they are. That's what makes the moment so contentious. The Democrats are apoplectic about losing power. The Democrats have been doing gerrymandering for one purpose and one purpose only, to consolidate their power and their control, period. We're taking a page out of their playbook. When the New York Times says that the Democrats don't have a leg to stand on, that ought to tell you something, because this strategy is about power. And the fact of the matter is that we are going to do all that we can to make sure that we continue to work together with this working class coalition that elected President Trump to produce the results they want. It's how we keep the promises that we made will be the promises that we kept on the campaign trail. This is the strategy that the Democrats have been using for decades.
It makes me think of another Democrat. Maybe you've heard of the man who said elections have consequences.
Yes.
That's kind of what you're saying, right?
100%.
Well, and Ken Paxton, the AG, who we just heard from, he was on the program yesterday, the AG for Texas, said Texas has had a boom in population. And so this is necessary. Like, in order for people in certain areas of the state to have the right representation, free representation, it's grown to more than 33 million people. So you have to accommodate for that.
1,000%. You think about states like California and New York, they're bleeding people. Why? Socialism doesn't work. They look like they want to try it again, but it doesn't work. So where are they going? They're going to places like Florida, South Carolina, and Texas. Obviously, if you have an incredible increase in population, you want to make sure that you take advantage of the opportunity to redistrict so that no one person has too many people in that district. This is probably the most effective way of getting to the finish line and representing the constituents.
All right, we've seen critics call out the hypocrisy, just as the senator did, given where most of those Texas Democrats are hiding out right now. Take a look. Illinois congressional district map. Republicans accuse Governor J.B. Pritzker of gerrymandering the state, quote, to hell and back. I'm quoting them. The nonpartisan Princeton gerrymandering project gave Illinois 2 F grades, one on partisan fairness and the other on geographic integrity. All right, so it's not fair and it isn't ethical. Okay, that's what they said about their gerrymandering. Pritzker signed Illinois' redistricting maps back in 2021. It left Republicans with only 3 of 17 seats in the entire state. An interesting makeup, given President Trump still took home nearly 44% of the state's popular vote last year. So even when they did all of that, it didn't help them win. Here's Governor Pritzker of Illinois on whether he would...
Whoa, CRXR, the new member of the channel CRXR in the building. I'm telling y'all, man. You got to give flowers, yo. Shout out to CRXR, the new member of the Genesis Madhouse channel. God bless you, CRXR. Yes, welcome to the channel officially, okay? Officially, he's become a member, an esteemed member. God bless you, CRXR. Here we go.
Redraw
and we gotta find a nickname for you up here, okay? Because everybody here has a nickname. Okay, everybody. Like MVP Jet, Bucket Master Booski, Dr. Luke the Goat, okay, Mama Girl, Terry Vinings, Good Jeans, C. Shelley, okay, and it goes on and on, okay? So, CRXR, you need your own nickname.
State again.
Everything's on the table. I mean, we got to fight fire with fire. They've frankly tossed the rule book out, and they're just acting in an unconstitutional fashion. And what we're going to have to do is whatever it takes to preserve democracy.
Your reaction?
Well, JV, seriously, you're talking about preserving democracy when the president wins 44% of the state, and the Republicans only have 3 out of 17. That's less than 25% of the congressional districts have a majority red seat. Out of a state where the president did 44%, the numbers just don't add up. The math, it doesn't work. We're talking about the gerrymandering capital of the world, Illinois. Please stop talking.
All right. So one of the Texas Democrats who fled the state with a shocking comparison that's drawn a lot of criticism.
We better have the courage to stand up. Otherwise, we will fall for anything. And in this country, we will be defeated, deported. I mean, we will lose all of our rights. And if you think it can't happen, it can. And I will liken this to the Holocaust. People are like, well, how did the Holocaust happen? How was somebody in a position to kill all them people? Well, good people remain silent. Or good people didn't realize that what happens to them can very soon happen to me or somebody I love.
Don Lemon just sat there like a stone. I thought he was asleep at first because his eyes were down for so long. Look, why do we need to even compare this to anything? Millions of people, Jews, died in the Holocaust. We know. We're intellectual beings. We know. Right. We're sentient. We know that this has nothing to do with that. It's whataboutism. They're desperate.
Well, bottom line is simply this. Making comparisons that have nothing to do with one another doesn't make it better. It makes it worse. Actually, people see through that. It's a veil. The truth of the matter is that they've lost their minds and they're losing their voters. As a result, they're looking for some way of holding on to the very little power they have. Think about what the Democrats have done to minority communities around the country. They have devastated minority communities. Why? They were more interested in the power than the progress of the very people they represent. That's why President Trump has this new working class coalition. Nearly 48% of Hispanic men voted for President Trump. 30+% of African-American men voted for President Trump. Over 50% of Native Americans voted for President Trump. That means redistricting, as you see these states fill full of more people, they're going to redraw those maps so as to maximize the opportunity of the new citizens who say, free at last, free at last. They want to experience it, and President Trump has delivered. The Democrats are scared to death.
Yeah, and the Democrats also realize that they can't keep people in their states. No. I mean, they're sanctuary states. They're harboring the worst of the illegal immigrants. And so, yeah, they can't. And so they just want to get mad at Republicans for taking them away, but they're not. People are fleeing just like they did, although it's legal when the citizens flee.
They're voting with their feet because their vote in those states just didn't matter.
Wow. All right, you have a brand new book. Please hold it up. One Nation, Always Under God, Profiles in Christian Courage. It's out now. Talk to me about why you wrote this book and what the biggest message is for people.
Well, too often today we're celebrating the wrong people doing the wrong things. My book, One Nation, Always Under God, is about ordinary Americans who take an extraordinary stand because they felt in their hearts that God called them to do something. I think about Dorothea Dix, a woman who decided that she would change the state of insane asylums at the time of her life. She, moved by God, went and visited place after place after place and came to one decision. I must change and bring dignity and respect to these institutions for the people. She changed the course of mental health and how we treat it in America today. You think about person after person after person in my book that talks about these profiles of Christians called by the Lord to do something significant in our amazing nation.
All right. It sounds like a wonderful read, and it's right on time.
And this is your copy. I even signed it to you.
Thank you.
You don't have to get yours at Amazon.com. Yours is right here for you, right now.
I love that. Thank you. God bless you. You're
Tim Scott. You look, Tim Scott, I got to tell y'all, man. Remember when he was running to be the presidential candidate? Team Scott, yeah. All right, here we go. Tragedy in
We're
Georgia.
going to move forward. We have more on the breaking news right now. Fort Stewart Army Post in Georgia is in an active shooter situation. The base is on lockdown, and the scene, we're told, remains active. They do know that they are concentrating on one particular area on post, the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team area. We now have a reporter on this, Steve Harrigan, in Atlanta. Steve.
Harris, the details are just beginning to come out about the trouble at Fort Stewart, which began just over 1 hour ago at 11:04 a.m. Law enforcement are on the scene, and there is still an active shooter on Fort Stewart. That, of course, is a huge Army base, the largest in the East, about 15,000 personnel. What we know right now is there's at least one active shooter. We don't know if there's more than that. And we do know also that there are casualties. It's not clear whether they are dead or wounded or how many. But prayers have gone out from a number of leaders. Law enforcement is on the scene, and the commander of Fort Stewart says the base itself is on lockdown. No one in or out. People are being told to stay in their rooms, lock their doors. Active shooter still underway. Casualties, we don't know yet how many. Harris, back to you.
All right, Steve, I was taking copious notes there just in terms of the size of that base. So the fact that they've located at least an area of that base, however large it is, it at least tells us where we are in the story. We'll come back to you as the news warrants. Steve, appreciate the update now that you were on the story. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp said in a statement just a short time ago, as we remain in close contact with law enforcement on the ground, Marty, the girls, and I are saddened by today's tragedy at Fort Stewart. We are keeping the victims, their families, and all those who answer the call to serve in our hearts and prayers. And we ask that Georgians everywhere do the same. I want to just echo a little bit of what Steve Harrigan was reporting and what we knew just a few minutes ago. The military had told us, leadership there on post at Fort Stewart had told us that there would be casualties to be reported. Now, we don't know the configuration of that, how many have been injured, what the circumstances were, their conditions, if there are, a number of people dead. So we're watching for all of that. The post that I just read, the social media post by the governor of Georgia, would lead you to believe that this is indeed a dire situation. So we will prepare for more detail about those casualties. Meanwhile, Georgia Congressman Buddy Carter on X. I am monitoring the situation at Fort Stewart. Please join me in prayers for the casualties, their families, and the brave law enforcement officers working to protect our community. And so we will watch this. Before we go, can I just mention, because Charles, I know you have served. You, like my dad, you were in the military. I believe the Army as well. I know this base very well, having grown up an Army brat. I did not realize it had grown to the size that Steve was just talking about.
Yeah, I was Air Force. My father was career Army, but we never were at Fort Stewart. But when you see it in these bases, it's just really it drives this thing home even more. Obviously there's a lot more to find out, a lot more to dig into in terms of the reasoning for all of this. But it just kind of puts everything in perspective that there's no really safe place out there. When I was growing up, Army bases were like sort of an oasis of safety. And this was in the 60s and 70s. It was almost weird because all of the things that were impacting regular society just didn't make it through. It was like really just like if you can imagine, just you go out and you play all day, and it was just a wonderful thing. So society, it's all over. The things that are hurting us as a society there's no place to hide from them.
All right, we are going to cover this, and again, we'll get some better notes and reporting as it's coming in, more detailed, I should say. From our team that is working on it from Fox News, so we can tell you more.
This is sad, man.
We're getting new updates on the active shooter situation at Fort Stewart Army Post in Georgia. A suspect is in custody with as many as 5 people injured. Joining us on the phone, Fox News contributor and retired NYPD Inspector Paul Morrow. Paul, thank you for joining us. Look, this Army base covers nearly 280,000 acres. What does that kind of containment look like? We know the suspect is in custody, but what would that protocol look like as a lockdown is called into place and an active shooter on the loose?
Well, the first thing to recognize is the jurisdiction here is federal, right? So it's going to be an internal thing right from the get-go. with Army CID having the ticket on the investigation. So the response that you're talking about, that'll be the authorities that are on the base. They'll have protocols. They'll even have protocols worked out with the local police. There'll be these mutual agreements that they have as to who responds to what. Sometimes they work together if there is a hook outside the base. Let's say somebody's running narcotics into the base or something like that. These bases are huge. They're like mini cities. And so they have to work all this stuff out ahead of time. And they get these kinds of cases. But in the investigatory stage, as I said, it'll go likely to CID unless we have an instance of terrorism, in which case the FBI, by presidential executive order, it goes over to the FBI. And all of this matters because, you know, we've seen this kind of thing before. 2009, during the real sort of heyday of the metastasization of Al-Qaeda, we had the Fort Hood shooting, Major Nadal. And I raised that just to pinpoint maybe how lucky we were in this instance, because on an Army base, you have very heavy weaponry. You have really heavy ordinances, and these people are trained to shoot to kill. That's what soldiers do. And in that case, we had 13 fatalities and over 30 wounded, including some of the local cops who responded and were completely outgunned. That was a case of terrorism. The Obama administration didn't want to classify it as such. It went down as workplace violence, and there was a lot of hubbub about it. I was working counterterrorism at the time and was quite incredulous, and that was a story, a case that we studied very closely. So all of these vectors are blowing through this thing. When you see something like this, if you're sitting where I am, having done that kind of work, you think, is it a terrorism incident? Is it something that could have been interdicted? Was there some indicia ahead of time that maybe there was some psychological issues? All of these are after effects, obviously. These are things that you think about in retrospect, because the most important thing, of course, as you say, is to lock it down, make sure life and limb are preserved, that everybody is safe, and that you interdict the immediate threat.
Emily, we do have some new information on the people shot. So I want to jump into that. There have been 5 soldiers who were shot today in this active shooter incident in the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team area. All soldiers were treated on site and moved to Wynn Army Community Hospital for further treatment. There is no active threat to the community. Law enforcement was dispatched for the possible shooting in the 2nd, what I just called Armored Brigade Combat Team area. And Emily gave the timeline a little while ago, and so we know how quickly this moved. So that was at 10:56 a.m. local, then 11:35 a.m. they apprehended the suspected shooter. The installation was locked down 11:04, and Fort Stewart has now lifted the lockdown of the main containment area, and that happened a few minutes ago, actually. We were waiting for this press release to come out, and so we could see some things that were unconfirmed, and now we can put those on the record. The area of the shooting, that 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team area, remains on lockdown at this point, but the main cantonment, I should say, area is lifted from the lockdown. So people, you know, emergency medical personnel are dispatched to treat the wounded. There's some movement now on base, that sort of thing. I still don't know, and Paul, maybe you and Emily will talk about this, about being able to go in and off that base, because the front gates aren't really being talked about much. But the term you were using, CID, the U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Command, it's interesting. A lot of this was handled internally, including their injuries. So, Paul and Emily, just as you were saying.
Yeah, so one thing we have to remember now is that this is a crime scene, and it could be a very mobile crime scene. So you're going to default to what the rule of thumb with a crime scene is, that you make it, if anything, bigger. You don't want to shrink it, because you don't want to look at backwards and say, well, we lost some potential evidence here. So the crime scene is likely going to be quite large, at least initially, until they decide to unfreeze it. But you can guarantee that there are a lot of investigatory people there right now viewing it as a crime scene. Again, after the initial response, when you make sure everything is safe and everybody is being treated, and, you know, we pray that everybody is going to be okay. But once you've interdicted the immediate threat and you're into the investigation stage, yeah, you're going to have a big, big crime scene. And look, they're going to ask for help. And as I said, you know, they're going to get full support from many of the federal authorities, and guarantee the FBI is already en route. And then, you know, you're going to be doing this big backwards scrub to see should we have known? Was the person treated for psychological issues? Is it a soldier? Is it civilian personnel? Is it a ranking officer? Is there contact overseas? Was the person part of an intelligence unit? We don't know what set this off. But the risk, as I mentioned earlier, is always the fact that not only are these things very, very big, but you have guns, and you have high-powered guns. And that was the thing that really came out in the Fort Hood shooting, because Major Nidal got his hands on military-grade weaponry as a ranking officer, and he did a tremendous amount of damage. So we could have really gotten lucky on this one.
Shout out to Dr. Luke, the GOAT. Thank you so much. He says, God bless the United States of America. Amen. Thank you, Lord, for exposing the corruption so we don't perish. God is moving in our country. He is faithful. Absolutely. I think they have found the guy who actually did this.
Fox News has just confirmed that the shooter was a U.S. soldier. Officials tell Fox News from the military that the shooter was a male U.S. Army sergeant. So we know, as suspected, the shooter was a soldier, a sergeant, wounding 5 U.S. soldiers on Fort Stewart. At least 2 of those 5 now have been taken to the hospital by ambulance, treated on the scene initially, but at least 2 serious enough to be taken by ambulance. There could be a 3rd on the way soon. Bad weather for helicopter flights, so they rushed them there. No fatalities, 5 shot, and the shooter, we've just learned, is a sergeant. No word yet on any possible motivation for these attacks. Sandra.
All right, Steve, thank you very much. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here.
Lord. Thank God.
Former Speaker of the House,
subdued.
Newt Gingrich. All right, Speaker, have you ever seen political parties flip so quickly where the Republican president gets the backing of the Teamsters, he's bringing manufacturing jobs back, and the Democrats are just like left out to dry?
Well, I mean, maybe you go back to Franklin Roosevelt in 33, 34, 35, when the Republicans were literally collapsing, going from being a party that had dominated for over 60 years to a party that became really a tiny minority. And you're seeing that happen now. I thought when the senator from Massachusetts went down to endorse Mamdani as the future of the Democratic Party, if you're a Republican, I mean, this is like Christmas every single day. Mm-hmm. There's another gift that comes in over the transom. And you just can't imagine. These people are so out of touch with everyday normal Americans that I think it's astonishing.
Yeah, communism is not the future of anything. It should be buried in the past where it belongs. The nerve of Kamala Harris to stick her finger in the face of the Teamsters and demand an endorsement. Why the hell haven't you endorsed me yet? I mean, talk about political unathleticism.
Well, look, it's not fair to pick on her. She's totally out of touch with reality. She's not very competent. For years and years, she was carried by a California machine that didn't require that she learned anything, and she managed to get through the vice presidency without learning anything. So she behaves exactly like the spoiled brat that you'd expect at that stage in her career. I'm never surprised by her because her level of non-intelligence really rivals virtually any major figure in American history, and she proves it every time she goes out in public.
You know, it's something called manners. She should have learned that a long, long time ago. Tim Cook is over. You know, big announcement. They said it couldn't be done. Apple would never bring jobs back to America, and it looks like it's happening. Are we getting our hopes up too quickly, though? Is this kind of like, you know, like the hokey doke?
Look, no, I think what's changing everything is that you have this rock standing in the middle of history called Donald J. Trump. And he's saying, you want to do it my way or you want to be crushed? I prefer you do it my way, but, you know, if you have to be crushed, it's okay. And so rational people like Tim Cook are going, oh, gee, do I want to do it the way the president wants, or would I like to be crushed? And they go, you know, I've always wanted to be part of the team. And you're seeing this happen not just in the United States, but you're seeing it happen all around the world. I mean, the Saudis show up and say, could we buy $400 billion of Boeing airplanes? And by the way, could we also invest $400 billion in the United States to create new jobs? And Trump graciously says, that'd be fine. I'm so grateful. And then he goes to the next city, the next country, and they say the same thing. I mean, this is the most, I think he's really now moving, if he can sustain this, he's moving into a league that other than Washington and Lincoln, nobody has gotten the level of energy, drive, effectiveness that we're seeing with Trump.
I mean, once he hears Newt Gingrich, put him on that level with Washington and Lincoln, I mean, I don't think we could ever recover from that. Speaker, the Democrats say it's tyrannical, the way he's exercising power. You know, you see him with some of the universities, or, you know, you see it with industry, you see it with other countries with trade. Do you feel like it's tyrannical, or it's just he's very savvy in the way he exercises presidential power?
Look, I think that President Trump believes that he was elected by Americans who are sick and tired of the corrupt, insensuous, dishonest Democratic establishment, which includes the New York Times, the Washington Post, and all the propaganda media, as well as the major universities. And the people who elected President Trump want him to take them on. Now, if you're the other team and you've been in charge basically since 1932, and all of a sudden this guy stands up and says, you know, like the story of the emperor that had no clothing. You guys don't exist. You're not important. You're not going to be in charge. Well, it feels terrible to them. I mean, how do they explain it to themselves? The fact that they are corrupt, the fact that they're totally out of touch with the American people, the fact that their bureaucracies don't work. Well, you can't have a gathering of Democrats and come to believe that, you know? So Donald Trump has to be the problem, because otherwise they are the problem.
Very well said, Speaker. And historian, Newt Gingrich. Thanks for
Gingrich. All right, here we go. Hannity.
And welcome to Hannity. And tonight, it is the one-year anniversary of what is probably the single worst running mate selection in American history. Just to remind you.
Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot.
This debate right here was the easiest, straight up, the easiest vice presidential debate ever. JD swept Tampon on the ground. Easy. Because Tampon was just, he literally was just making it easy for JD. Like, bro.
A lot about China.
I'm running for vice president. I'm a knucklehead. Well, he isn't just a knucklehead. He's extreme, he's radical, he's erratic, and he might be one of the worst governors in the country. Coming up, Tommy Lahren will help us mark this pathetic anniversary, plus major concerns surrounding a deadly new virus out of China. Here's the big question, though. Are we being lied to yet again by the communist Chinese? Can you trust what they are telling the world? Also, President Trump is now threatening to federalize Washington, D.C. after a former DOJ employee was beaten on the streets by a violent mob of criminals. But we begin with a very serious warning. The Democratic Party is going from bad to worse. A transformation is now underway. And extremism is taking root right before your very eyes. And understand this, while most of you will likely dismiss this, in the era of Trump, this is something that can never, ever happen in America. I'm telling you, you could not be any more wrong. History has proven again and again, radicalism, socialism, statism, whatever ism we want to put on it, it can rise to power in ways you don't even imagine just a few years before. Yes, they can be voted into power. You know, Reagan was not wrong in his understanding that freedom is but one generation away from extinction. Now, it may seem far-fetched today, again, in the era of Trump, but pay close attention. Now, tonight, instead of just hearing from me, we're going to let you hear from Democrats in their own words. And we begin with someone who is billed as a moderate from Michigan. That's Senator Elise Slotkin, who is now heaping praise on Zoran Marxist Mamdani. Wow, some moderate. Take a look.
The economy and a new generation of leadership, to me, are keys to bringing that next generation into politics.
Is that why you think Mamdani in New York had so much success? It wasn't necessarily his progressiveness, it was his age?
Yeah, I've said very openly that I never would be called an expert on New York City politics, but the two messages were like a blinking red light. How can you miss them? People are still extremely focused on the cost of living and how they can't get ahead. Still the motivating issue. And then number two, they want that new generation of leadership.
That's the new generation of leadership, radical Marxism, rooted in anti-Semitism, anti-capitalism, anti-American exceptionalism, is now sweeping the Democratic Socialist Radical Party. Democrats like Slotkin are either too cowardly to stand up against it, or they are actually true believers in the values of Marxism, socialism, statism. Now, New York City mayoral candidate Zoran Marxist Mamdani would have been laughed out of the Democratic Party just a few short years ago. Now, here he is in every way a true believer of full-blown Karl Marx socialism, to each according to their need, from each according to their ability. And by the way, if you're white, you pay more taxes, but don't take my word for it. Again, we report, you decide.
Socialism. Terrifying word. A lot of people have misconceptions about what it means. I'm a democratic socialist, and what socialism means to me is a commitment to dignity, a state that provides whatever is necessary for its people to live a dignified life.
But I sincerely believe in this political project. I sincerely believe in socialism. And knowing what it is that brought you here, right? For me, it was Palestine that brought me into this movement.
So-called mainstream Democrats now endorsing, now supporting, now praising Mamdani. And his ultimate goal is for the government to seize the means of production. In other words, he wants the government takeover of every business by force. Government-run grocery stores. I'm sure that'll be just as good as government-run schools. He also wants the government to seize private property. He doesn't believe in billionaires. He wants to place New Yorkers in communes. Very nice, comrade. Anyway, he is a card-carrying member of the Democratic Socialists of America, or the DSA. And here are just a few of the goals from Mamdani's comrades in the DSA. Take a look.
You also talk about, in addition to abolition of family policing, you argue for abolition of the family in general. And say that the institution of the family acts as part of the carceral system in the way that it reinforces children as property.
I'm also a Baptist minister, full of the story, and on that revolutionary horizon, want to perform abortions in a church, but before it's all said and done.
My feelings on marriage is echoed in the quote by Thomas Sankara, who was sort of the leader of Burkina Faso's revolution against the French, that the only real difference between marriage and prostitution is the price and the duration of the contract.
Why are they all afraid to show their faces? Abortion in churches, abolishing families, and let's not forget free gender reassignment surgeries for everyone in America, and they'll give you free transportation and a hotel generously paid for by the taxpayers of New York City under Mamdani. Of course, take a look.
Most importantly is we collaborated with the Zoran Mamdani campaign on his trans rights platform. And what we explicitly wanted to do was use the power of New York City to provide free gender-affirming care, and I say free in case insurance companies decide to boot us off, free gender-affirming care, not just to people in New York City, but across the country.
And it's funny because I'm like, Zoran is literally attempting to do what conservatives say, we want to do, which is provide gender-affirming care to anyone who wants it for free, and we're going to ship people, we're going to fly people in and pay for their hotel rooms, and we're going to do all of the Fox News stuff.
All right, a bit crazy, but not according to Slotkin, who's supposed to be a, quote, moderate Democrat, or any other major elected Democrat. Now, you would kind of be hard-pressed to find anyone on the left openly criticizing their radical socialist base. They know this is now the majority view of their base, of their party, of the most outspoken voices. That's why Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, they are leaders in name only. They're not real leaders. They won't take on their base. And let's be very clear, Marxist Mamdani is not an anomaly. Understand this. He's the heart and soul of the party, along with Jasmine Crockett, AOC, the Squad, Grandpa Bernie, Pocahontas. In Minneapolis, there's a fellow socialist named Omar Fatah, and he's now backed by the Democratic Party in his run for mayor against an incumbent Democrat. In addition to backing the key tenets of Marxism, Omar Fatah has also vowed to block ICE from deporting illegal immigrants, and like Mamdani, Fatah plans to stop sending a police response to a variety of 911 calls. This is genius. Take a look.
Protecting all of our communities from Donald Trump means not letting MPD interact with ICE, whether it's for an immigration raid or not. Our residents deserve a mayor that will stand up to Donald Trump and say, no, not in our community. Did you know that the city's own data showed that 47% of calls to MPD can be diverted to non-police response? Cops aren't social workers.
Oh, send a social worker in. Domestic disputes. Send a social worker in. Man wants to kill people. And it gets worse. In Minneapolis, Omar Fatah angrily declared that the greatest threat to the U.S. are white Americans. Sounds like Mamdani. Take a look.
We heard them being called terrorists. We heard them being called drug dealers. We heard a lot of insults. We heard that they're a threat to our national security. And that's a flat-out lie. You want to know who the real threat is, Madam President? I'll give you a hint. They don't look like our chief author. They don't look like the folks up in the gallery. According to DHS, Madam President, the greatest domestic threat facing the United States comes from, quote, racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists, specifically those who advocate for the superiority of the white race. Not our immigrants.
The Democratic Party in Minneapolis is supporting him over an incumbent Democratic mayor. And kind of like Mamdani, he wants to have higher taxes for white neighborhoods. Now, keep in mind, this is a mayoral candidate for a huge American city, just like New York City, home to many major corporations. And yet, take a look at your screen. He refers to the country of Somalia as his home. We saw the same sentiment recently from a Democratic Congresswoman, Delia Ramirez, who apparently values her home country of Guatemala more than the country she was elected to represent. Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Mark Warner, Mark Kelly, Hakeem Jeffries. This is your Democratic Party. All of you are completely powerless, gutless, and will never dare challenge it. This is now a party obsessed with socialism, Marxism, anti-Semitism, woke, gender theory, critical race theory, defund, dismantle, no bail laws. Is there anyone outside of little old John Fetterman in Pennsylvania with the courage to occasionally stand up and say, no, this is not the party I grew up in? Or is the Democratic Party too far gone? Hey, Sean.
No, there's nobody to stand up for them. Here we go.
It's never too early to start thinking about Christmas. 47 swung by the White House gift shop, and he had his eyes set on a big, beautiful ornament. Melania is already casting around for elves, and when the tree's erected, Santa Claus is going to spend bigly. Quote, I am proud to be the only president, with the possible exception of the late, great George Washington, to donate my salary. My first paycheck went to the White House Historical Association as we make much-needed renovations to the beautiful People's House. Now, are you more of a giver or a receiver? Trump likes it both ways, because hours later, we got something big in our stocking. Tim Cook showed up with the biggest check of the season.
Today, Apple is announcing that it will invest $600 billion, that's with a B, in the United States over the next 4 years. There's never been anything like it. Even you, that's even a lot of money for you. These investments will directly create more than 20,000 brand new American jobs.
Apple says they have a new home the bluegrass state.
For the first time ever, every single new iPhone and every single new Apple Watch sold anywhere in the world will contain cover glass made in Kentucky.
It'll be the largest smart glass assembly line in the world. And Apple's breaking ground on new AI factories in Houston and investing big money in North Carolina, Iowa, and Oregon. The Apple CEO also announced that the company will only be buying rare earth magnets from America, not China.
We're going to keep hiring in America, and we're going to keep building technologies at the heart of our products right here in America, because we're a proud American company, and we believe deeply in the promise of this great nation.
The Pentagon said it couldn't be done. Apple had to use cheap foreign labor. They were wrong. They said these billion-dollar pledges were just announcements to curry favor with Trump. They were wrong. They've been wrong about everything.
I watched this group of people on CNN and MSDNC too, the same thing, where they say, well, costs have gone up. Costs haven't gone up, they've gone down. I'm telling you, the thing that's gone up is stock prices and success of our country.
Now for a much harder deal, Russia.
We had some very good talks with President Putin today. There's a good chance that there will be a meeting very soon.
The president's expected to meet one-on-one with Putin. That means it's not just a talk. If everything goes right, a meeting like that usually means a treaty.
If there's going to be a deal to end this war, it'll have to require the president to come in at the end and close on it, as I've seen him do numerous times.
If he can end the Ukraine war after what he's done in the Middle East and elsewhere, he's a lock for the Nobel Peace Prize. And once he gets it, we can invade Greenland. What are they going to do? Take it away? Whoever inherits the White House in 28 should be very grateful. And who would that be?
Do you agree that the heir apparent to MAGA is J.D. Vance?
Well, I think most likely, in all fairness, he's the vice president. I think Marco is also somebody that maybe would get together with J.D. in some form.
New polls say Vance would beat out any Democrat. The Raging Cajun says, not so fast.
I have never seen a political party at a point in my entire life in politics, which is like 50 years, that has more talent than the current Democratic Party has. I'm talking about sheer, raw, naked political communication skill. I have never seen better than I see right now, waiting in the wings to run for president.
Who the is Cajun talking about? Their top four contenders are Kamala, Mayor Pete, Greasy Gav, AOC, and Liz Warren.
So I watched this lunatic, Pocahontas. She's a total lunatic. I don't know what she's on. She's all jumping up and down like I've never seen anything like it, talking about supporting the communist mayor. And he's not a socialist. He's a communist.
The whole party's on the lam. JB Back Ribs is harboring Democrat refugees from Texas who are terrified they're going to get gerrymandered out of power. Even canceled Colbert's not buying it.
Look at 17 here. It does that, then it comes up here and it sneaks around there and goes all the way up here and then goes right over there like that. And look at this one, kind of goes whoop up there. It's like the stinger on a scorpion down here. Is this common for all states to do?
Well, we handed it over to a kindergarten class and let them decide.
While Trump goes Christmas shopping for America, Democrats are showing up to dinner empty-handed. The Teamsters say they're sick of it. They ghosted the working man.
Let's talk about Bernie Sanders for a second, because
He doesn't talk to me anymore.
Why?
I don't know.
When did he stop talking to you?
Right after I spoke at the RNC. I think he looks at it as a betrayal of not endorsing the Democratic Party. He's never said that, but his whole attitude and access has completely changed towards us.
The Teamsters are like, Bernie, you're breaking up with me? You haven't been home in 6 years. At least Trump takes me down to dinner and remembers my birthday. And you know what? He makes me feel like a real woman. Democrats used to be the party of the worker. They sold them out to be the party of nose-ring PhDs. Can you believe there wasn't a single Democrat who wanted to stand next to Trump and Tim Cook and clap their hands that Apple was bringing manufacturing jobs back? The Teamsters say they've been taken for granted.
It was an event that one of our vice presidents, Joan Corey, she's out of my local. She went to, I don't know if it was an Emily's List event the day before our General Executive Board, and Vice President Harris was there. And so they do a photo op line. So Joan goes in the line, and Joan says, "I'm Joan Corey. I'm a vice president with the Teamsters Union." And she pointed her finger at Joan and said, "Teamsters better get on board." And so Joan says, "Excuse me? Yeah, Teamsters better get on board. I don't know why you haven't endorsed me yet." So she comes back and she tells me this, and I'm like, the nerve.
The nerve. Democrats are the party that expect something for nothing. With an attitude like that, they're not getting invited to Christmas dinner anymore. We like guests that bring something to the table, like investments, peace deals, a great quote for renovations. That makes someone a good partner. Also, it helps if they can putt.
Let's go!
This man is. Look at him. Look at this man, y'all. This man is. Look at him. Look at it. Look at it walk away. Look at it walk away, y'all. Come on. Come on, y'all. This is what I voted for. Look at this. Look at it.
Let's go!
Oh, he has it on video, too.
Click here to
Look, you can hate. You can hate. That's all you do. You can hate. Okay. You can get bucket from Mr. Busky. Okay. And put your tears in there. But that is your precedent. Okay. This. Look at that.
Let's go!
Curved into the hole. He curved. Okay. It was a curved ball. Look at it. Curved, baby.
Let's go!
Legendary. That's all I can tell you.
Democrats still on the lam as Governor Greg Abbott ramps up his effort to lasso them back to the state capitol and net the GOP 5 brand new seats for the midterms. One of the blue state govs who's stashing them, big old J.B. Pritzker, waddling his way on the Stephen Colbert's soon-to-be-canceled show. Pritzker wanted to beat his chest about his map monopoly, but it blew up in his face.
I've said everything's on the table.
If you're considering doing a little more redrawing in Illinois, you already have some crazy districts in Illinois. Take a look at this. Look at 17 here. It does that. Then it comes up here and it sneaks around there and goes all the way up here and then goes right over there like that. And look at this one, kind of goes whoop up there. It's like the stinger on a scorpion down here. Is this common for all states to do?
Well, we handed it over to a kindergarten class and let them decide.
Okay.
All right, so Jessica, you guys are getting embarrassed. Every time you point your finger, the finger goes right back at you, and you guys are the worst offenders. Why don't you just say how terrible you guys are?
I'm not in the mood, and it's not true. So, yes, the
you
map looks...
You don't jerry around with your districts?
We don't do mid-cycle redistricting.
You just did it in New York.
No, we have never
and then she
gone
got
in the
slapped
middle.
down by a judge.
We have never
just did it
mid-cycle redistricted.
Just did it in 2024.
At the behest of the president asking for 5 seats like he asked for all of those votes way back in Georgia. And it's interesting, you hear this from the right, oh, look at Massachusetts. And I think Trump said he got like 40% of the vote or something there. And they don't have a Republican seat. But the GOP governor was the one who signed off on those lines, and they had a bipartisan commission to do this. Sometimes Republicans just don't win, and sometimes Democrats just don't win. It doesn't mean that everything has to be so wildly unfair. But even Ari Fleischer posted about this, which I appreciated, saying, I want to win 5 more seats, but even politics must have rules. Gerrymandering should be done once every 10 years. Check back in 2032 when this would be appropriate.
Katie, I believe we should just gerrymander the bejesus out of these maps and just destroy Democrat representation where we can.
Yeah.
And it's just, we're in a war now. We're in a war. They screwed around, and now they're about to find out.
They wrote the rules. Their rules, right? California Republicans have 40% of the vote share, and yet they have only 17% of the congressional seats. I think in Massachusetts, it's 35% of statewide vote. They have 0 seats in Massachusetts. Maryland,
they can't win.
Maryland is very similar in terms of those numbers, but of course, congressional districting also comes down to the census, which did not count properly in the last census, and also counts illegal immigrants for representation in Washington, even though they legally cannot vote. So I say that they should redo the census, get an accurate vote, and not count illegal immigrants for accurate representation of American voters in every state throughout the country.
Oh, is that why Democrats like the migrants? Because it helps them reapportion their votes?
It does make you wonder why they're being so hyperbolic about the situation right now. I mean, it is, and also Maura Healey, the governor of Massachusetts, there are 9 Democrats. They haven't elected a Republican representative in 31 years, but she wants to get in on the action. So she goes out and she says, we might have to take a look at this. What are you looking at? Are you looking to create a Republican district in Massachusetts? Like, that would be absolutely amazing. On Pritzker and Gavin Newsom, they are both clearly running for president. And so Pritzker figures out a way to go to the happy place for Democrats on Colbert's show, and he embarrasses himself by saying that, yeah, we're just going to let a kindergartner figure it out. It's like, okay, so now everybody's in on the joke.
And you did your senior thesis on the pros and cons of gerrymandering.
That is true. That is true. And you can find it online. Go to gutfeldgerrymandering.co.uk//gov/. No, okay. We have to give Colbert credit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't have to do that. So that was kind of nice that he did that. I thought that was good. And he tried to squeeze himself out of that tight hole by making a joke. Everything Republicans do is a response to everything Democrats do. The founding of the Republican Party was a response to the Democrat Party and their obsessional love with slavery. They couldn't let go. The Dems mastered the art of gerrymandering. They also promoted open borders, like you said, to inflate the census count, to get more representation. They wanted D.C. and Puerto Rico to be a state. They wanted to get rid of the Electoral College. They love things and they hate things. They love things and they hate things, just like filibustering. Remember that? Yep. Now I can't remember. Do they love it or hate it now?
They hate it now.
They hate it now. So they
now.
like the rules unless they like the little strategies unless you're using them. And, Jessica brought up the Massachusetts thing. All 9 reps are Dems, but something close to 40% supported Trump. What does that tell you? 43% of New York went to Trump, and 7 of their districts, only 7 are Republican. 3 of Illinois' seats are Republican out of 17, but they went for Trump for 43%. What does that tell you? Lastly, I agree with Jesse. I think the Dems hate gerrymandering because if all the states did it, they would be destroyed. And they cannot call this bluff. They cannot call this bluff. So, and in the war of redistricting, they had to run. Again, they act like a child, do something theatrical in response to what is an adult challenge. I have no sympathy for them. They need bigger balls.
I think they should use AI in the next census.
We need an AI government.
New census with good counters.
All right, Jessica. Good try. Up next, start your engines, illegals. President Trump's racing to deport migrants at the Speedway Slammer. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you want to keep going? You want to keep on going? We've been streaming for probably 4 or 5 hours. I don't know if you guys want to keep going, but if you want to keep going, let's do it. Let's do it, y'all. Let's do it, y'all. Okay, if you want to keep going, let's do it. This is what we do. Let's go.
Migrants are about to get a fast track to deportation. DHS is making good on its plan to franchise Alligator Alcatraz with the Speedway Slammer, the new immigration detention center in Indiana. DHS also ramping up its recruiting efforts. Secretary Noem unveiling a no-age limit for ICE agents, allowing people older than 40, good news, Jesse, to join its deportation force. And apparently Superman just signed up.
If you want to help save America, ICE is arresting the worst of the worst and removing them from America's streets. I like that. I voted for that. So I joined up.
Speedway Slammer
Yes.
sounds like it's not. The alligator Alcatraz sounds kind of scary, but Speedway Slammer is
You know,
that sounds fun.
if you want to get me on board, alliteration will work. I've decided to help for all states who want new systems of imprisonment. California, the Golden Gulag. Orlando, Sunshine Cells. Oklahoma, not an alliteration, Okey Pokey.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Alaska, the Moose Gow. Huh? Yeah. Boston, Lobster Lockup. Idaho, the Potato Penitentiary. Louisiana, the Jambalaya Jail. And of course, Maryland would be the Crab Cage. So I think these are all good. Again, the very announcements of this thing achieves its own deterrence. Who's going to come here illegally if you have the chance of going to the Golden Gulag, even though that does sound better, but you were expecting a free hotel in Manhattan and it's not coming. And if you're already here illegally, you just realize, you're running a risk, matter of time before they scoop you up, so maybe I should just leave. So in this case, you enact a policy, but well before the policy is enacted, the incentive for obeying the law is presented, and that causes people to do the right thing.
I love the idea of all of this. My favorite one that you said was the Okey Pokey.
Yeah, the Okey Pokey. It sounds so
And you
fun.
turn yourself around.
Yes.
Because Jesse, that's what it's all about.
I like the lobster lockup. I'm hungry now. Nothing the Democrats say on immigration matters. They have forfeited their credibility on every single issue with regard to mass deportations, border patrol, and everything that follows. They were wrong, or they lied, or whatever they were saying was a hoax. And I can't wait to hear the next person Jessica names who's like kind of a hairdresser and also transsexual who was illegally sent to the wrong country, because we'll fact check it in the break and she'll be wrong. I love this new idea. And notice how Nancy Pelosi, and Jessica, let me just ask you, would you admit Nancy Pelosi is a savvy politician?
Would I admit that?
Yes, you would.
Yeah.
Notice how Nancy Pelosi's not having margs with the Maryland dad. Notice how
No one
Nancy
had a margarita.
Pelosi isn't trying to break into ICE jails. She has kind of stayed away from the whole immigration thing. Why? Because it's terrible politics for Democrats. It's like Trump. Does Trump talk about health care? No, it's a losing issue for Republicans. Listen to Nancy. I can't believe I'm saying this. Don't talk about illegal immigration. Let the adults handle it. We got this.
Jessica, your name was invoked as usual.
Multiple times. Yeah. Nancy Pelosi, obviously savvy. I believe she has talked about illegal immigration and specifically what ICE has become in this new iteration. And I'm going to throw a name out there, one that I haven't used before. Mike Flood.
No.
Are you familiar with that congressman? You vote the
Mike
same way.
Flood?
Yeah, Nebraska. So he had a town hall. And people showed up at that town hall and they started asking about why you have an ICE budget that big, but you're cutting people's health care. Because you're right, it's a terrible issue for Republicans. And if you lose the midterms, it's going to be because you took health care away from millions of people. People talking about masked ICE agents. People talking about alligator Alcatraz and spending money on this. And there is a reason that Kristi Noem is on TV begging people to come work for ICE. There's no age cap anymore. You don't need a college degree. You're going to get a $50,000 bonus. We'll pay back your student debt.
Yay.
The reason that they're having to do this is because when over half of the people that they are locking up in the Okey Pokey or wherever you're going aren't actually convicted of anything. That
They just have criminal charges against them or orders from a judge to be deported. Or they're wanted in another country for crimes.
Go into the midterms saying that immigration isn't a problem, how it's being done.
more ICE agents because the previous administration let 20 million people into the country without vetting them, and they've been committing crimes all over the place for a number of years. They need more people to take them out. They've returned ICE to their mission, which is getting people from the interior out of the country. And I think it's an indictment that they're having to put places like this in Indiana, which is not a border state. It's in the middle of the country because these people got bus tickets and plane tickets to wherever they wanted to go. And now the administration is making due on their deportation of these criminal aliens from their communities because they don't want them there anymore. So they need more people and more facilities.
I'm hoping TikTok Kate is not watching and found out that they would pay your student loan because we would really like to have her stick around, my assistant.
Sit with my assistant. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta tell y'all, man, God is good. It's America first before parties. Don't forget that. Okay, so anything that keeps the United States winning or that helps the United States to go to even greater height. That's what we all need to subscribe to. Okay? And that man is Trump. I got to tell y'all, man.
Our
Here we go.
cities the Trump way. That's the focus of tonight's angle. Now, the night before the election, the Trump motto, no American city left behind.
We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C. We'll get rid of all the graffiti on those beautiful marble columns, and we'll clean it. And it'll be properly run, and we'll stop the death and shootings and muggings and everything. We'll make it a great capital, beautiful capital again.
Yeah, homeless encampments, teen mobs, wilding across the city, drug use in public. And now another brutal attack, this time on someone who worked in the Trump administration, a former DOJ staffer named Edward Korestein, a.k.a. Big Balls.
Yeah, you guys remember this guy they used to call Big Balls that worked with Elon Musk at DOJ? His nickname literally used to be Big Balls. Now, look at him. In D.C., ladies and gentlemen, this is not okay. This is not okay. We have to come together and unite, love one another. What in the world, yo?
Was savagely beaten by a pack of thugs just blocks from the Capitol. Now, this is not some bar fight. He and his significant other were being carjacked. It's a reminder that things are still very wrong in this city. And Trump, he's had enough.
Are you considering taking over the D.C. police? Is that an option on the table?
We're considering it, yeah, because the crime is ridiculous. We're going to do something about it. So whether you call it federalized or what, and that also includes the graffiti that you see, the papers all over the place, the roads that are in bad shape, the medians that are falling down, the median in between roads that's falling down. We're going to beautify the city. We're going to make it beautiful. And what a shame. The rate of crime, the rate of muggings, killings, and everything else, we're not going to let it. And that includes bringing in the National Guard.
Well, does he sound like he's bluffing? Back in March, Trump signed his Make D.C. Safe and Beautiful Again executive order, laying the groundwork for what is now a national model for reclaiming our cities. Because let's be honest here, D.C. in many ways has become a disgrace. In 2023, D.C. had a homicide rate of 40 per 100,000 residents. It was the fifth worst of the 60 largest U.S. cities. And although in 2024 the murder rate dropped to 27.3 per 100,000, D.C. is still number 4 on the national homicide rankings list. And look, if the left got its way and D.C. became a state, it would have the highest homicide rate of any state in America, according to the CDC. So how did this get this bad? Well, here's how. Weak enforcement, radical prosecutors, and a city government that cared more about woke virtue signaling than actually enforcing the rule of law. Now, of course, the D.C. Attorney General, Brian Schwab, insists punishment isn't really the answer.
We as a city and a community need to be much more focused on prevention and surrounding young people and their families with resources if we want to be safer in the long run. We cannot prosecute and arrest our way out of it.
Yeah, well, it sounds like midnight basketball. Tell it to the city residents who are the victims.
All right, breaking news. The OG, the 45th and the 47th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump, the Commander-in-Chief, just posted on Truth Social, which he started because he was, sent out, blacklisted, thrown out of social media by, the woke folks. All right, here we go. He says, reciprocal tariffs take effect at midnight tonight. Billions of dollars, largely from countries that have been taking advantage of the United States for many years, laughing all the way, will start flowing into the United States. The only thing that can stop America's greatness would be a radical left court that wants to see our country fail. So tonight, midnight, he's been talking about this for a long time. So it's on, y'all. It's on.
Victims of these crimes. And yes, property crimes are still crimes. Like the 12-year-old car thief, remember him, linked to 10 different car thefts, who kept getting arrested and released because, well, he's a minor.
I'm as liberal as they come, but they need to lock him up at this point because they need to make an example out of him that he keeps thinking he can get away with this because there's no consequences.
Yeah, well, the sick phenomenon is the result of horrible parenting, absentee fathers, But we can also blame ideological prosecutors and cowardly city councils. Because of them, we're seeing juveniles terrorize neighborhoods from D.C. to Dallas. And let's not forget the homeless tent cities scattered across urban landscapes, including D.C., and the hideous pro-Palestinian encampments that ruin the front of the iconic Union Station. That shouldn't be allowed. So is this really what Americans want the world to see as they enter the Capitol? Many politicians, of course, when they see all this, right, they hear about it, they just want to look the other way. But not Trump. He is not giving up on urban America. I love this, especially on our capital city. He knows that we can all make these cities great again. And believe it or not, he's found some common ground. Even Mayor Muriel Bowser has been working with the administration through the D.C. Safe and Beautiful Task Force, formed after that executive order I mentioned earlier. And this is not complicated stuff, but it took Trump to help get it done. They're ramping up arrests of illegals. They're increasing transit enforcement. They're cleaning up parks and monuments. And yes, homeless encampments. And the results? They're generally positive. Assaults with dangerous weapon are down 19% this year. Robberies down 39%. Homicides down, but still 98 dead so far. Now, that includes, by the way, a congressional intern killed by a stray bullet and a 1-year-old girl hit by 2 bullets meant for someone else. Lovely. But here's the point. Trump is showing a way forward. He's showing that cities can and should be saved, not abandoned. Any conservative who says abandon the city, let them all, collapse. No, that's not the answer. Reagan didn't think that, neither does Trump. If local leaders, though, do not act, then yes, federal leverage may be the only solution. Trump knows that. Because what did Karen Bass do when the ICE riots tore through L.A.? Well, she sided with the rioters and resisted Trump.
If immigration raids had not happened here, we would not have the disorder that went on last night.
They need to leave, and they need to leave right now.
Yeah, not the criminals, but ICE needs to leave. Or the National Guard needs to leave. Oh, that just got us more chaos, of course. But working with Trump, like Bowser's doing, is the right move. Fighting him, it just puts more lives at risk. We are not going to allow our great cities, places of history, faith, culture, and community to be destroyed by mobs, by mismanagement, and bad ideology. The president is offering a way forward. So if you're a mayor or you're a governor and you're still resisting this, maybe it's time you stop fighting the solution and start fighting the real problem, rampant lawlessness. And that's the...
There you have it. Support your president. Support your commander-in-chief for the next 3.5 years and see what happens. Just go with it for this next 3.5 years. Okay? And see what happens. All right, this is Marjorie Taylor Greene. And this happened probably a couple of days ago. But I want us to actually see this. It's about an hour hearing.
Funding for humanitarian aid in crisis in foreign countries. America simply cannot afford it anymore. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves.
Any member seek time? For what purpose, Minnesota?
For what purposes the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
This program is designed to assure that our allies and partners of the U.S. are supported in times of trouble. This funding provides basic humanitarian aid and essential services to the populations in need. Let's talk about what it does for America's national security. This program is an important tool for our combatant commanders who use this to assist our allies, and it builds and cements our relationships. Let me just give you a few examples. When we help our allies improve their capacity to prepare and to respond for a crisis that will take place, when we help implement the Humanitarian Mine Action Program, this provides significant training, readiness, and enhanced benefits even to our United States military. It contributes to alleviating the worldwide problem of explosive remnants of war, which includes landmines, unexploded ordnance, and small arms munitions. The program allows our military to hone their critical wartime and military civilian skills, language, culture, and foreign international defense skills. And finally, through the Foreign Disaster Relief Program, a program executed by our combatant commanders, we provide a unique assistance during natural and man-made disasters when interagency support is requested. DoD's ability to respond rapidly with extensive manpower, transportation, communication capabilities is critically important in a time of crisis. When we assist in filling in these capability gaps with our partners, when we help contain the crisis and limit the threats to regional stability by providing relief aid within hours or with even days of a disaster, each of these programs are vital to the success of our battalion commanders' relationships with their counterparts. Cutting these funds would lessen the ability of our armed forces to execute their missions. For these reasons, I oppose this amendment, and I ask my colleagues to do the same. But, Mr. Chair, I'd like to yield 30 seconds to the chairman of the committee, Mr. Calvert.
Thank the gentlelady. This amendment strikes all funding for overseas humanitarian disaster and civil aid account. The funding is used by DoD to assist during humanitarian disasters. The funding is also used when specialized DoD experience is needed, such as detection and clearance of landmines, unexploded explosive ordnance, and other explosive remnants of war, which even to this day we are cleaning up World War II remnants. The President's budget, President Trump's budget request includes just over $100 million in funding for this account. I urge a no vote on this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Chairman reserves. Gentleman has no time to reserve. Yields back. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
I would reserve my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlelady from Georgia is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the American people are $37 trillion in debt. The Department of Defense's mission statement is to deter war and ensure our nation's security. That is their mission, and that is exactly what their funding should be for. I'd like to ask, what foreign country showed up to help Americans in our need, in our time of distress, in our humanitarian crises? Which foreign country has come to clean up the hundreds of people that die every single day on the streets from fentanyl? Which foreign country showed up to defend our border as we were invaded by millions of people for the past 4 years? Which foreign country said, here, America, here's millions and billions of dollars to help you? I'm going to tell you, zero. Zero foreign countries showed up. And here we are again, while the American people are enslaved by $37 trillion in debt, a debt we can never climb out of, but yet a debt that continues to rise because here in Congress, we go by this belief that we have to fund every foreign country all around the world. And I say enough. And the American people say enough. Right now, Americans can't afford their rent. Young people cannot afford to buy a home. Ask any 20-year-old, 30-year-old and ask them if they believe they will ever be a homeowner. And their answer overwhelmingly is no. Americans can't afford their bills. They can't afford car insurance, health insurance, homeowners insurance. And life does not look good in the future. But you want to know why? Inflation is high. Do you want to know why life continues to be unaffordable? Because Congress cannot rein in its America Last spending. It cannot stop, and it refuses to stop. It continues to say yes to the lobbyists for the military-industrial complex. It continues to say yes to every lobbyist that walks in this institution as congressmen and women take donations into their campaign accounts. Americans are the most generous in the world. Americans can donate through charities to foreign countries to help foreign issues and foreign people. But the American people should not be forced to write the check, and the Department of Defense should be able to focus on their mission to deter war and ensure our nation's security. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to point out again that when we do these projects together with our allied nations, it provides significant training, access, and readiness enhancement benefits to the United States military. Mr. Speaker, the question was asked on this House floor, who came to our aid? Who stood for the United States? I was here on September 11th. serving in Washington, D.C., my first term in Congress. NATO. The world came to our aid. The world came and helped us when we fought against the Taliban. And with that, Mr. Chair, I thank those nations for standing with us, and I look forward to working with them in the future in this type of partnership. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. My apologies, from the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Gentlelady asks for a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 112, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 112, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the House considers funding $831 billion to the Department of Defense for the funding of our great men and women in our military to defend our nation and our nation's interest, it's important to talk about the foreign aid that we are funding to foreign countries. The American people are $37 trillion in debt. $37 trillion in debt. The debt keeps rising, and the interest on our debt is at $1 trillion now per year. $1 trillion. My amendment would strike $500 million of military assistance to Taiwan. This is an increase of $100 million from fiscal year 2025 and will be used to provide a wide variety of assistance, including planes, drones, missile defense, munitions, and more. Listen to this, as we're giving an extra $100 million, making it $500 million in this Department of Defense appropriations bill, the entire defense budget of Taiwan is less than $20 billion. Our defense budget is $831 billion. It wouldn't be so high if we weren't giving foreign aid. We've given Taiwan over $2 billion in funding and munitions over the past 2 years. We've already given them $2 billion, but now we're giving them another $500 billion. Increasing foreign aid to Taiwan will only increase their reliance on the United States. And the United States should be serving the American people and stop enslaving the American people in massive debt that drives the inflation that is causing Americans to suffer, that is causing Americans to not be able to afford everyday life. The United States is $37 trillion in debt, and we can't even hardly afford our own massive military budget, let alone funding the significant portions of other countries, of foreign countries, and foreign nations, and foreign people that do not pay taxes here in America. We have so many of our own domestic problems here at home and should not be funding foreign countries, foreign aids, and quite frankly, instigating World War III with China. Before we start worrying about Taiwan's borders or Ukraine's borders or any other country's borders, we should be focusing on the continued security of our own border and deporting the criminals and terrorists and millions of people that invaded our country and are somewhere within our country after they invaded our own borders. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purposes the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the gentlelady's amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I greatly admire the gentlelady from Georgia's passion for ensuring support for our overseas allies, our wise use of taxpayers' dollars, but support for Taiwan must be part of that equation. Just yesterday, the Trump administration released a statement of administration policy for the defensive appropriation bill, very supportive of the bill we produced. One of the very few areas the administration expressed Any slight disagreement with our bill was wanting more money for Taiwan. The administration has proposed including $1 billion, while this bill provides $500 million. Now, had OMB delivered budget materials to us in time for consideration, we would have certainly taken a look at providing what they requested, but that wasn't the case. Supporting Taiwan in the face of unrelenting Chinese aggression is absolutely in the vital interests of the United States. I want to point out that Taiwan makes 90% of the world's chips and close to 100% of the highly needed chips for artificial intelligence and high technical devices. The funding will go a long way to make sure that Taiwan has the resources necessary to help prevent a Chinese invasion. That's the position of the Trump administration, and that's the position of this bill. With that, I urge a no vote on the amendment and reserve the balance of my time. And I yield 2 minutes to the ranking member, the gentlelady from Minnesota.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I am very, very proud of my vote to vote against the president's big tax package, which added $3.4 trillion debt to our national debt over the next 10 years. But right now I'm rising in opposition to this amendment. America's strength around the world does not only stem from our military power, but our network of alliances in Europe and the Pacific that allow us to project power. Our allies support us and we support them. That means when our allies are threatened, the United States needs to be with them. That's exactly what we're doing in Ukraine, helping a sovereign nation defend itself against defend its democracy from Russian aggression. A similar situation could easily occur in the Pacific, where Taiwan is threatened by the People's Republic of China. China has a recent history of seizing territory. Look at the invasion of Tibet in the 1950s. They've suppressed democracy in Hong Kong. And when the Chinese president speaks of reunification of Taiwan, we should believe that he will attempt it. We cannot allow that to happen. China may not stop with Taiwan. If Taiwan falls, other Pacific Island nations like the Philippines would be threatened. And America is not alone in these concerns. Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand are deeply concerned about the future of Taiwan's democracy. And that's why they're working with us to deter China and to prevent an invasion of Taiwan from happening. The $500 million in this bill will assist Taiwan in preparing their military, increasing their readiness and their deterrence capabilities. So I support the inclusion of the funds in this bill, and I strongly oppose this amendment. I ask my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The best way to compete with China is have a strong American economy. We shouldn't be having to fund the protection of a foreign country that is producing over 90% of our chips when we should be producing those chips right here at home. Currently, many of our rare earth minerals are tied up on federal lands, and this is a problem that is tying up the production of chips here in America. You see, America should be building our strength and resilience. Instead of an additional $500 million being given to Taiwan for their defense budget, we should be investing that $500 million into America's ability to produce chips, so that we don't have to be the world's police that go defend all these other foreign countries from China's aggression. The best way to beat China is with a strong America. But decades of America-last policies where our manufacturing jobs were sent overseas and sent to China is what made China strong. America created that problem. And America is continuing to create that problem by dependence on foreign countries for our own manufacturing. This is why rural America has been crumbling for decades, because of the economic loss of their own small towns. In America today, the cost of college tuition has increased by over 180%. That means it's unaffordable for many students, and they're laden with student loan debt. According to American Compass in 1985, 40 weeks of a typical worker's income could provide the middle class essentials for a family of 4. But now, this requires over 62 weeks of income, exceeding the 52 weeks in a year. Life is unaffordable for Americans, Mr. Speaker. We're $37 trillion in debt. I urge my colleagues to vote for my amendment, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from California?
Yield.
Gentleman yields. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair,
Mr.
the noes
Speaker,
have it.
I ask for the recorded vote.
The gentlelady asked for a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. Keep that one. It is now in order to consider amendment number 113, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 113, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Mr. Speaker, as we're debating today the $831 billion defense appropriation bill, it's important to talk about the foreign aid that is in this bill and why it must be stopped. The American people are $37 trillion in debt, and this institution is to blame for it. You see, it's Congress and the men and women that serve in Congress that can never say no to every single lobbyist and every single foreign country that walks in their office. My amendment would strike the funding for HIV prevention education activities in foreign countries. This bill provides at least $15 million for HIV prevention educational activities undertaken in connection with the United States military training, exercises, and humanitarian assistance activities conducted primarily in African nations. My amendment would strike this provision to ensure that taxpayer dollars are not being wasted teaching African soldiers about how to have safe sex. I mean, this is an issue that should be resolved by now. The U.S. already spends a massive amount of money on HIV/AIDS, primarily through PEPFAR, the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief. To date, U.S. funding for PEPFAR has totaled over $120 billion. That's $120 billion that the American people do not have, that never helped them solve any of their problems. This has grown from $1.9 billion in fiscal year 2004 to $6.5 billion in fiscal year 2025. Additionally, the National Security Department of State and related programs appropriations bill released this week would provide $5.8 billion to prevent and treat HIV/AIDS globally. When the American people are $37 trillion in debt, their credit cards are maxed out. Young people in America have no hope for the future. Why are we continually paying for HIV prevention activities and education in Africa and other foreign countries? And how does this provide for the defense of our nation? It doesn't. Again, the American people are some of the most generous people in the world. They donate to charities, causes, and all types of organizations and foundations to help people. This should be a private donation out of the generousness of their heart. It shouldn't be part of our defense appropriation bill that's already $831 billion. When do we ever look at the balance sheet? When do the American people's empty pockets ever matter to Congress, Mr. Speaker? I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the amendment. The Department of Defense works with partner militaries around the world to advance regional stability and mutual security. These foreign military forces must be healthy and functional to effectively engage with our forces and support these missions. But the HIV/AIDS epidemic has a devastating impact on many countries, including on their militaries. It reduces readiness, Units deployments become limited. It saps the morale and capabilities of the infected individuals and in their communities. DoD's HIV/AIDS prevention program pairs health and security assistance to provide care and treatment in concert with military training, exercises, and humanitarian activities. This amendment would eliminate a successful military-to-military HIV/AIDS prevention, care, and treatment efforts in more than 55 countries. In doing so, it would increase the burden, the risk for American forces, weaken global security by reducing the capacity of our partners' forces. And for these reasons, I will urge defeat of this amendment. And Mr. Chair, I would like to yield Mr. Calvert 30 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, the gentlelady. The amendment strikes $15 million for HIV prevention education activities undertaken in connection with the United States military training, exercises, and humanitarian assistance activities conducted primarily in African nations. This funding supports the Defense Health Program, and those funds are credited with scaling back AIDS epidemic in Africa. This program has long enjoyed support across party lines, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves. The gentlewoman from Georgia is now recognized.
How much time do I have remaining, Mr. Speaker?
Gentlelady has 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the Defense Appropriations Bill funds $15 million for HIV prevention educational activities undertaken in connection with the United States military training exercises and humanitarian assistance activities conducted primarily in Africa, I want to talk about something that is plaguing Black Americans today. According to the Department of Education, 85% of Black students lack proficiency in mathematics and reading skills. That's appalling. That is a failure of our education system to Black Americans. But in the Department of Defense Appropriations Act, we're supposed to send $15 million to teach soldiers and teach them how to avoid getting AIDS? Isn't this already known? This has been going on for years and years and years, and we're having to pay for that. Why are the American people that are $37 trillion in debt having to pay for people in Africa, soldiers in Africa, to tell them how to avoid getting AIDS? When our own Black students here in America, 85% of them lack proficiency in mathematics and reading skills, which is extremely important for their success in their adult life. Furthermore, there are entire high schools in our cities where not a single student scores proficiently on a standardized test. But the most important thing we can do is send $15 million to teach adult soldiers in Africa how to not get AIDS. This is insanity. And this is the exact America Last spending that the American people are fed up with. Mr. Speaker, at what point does sanity enter the halls of Congress? Because it hasn't been here for a very long time. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment to at least save the American people $15 million or help students in America. I yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Well, Mr. Chair, I agree with the gentlewoman from Georgia. We need to do more for our children here at home. I fail to see how cutting the Department of Education, canceling grants, some of them in my district for special education teachers, ending the AmeriCorps help that our schools were getting with many students having someone to sit with them and help them with extra one-on-one for reading and for math to help them succeed. The cuts to SNAP. I used to teach. The last thing you want is a child with a hungry stomach in your classroom because they're more focused on what they didn't eat than learning. So, Mr. Chair, there's more we can do, and that's another reason why I'm so glad I didn't vote for the president's tax cut. But I just want to reiterate again that this mill-to-mill training builds resilience, support, and respect between the militaries. It keeps their militaries healthy. And with that, I continue to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for the recorded vote.
Gentlelady calls for a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 114, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 114, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the House considers the defense appropriation bill today that costs the American people $831 billion, it's important to talk about that this is the funding for our great men and women serving in our military and our nation's defense. The Department of Defense's mission statement is to deter war and ensure our nation's security, and that is worthy of the American people's hard-earned tax dollars. However, the American people are $37 trillion in debt, so this is money that is being spent that they already don't have. My amendment would strike $500 million in funding for nuclear-armed Israel's missile defense system. And it's important to phrase it that way. Israel is a nuclear-armed nation, which is very capable of defending themselves, and they have been proving that so as we've watched on the world stage. The U.S. already provides Israel with $3.8 billion annually in foreign aid. $3.8 billion, that's a lot of money. Additionally, the April 2024 Security Supplemental included $8.7 billion for Israel. That is nuclear-armed Israel. And during the recent 12-day war, the U.S. used 15 to 20% of our terminal high-altitude area defense missiles stockpiles defending nuclear-armed Israel, which cost us over $800 million. The $500 million provided in this bill will fund Israel's, that is nuclear-armed Israel's, missile defense system, the Iron Dome, David Sling, Arrow system. Yet Israel is a nuclear-armed nation. That's a pretty big deterrent for any of their enemies. Any nation that has a nuclear bomb has the greatest threat against their enemies. U.S. aid typically accounts for 15 to 20% of Israel's defense budget, even though Israel, nuclear-armed Israel, has universal health care for their citizens and subsidized college for their citizens. They're able to provide that. However, here in America, we're $37 trillion in debt. My amendment to strike $500 million in foreign aid will ensure an America First Department of Defense, and that is exactly what we need and we haven't had for a very long time. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
The gentlelady's amendment would strike $500 million in funding for the vital Israeli missile defense capability. Over the past 2 years, Israel repeatedly has been attacked by Iran and its terrorist proxy groups, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. Each time, these groups have vowed to destroy the state of Israel. The United States have affirmed our resolve to stand with Israel by helping defend against the recent missile raids launched by Iran against Israel's civilian population. The success of Israel's robust missile defense capability is in part because these funds were provided in this bill and prior bills. Furthermore, this funding benefits our own missile defense industrial base as it provides for co-production activities and shared technology development. It's certainly to our mutual advantage. With that, I urge a no vote on the amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves.
Oh, would yield 90 seconds to the ranking member and gentlelady from Minnesota.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment. To be clear, I have disagreements with Prime Minister Netanyahu's government. Israel totally had the right to defend itself after the heinous attacks on October 7th, and all the hostages should come home. But the Israeli military campaign has been an absolute tragedy for the people of Palestine. The people of Gaza are in desperate need of more humanitarian relief, which I strongly support. But the funding in this bill does not support offensive weapons for Israel. That's funding in a separate appropriations bill. This bill provides for defensive measures only, like Iron Dome, which I support. Safety is what everyone in the region deserves. Israeli children deserve to go to bed at night knowing that missiles from Yemen, Iran, or from the Houthis or anywhere else in the region will not rain down on them. And Palestinian children deserve to go to bed at night knowing that their schools, their hospitals, and their homes will not be bombed. And that's what we all need to work towards, peace. I urge the defeat of this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Israel is a nuclear-armed nation, and they're less than $400 billion in debt. They are quite a thriving and successful nation. Their economy is strong. They're doing a great job for their people. However, the United States, the American citizens, are $37 trillion in debt. Yet we're continuing to send hundreds of billions of dollars in foreign aid constantly to foreign countries. This has to end at some point. Our problems here at home for Americans and the American taxpayer that are paying for all of this have gotten too large. And I also want to point out that Israel bombed a Catholic church in Gaza, and that an entire population is being wiped out as they continue their aggressive war in Gaza. Now, we are heartfelt about the October 7th tragedy, that when people were killed, innocent people were killed. However, at some point, the United States needs to recognize that Israel is a strong country. They are nuclear armed, and they are capable of defeating their own enemies. It's right to stop funding this, as we give them $3.8 billion every single year anyways. Mr. Speaker, I ask for support for my amendment, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield 60 seconds to the gentleman from Florida.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to this America Last Amendment and reject the premise of the arguments that are being made. There are 600,000 Americans who live in Israel, and one rocket has been fired against every 23 of them. 26,000 rockets since October 7th. 43 Americans killed on October 7th, 12 taken hostage. But more importantly, the research that this fund is the premise behind the Golden Dome. When we support research and development for the Iron Dome, we are creating the capability for the United States to defend itself as well. And I have news. We have a nuclear weapon too. That doesn't get you off the hook with those who are out to get you. When we pass this, when we oppose this amendment, when we vote it down, we are not only standing with Israel, we are standing with the best interests of the United States. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields.
Yield back to balance my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Okay. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentlelady asked for a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 16. Further proceedings on the amendment. Pursuant to the Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. Thank you. It is now in order to consider amendment number 115, print Part A of House Report 119-199. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 115, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we are considering the defense appropriations bill that costs the American people $831 billion, it is important to consider the amount of foreign funding that we are spending every single year. The American people are $37 trillion in debt. Life in America has become unaffordable, especially for our youngest generations. This amendment would strike $500 million in military assistance to Jordan. This bill provides up to $500 million in military assistance to support the armed forces of Jordan. However, our Department of Defense mission statement is to deter war and ensure our nation's security. My amendment would strike this provision to ensure that our defense appropriation bill funds only our military, not foreign militaries. Why does our Department of Defense appropriations bill continue to pay for other countries' militaries? Furthermore, the National Security, Department of State, and related programs appropriations bill released this week already provides for an additional $1.65 billion in aid to Jordan. So why are we giving them another $500 million in our appropriations bill for our Department of Defense? Congress has appropriated between $1.5 billion and $1.65 billion in economic and military aid annually to Jordan since 2018. Annually. We're already sending them billions and billions and billions of dollars as the American people continue to tumble further and further and further in a graveyard of debt. $37 trillion is a debt that we don't think we'll ever be able to claw our way out of. However, it's this institution and the irresponsible continued spending year after year after year that continues to enslave the American people in debt. At what point do our military bases in the Middle East and around the world make our country safer? In America today, there are still hundreds of the American people dying every single day from fentanyl that has come from China and the cartels create into press pills and other drugs and smuggle into our country. It's time to put the American people first, Mr. Speaker, and it's time to finally consider the drastic amount of spending that we spend every single year in foreign aid. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman, for what purposes, gentleman from California?
I rise in opposition to the gentlelady's amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Jordan remains an indispensable ally in an extremely dangerous region. Our partnership with the Kingdom of Jordan is critical both to the regional and U.S. and national security. We must continue to ensure Jordan can counter extremist terrorist threats, have the resources necessary to continue their role as the linchpin in the region. With that, I urge a no vote on the amendment and reserve the balance of my time. With that, I yield 90 seconds to the ranking member and the gentlelady from Minnesota.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the amendment. Jordan's a long-standing, reliable ally in the region, as the chair pointed out. And when there's any type of incident in the region, our national security officials, from CENTCOM generals to diplomats, first contact that they make is to get the temperature of the region from their Jordan counterparts. The United States and Jordan have, since 1996, a status of force agreements and a 2006 acquisition and cross-service training agreement and a 2021 defense cooperation agreement. This is a 30-year stability-built relationship in the Middle East with an Arab partner, and we need to nurture and maintain it. We've deployed military personnel to Jordan to support operations that defeated ISIS, to enhance Jordan's security, and to promote regional stability. Jordan air bases have been particularly important for U.S. to conduct intelligence, surveillance, and target acquisition, and reconnaissance missions in Syria and Iraq. Just 2 weeks ago, our U.S. Central Commander traveled to Jordan, where he met with the chairman of the Jordan Joint Chief of Staff and key staff. They discussed the evolving security situation in the region, the deepening bilateral defense relationship between the United States and Jordan, and further expand in the military-to-military relationship between Jordan's armed forces and ours. This partnership continues to serve as a steadfast, capable, strategic partner for peace and stability in the region, and we need strong allies. Jordan's been and continues to be one of our strongest, and for this reason, I oppose this amendment. I ask my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the American people $37 trillion in debt, and we are weighing whether we should send another $500 million to Jordan after they have already received $1.65 billion in another appropriations request, and they receive already another $1.65 billion every single year from the American taxpayer who can hardly afford to pay their bills. Let's talk about America's veterans. You know, for the past several decades, we have men and women in our country, great men and women, who served in our military, but yet were shipped over to some foreign war in the Middle East. That didn't defend America's border. Our border continued to be overrun by foreign people from all over the world. But they were sent over there to fight for our freedoms, and you know what they came home with? They came home with physical injuries that they have to live with the rest of their life, and they came home with PTSD and mental injuries that they live with for the rest of their life. And unfortunately, they have a suicide rate of over 22 a day. Over 6,400 veterans committed suicide in 2022, and 32,000 veterans were homeless in 2024. Yet the debate is about sending another $500 million for the defense of Jordan, and that's a country I guarantee you most Americans can't even find on a map. But most Americans have a veteran in their family or their friends that suffers every single day from this country's continued pursuit of foreign wars and funding foreign wars. Mr. Speaker, enough of the foreign aid and foreign wars and funding for the security of foreign borders that have nothing to do with our own borders and our own American people and the $37 trillion in debt that's killing us. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from California. Gentleman from California yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for the recorded vote.
Gentlelady asks for a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 116, printed in Part A of House Report 119-199. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 116, printed in Part A of House Report number 119-199, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 580, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Mr. Speaker, as we're considering the Department of Defense appropriations of 2025, that is going to cost the American people $831 billion. My amendment would be that none of the funds made available in this act may be used for the assistance to the Ukraine war. This is a war that has nothing to do with America. Ukraine is not a NATO member nation, and it is not the American people's responsibility to pay for this war, and it's not the American military's responsibility to fund it. My amendment would ensure that no further resources will be sent to Ukraine. To date, Congress has provided nearly $175 billion in assistance to Ukraine, including direct military aid, funding for their government, and other forms of economic assistance. For the past 4 years, we had a Democrat president that cared more about the borders of Ukraine than the country he swore to protect, the United States of America. They allowed our own country to be invaded by murderers, rapists, and terrorists, all while sending nearly $175 billion to defend the borders of Ukraine and fund their entire economy. Our country funded their government at $1 billion a month, and the American people were forced to pay for their businesses. At a time when our government shut down American-owned businesses, families could not afford groceries, and our people were suffering. It was reported that nightlife in Ukraine was thriving, and that there were more bars and restaurants open in the capital city, Kyiv, than before the start of the war. Yet the American people, they couldn't send their children to school, their businesses were shut down, and life here was closed, but the American people were paying for Ukraine. It was shameful that Americans were forced to foot the bill of the Ukrainian economy while ours suffered. Furthermore, Ukraine is one of the most corrupt governments in the world, and Zelensky is a dictator who, by the way, stopped elections in his country because of this war. He's jailed journalists, he's canceled his elections, controlled state media, and persecuted Christians. The American people should not be forced to continue to pay for another foreign war in a country that has no effect on our own and we are not contractually bound to defend. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves her time. The gentlewoman for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota rise?
Madam Chair, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
First, the majority has already eliminated funding for Ukraine security assistance initiative in this bill. It's zero. I personally believe that to be a huge mistake, and that only emboldens Putin. And President Trump seems to be agreeing now, because just the other day he announced the decision to provide billions of dollars of equipment to Ukraine through our NATO partners. And I give the credit to the President for that decision. But now we have an amendment to further prohibit any support of Ukraine as they fight to defend their country from an illegal Russian invasion. Putin is attempting to rewrite the map of Europe through use of force. He's doing so in violation of international law. He's deliberately killing civilians, targeting hospitals, schools, destroying the economy and the livelihood of Ukraine in process. And Putin has put his thugs who are committing war crimes on a mass scale in the United States and the democratic nations of the world. Well, they're putting us on notice, and that's why we must strongly oppose him. If we do not, then he or other authoritarian leaders will likely try something like this again, either in Ukraine or elsewhere in the world. America is not alone in our military support of Ukraine. Our NATO and European allies are continuing to provide billions of dollars to support themselves, and that's in line with the decision that President Trump announced the other day. So let's not abandon the EU or our NATO allies now, and let's not abandon Ukraine. The Ukrainian people did not ask for this war. They deserve our continued support. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. And, Madam Chair, I'd like to yield 60 seconds to the gentleman from California.
And California is recognized for 60 seconds.
I rise in opposition to the gentlelady's amendment. Sadly, we saw for years how the Biden administration failed to provide Ukraine the resources necessary to fight back in an effective way against Russian aggression. Just the other day, President Trump took decisive action to provide weapons to Ukraine to defend against these unprovoked attacks. The President is right to support efforts to ensure innocent lives are no longer lost. He is right to undertake efforts to stop the bloodshed. As he continues to work toward a peaceful solution, we should not now remove the ability to provide what he thinks will help the Ukrainian people to prevent further losses and use as leverage to negotiate a peace agreement, hopefully very soon. With that, I urge a no vote on the amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Madam Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Mrs. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentlewoman has 2.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. Democrats used to be the anti-war party, yet every single Democrat voted to fund the war in Ukraine. This funding has been approximately $175 billion of the American people's hard-earned tax dollars, yet the American people are in debt by $37 trillion in debt. It's said that the Ukrainian people didn't ask for that war. Well, the American people didn't ask for this debt. And the American people are not obligated to defend every single country around the world? At what point do we defend our own citizens and their ability to actually be able to afford life in America? As our debt continues to climb because Congress refuses to stop spending on America's last priorities and refuses to stop spending on foreign aid and foreign wars, the American people will have no chance. Now that our border is closed, thank God to Tom Homan and ICE and President Trump and his administration, we are conducting the largest deportation operations our country has ever seen. And we must continue to put America first and continue to address the needs of our own people within our own homeland. This means no more assistance to Ukraine. The only assistance that America should be providing is a pathway to peace, not furthering a war. That is not what the American people want. That is not what the American people voted for. Americans deserve to not have their hard-earned tax dollars fund a bloody and deadly war in Ukraine. We need peace, and we need peace all over the world. This is an unwinnable war in which Americans are footing the bill, and it's resulted in mass casualties in both nations. Americans don't want to pay for murder. Rough estimates show that over 1.5 million people have been killed and injured since the start of this war. A Ukrainian assessment earlier in 2024 placed Ukrainian troop losses at 80,000 killed and 400,000 wounded. Estimates from June of this year show that approximately 1 million Russian soldiers have been killed or wounded. These are people's sons. These are people's brothers, their cousins, their husbands. And an entire generation of Ukrainian men are being wiped out, and so are Russian men. This isn't something the American people should pay for. Thank you, Ms. Speaker.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, I just want to stress to the body, and I believe this is a huge mistake, but the majority has already eliminated any funding for Ukraine security assistance initiative in this bill. So the amendment accomplishes not cutting any funding. But I would like to just point out again, Madam Chair, when I talked about international war crimes and the previous speaker was talking about, the loss of life in Ukraine, there are 20,000 Ukrainian children who have been kidnapped by Russia, ripped from their homes, the arms of their mothers and fathers. That's a war crime, and we should not be silent on that. And with that, I thank President Trump for now realizing it's important that we come to Ukraine's aid through our NATO partners, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back, and the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say no. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Speaker.
For purpose, does Gentlewoman rise?
I ask for the recorded vote.
Okay, pursuant to clause.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. Yes, we have come to the end of the live show. We've been streaming for a long time, okay, since like 6 p.m. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. God bless you. Shout out to our esteemed members, Dr. Luke, the GOAT, Ellie, Sandra, Ingraham, Ringmaster, and of course, the latest, the new member of the channel, CRXR. God bless you. Thank you for being here. God bless you for being a member. Also, I got to give a shout out to our moderators. Shout out to Terry Vinings. God bless you. She's been here for like the whole thing. So I got to, come on, y'all. We got to give her a special shout out. Shout out to Terry Vinings. And of course, I got to give a shout out to MVP. Wait, I'll say that again. Shout out to Terry Vinings, the Bomber Girl. Okay. Shout out to the Bomber Girl. All right. MVP Jet. God bless you, MVP Jet. Thank you for being here as well. And of course, Good Jeans, C. Shelley. She's in the building for sure. Anders, I don't think he's still here, but he was here. Of course, the Bucket Master. The Bucket Master. The Bucket Master. For the tears, Busky. God bless you as well. Johnny 5, Derek, Rain Promo. God bless y'all for being here. Who else am I missing? I don't want to miss anybody. Thank you everybody for being here. And thank you for the super chat, for supporting, just being here. God bless you guys. We do this because we love the United States. And like we always say, it is country first before party. Okay, so whether you are a Republican or a Democrat, the most important thing right here is you love the United States. So it's America first before your respective parties. Okay, so thank you. All right, thank you guys. And stay united. Okay, stay united. All right, love your brothers and sisters. Hug your family. You just never know. Okay, hug them, kiss them, show them that you love them, tell them that you love them. Shout out to the fathers, shout out to the mothers as well. We got to give a shout out to the military personnel. Thank you to the veterans. Thank you to the military people. God bless you. Without you guys, there would be no homeland. I got to give a shout out to law enforcement officers as well. Ice, baby. Thank you guys for all that you do. And everyday Americans, thank you for loving the United States and keeping this beautiful idea going. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back. Subscribe to the channel if you have not subscribed. Turn on your notification bell if you haven't done that. Join the memberships. It is $4.99. It is free speech, as you can see. Free speech. Everybody comes in here, say what they want to say. We learn a lot as well in the comment section. And also, we learn a lot from these videos that we show. So with that being said, you are currently tuned into the Genesis Show, and it is your boy Genesis. It is currently 12:49 a.m. here in Georgia. And of course, this right here is a new day. All right. It's a new day. The 7th of August, 2025. All right, ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful night. Thank God. God is the greatest. Without God, I would not be here streaming whatever I'm doing right now or whatnot. Who knows? I would not be here for sure, because God is everything. Okay, God is everything to me. And yeah, he's been keeping me going. I got to tell y'all, man, he's been keeping me going. So thank God for life. Thank God for his grace, and just thank God for everything. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, be safe out there. And God is your strength. Okay, never ever give up. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams, and believe in Almighty God. God is the greatest. God bless you. God bless America. I'm signing out.